Defining Duke is brought to you by Squarespace. Look, your boy here has made a website through Squarespace. Let me tell you what, if I can do it, you certainly can do it and maximize it to the full potential. And that's why I love Squarespace. Not only that, but you could have your own online storefront if that's what you're interested in selling, whether it be physical. And you know how we feel on Defining Duke about physical goodies. Sell those physical goodies or digital if you want, or service products. Squarespace has the tools you need to start selling online. And even if you want it even more simple, there's flexible website templates for you to use. Head to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/Duke to save 10% of your first purchase of a website or domain. Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support the show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and welcome to episode 153 of Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast. Today, I am joined by the man who knows all the secrets of the Game Awards, but he's not going to leak any of them, Lord Cognito. How are you today, sir?
I ain't snitching. I'm hanging in, man. I'm hanging in. It's been, like I said, a plethora of events. Let's just say that. It's just been one thing after another, mostly good, but just got to take care of stuff, man. Just got to take care of stuff. And I'm trying to pace myself as best as I can. My new goal is just get through the next 2 weeks. And then we can coast a little bit. And, obviously we got Duke stuff. We got a whole bunch of things going on. There's Game Awards stuff. It's so much stuff to talk about, right? So it's just, I really
busy week.
Busy week. But what's been going on with you, man?
Not much. Like we always do like a little pre-show before the actual show. And we're talking. I was just like, I'm tired, man. I'm really tired. Like I'm just, videos and videos and videos. I'm working like every day, every weekend. Like this is that kind of gauntlet stretch where like we have to stash Duke, Defining Duke Ultimate. We have to stash Retro Rebound for 3 weeks, Mr. Maddie for 3 weeks. Like we're just loading up all the chambers right now in these last couple of weeks. So it's like, even after this, like I am going to zip and go record more stuff for Retro Rebound. Like it's been a lot, but I'm looking forward to that break just to recharge and recover. It's always this stretch. Like it's like, I think October, November, there's so much happening. We spend all our energy, and then we get to December and it's like this scratch and crawl.
You just trying to make it.
No matter how much you prepare, by the way, because I'm not complaining, but it's no matter how much I prepare. Like I've started in August with my preparations. I'm like, I'm still exhausted. Like there's nothing I can do about it. I'm still dead tired. So here we are. We've made it. It's the beginning of December. One thing I want to note before we go any further, we're recording this episode in two parts, if you will. So a lot of this episode will be recorded as is now. We're going to do a pickup for the Game Awards just because we want to make sure that everything that happens there, apparently Xbox is going to have a massive presence. Hopefully that doesn't age poorly. So we're waiting on that. We're going to do a pickup later in the show. So when we switch over to the news, our only news item this week is going to be the Game Awards, going through every announcement. We'll talk about each and every single one, our thoughts on the show, the awards, any crazy stuff that happens. That guy who did the stage crashing last year said, "I'll see you tomorrow, Jeff." So he's I don't know if he's going to be there or not, but who knows what happens.
Security.
Security will be on notice for sure. And so, we'll have a lot to talk about later in the show. So we wanted to make sure at this point, where we usually record on Wednesdays, we cover everything from like the GTA 6 reveal to the Wu Tang Clan game that leaked from Xbox. We have the Fallout TV show trailer. We have Creations back. We have an extremely crazy week. We have a new update for Cyberpunk 2077, a massive update regarding Bungie and S.T.A.L.K.E.R being a massive Destiny 2 fan. We want to get into that and everything happening there. So just not a single boring topic this week at all. We appreciate you all tuning in. A reminder that if you're listening, you want early ad-free access, you can check us out over at patreon.com/laststandmedia, where over 16,000 of you support us. And I anticipate in the next month or so, that number will only continue to grow as we make some changes. Very excited about that. If you're not interested in that, that's fine. We're just happy to have you here. You can find us on free feeds like Spotify, Apple, Google Podcasts, and that's all on Sunday. keep in mind, we are a Spotify partner. We announced that last week. We appreciate those of you who reached out with kind words and support on that partnership. Nothing really changes with the show, or not nothing really. Nothing at all changes with the show. It's just that we have the chance now to be promoted on the Spotify front page. And as someone who uses Spotify for all their music, like if you're on our Defining Duke Discord, you'll see that like it always says like Maddie is listening to, and it's likely a video game soundtrack because I'm probably writing at that time. But nice. I've been grinding Spotify for years, so to be partnered with them is pretty cool. And so if you want to listen to us over there, scratch their back, they'll scratch the Duke's backs, and maybe we get promoted on the front page. We'll see what happens. But nonetheless, Cog, we have one right in here to begin with. I thought I'd confirm a little something about my game, and then we'll get into it. Adam Barnes writes in, "What up, boys? This one's from Maddie. Please don't put a fishing trophy in your game. I'm working on AC Valhalla's Platinum right now, and I'm fucking done. Thank you. Good night." I'd like to confirm that as it stands right now, we do not have fishing in my game. Currently.
Okay.
Currently. We're still, by the time this goes out, we'll hit pre-alpha and moving towards alpha within the next half year. So we're feeling pretty good about things. So maybe when we hit alpha and we start looking at our mechanics, we just don't want to spread ourselves too thin here, Adam. But don't worry, no fishing trophies. That's something we've actually been pretty conscious about, is like when we're making the trophy achievement list, like what we want to do, like you have to set up checkpoints for all those. That's how these shitty lists that come to be, where it's like, oh, there's only like 12 and they're each like 100 gamer score each or something like that. The dissatisfying ones. It's because they don't consider it throughout the design in the game, which you have to think of. So yeah, we've tried to be on top of that sort of stuff, and I'm excited for it. Like Colin kind of inspired me in that, like watching him put together his trophy achievement list, seeing how much fun he had with it. Yeah, I'm very excited for us to do that. So I'm trying to keep it in mind, but don't worry, we're going to try to keep away from the ass trophies that'll prevent you from that 100% experience. So
flannel trophies.
Worry not. All right, Todd. Start off with the biggest news of the week.
Let's do it.
Grand Theft Auto 6 was revealed. The game is launching in 2025. This arrived after the trailer had originally leaked, and the Rockstar pulled the trigger on it early. The amount of views that this trailer has racked up is astonishing. Biggest game in the world is not an exaggeration. We have a couple write-ins here. Jake Williams writes, "Hey, Maddie and Cog. Well, we finally got the GTA 6 trailer, and I think it looks really good in my opinion. I did see some who were worried that they might move away from some of the raunchy, violent, and sometimes controversial aspects of the game like Saints Row Reboot did, but it seems like they stuck to what works based on this trailer. What did you guys think of this trailer? Were you worried about a tone shift in the GTA series? Thanks, and have the Amazon driver delivered your package to the wrong house kind of day." For me, it's been leaving it out in the rain. Like we have an awning, like we have a place where you can hide it, but like these dudes, like I've had to talk to FedEx, like or Amazon. I'm like, can you please leave it under this? I don't like taking in a soaking wet box full of electronics and wonder if that's what happened to my PS Portal. Fortunately, it worked still, but like, man. Anyway, Cog, GTA 6, it's real. Thoughts on the trailer? Are you surprised by the dedication to the tone that GTA is known for? Anything stand out to you in this trailer beyond all the ass in it? Let me know.
Twerk physics, bro.
Wow.
Now, the attention to
detail. You see that video from RDC where they
RDC had me dying. He said, hold on. Just zoom it up a bit. Damn. Shout out to RDC. Yeah, that was crazy. Look, GTA is what GTA do. The first thing I thought when I first saw it was I waited to the end, and then I saw everybody in 2024 go, we dodged a bullet from them. Yep. Now, 2025, you got time to move your dates around and do what you got to do. Because when GTA is outside, it is on site. You are not going to survive. Look, this thing is a cultural phenomenon. I am not surprised in the least. Part of me is actually, I'm going to say it, like, I'm happy they're stuck to whatever their creative vision. That's what makes them them. The thing about this trailer for me specifically, because lately I've been having a lot of trips to Florida and stuff, and Florida's been in my life a lot recently. And for a person who visits, I'm like, oh, they covering everything. They're going through the gamut of Florida, and every group is being represented in
modern day Wild West.
Exactly. And I saw somebody take a clip of like real life items and stuff like that with, the gate event pull out the pool and, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's so
maybe with the hammers. Yeah.
Exactly. The club and then there's a group in Florida called the City Girls who had a big hit. And it's kind of like a representation of those two with this big hit. And they're showing it from a social media perspective or a news perspective. So that added a different feel. Graphically, though,
wow. Beautiful.
Rockstar. Wow, like it's just different when they come through, man. This is Solve's studio. Like, he's been a GTA guy. He's been the Red Dead guy. And I would assume that's probably one of his number one studios. And when Rockstar comes, the name is fitting. When they come out, it's, bro, you look at it and you go, man, there's levels to it. But it also, the development cycle, people complain about how long it takes. But when you see this, you're like, man, I get it. So kudos to them. They completely destroyed the internet. I feel bad. I think somebody had a trailer come out that day, and I was like, this ain't the day, bro. You didn't get the memo. I think it was The Last of Us roguelite mode or something.
Yep.
And even shout out to my homie Pio, he was like, oh, not today. You know what I'm saying? But maybe because, again, they got leaked, and they didn't, they had to preactively, kind of beat the leaker, so to speak. So maybe that's what it was. But yeah, kudos trailer. What did you think?
Man, a beautiful looking game. The scale, you could already tell, is going to be insane when this one comes around. For me, looking at the reception to Grand Theft Auto 6, I was thinking about, because I was talking to a buddy, and he was like, this game's going to change the industry. And I was like, in a sense, I'm like, people are going to misunderstand this, but I'll explain what I mean. I almost don't think it will. And it's more so that Rockstar is on, and I say this to someone who's really, like, my favorite Rockstar game is Bully. Like, I prefer Red Dead over GTA.
Yeah.
Bully is my favorite. Like, I'm a little bit of a weird Rockstar fan.
I'm a weird Rockstar fan in that way too.
Yeah. Like, I really loved Bully. I think it's just the time period I played it in, growing up with it. Like, that was the one that spoke to me the most. I had so much fun with it.
Yeah.
But Rockstar nowadays just exists in this whole other stratosphere where they're just afforded the time and money, the luxury that literally no other studio can get, because there's a guarantee of quality level coming out of this team. And so they're allowed to take that time that otherwise you wouldn't take, because you look at the viewership alone, man, it's like they know how much this is going to sell across kids, teenagers, young adults, older gamers. Like, it's everyone is going to be picking this game up. And the crazy part is, just like GTA 5, make no mistake, GTA 6 is going to get its re-releases, its updates and all that stuff. And people are going to buy the game multiple times. This is going to be one of the highest grossing games. So they're afforded that. And it's like, developers should not look at this game and be like, what can we do that they're doing? Like, I get the attention to detail you can take from that, but like, they make games in a whole completely different other planet compared to every other developer in this industry, and are afforded a luxury that no other has, in my opinion. And you mentioned levels. It's so true that there are levels to this, because you look at like we were very excited for Starfield, right? And we thought like, man, this is doing numbers. I think of like High on Life too. Like, man, this is viral. Nothing compared to GTA 6. Nothing. There's a whole entirely different level here for Rockstar and Grand Theft Auto, and it's impressive. So I'm excited, and that's why I'm happy that they're sticking to the tone, man. Like, I'm happy that people are supporting the tone. I mean, of course, there's been ones like, I saw Elon Musk on Twitter frauding it up, man. Like, he was like, no, I couldn't shoot cops. I'm like, bro, it's a game. Come on now, it's a game. Saw that shit. I was like, man, that's so fraudulent to me. But like, otherwise, like, you could tell they're going to go for like all of the things, like the memes. There was a shot with like a police body cam, and and I'm like, that will be touchy. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So they're going there. Yeah, they're going there. And I mean, that's a series that's always gone there, and for better or for worse, they've definitely benefited from going there. So they're always deriving things from modern pop culture at the time. Like, they're always kind of commentaries on where the world is at
that moment.
And so I think it just captures it. They're like time capsule games, but they live on longer than so many others. So they're fascinating, man. And so I'm very excited for GTA 6. Like, I'm not, like, I'll be honest, like, if I were like super objective, like if there was reputation stripped from all this, which I think is hard to remove from the conversation, like what I saw in the trailer, I'm like, okay, I got really nothing from that, you know, in the sense of like beyond the world and the attention to detail and the clear like Bonnie and Clyde story they're going for, which I'm interested in. Like, okay, cool. This all looks great, but like I didn't get a feel for like what's, you know, the gameplay structure. Like you knew in 5, it's like, oh, it's gonna be heists. Like, okay, what's like 6 built around here? So yeah, I'm excited to learn more about the game for sure. But yeah, I'm curious if this will be like, I liked GTA 5 a lot. But I haven't loved, I shouldn't even say I haven't loved the Grand Theft Auto. I haven't played a ton of the series. But yeah, I've never fallen head over heels with the series. So I'm wondering if 6 will be that one. Cause like 4, I remember like my friend and I made a bet. Like I like he'd play Fallout 3, I'd play GTA 4. I just bounced off GTA 4, but I was much younger at the time. I don't think I had the patience for like the Nico, let's go bowling. You know, I just didn't have time for it. You know, I was way younger, just no patience. But nowadays, I'm sure I'd like him more. So I want to give that a second chance. But like, yeah, 5 and San Andreas are like the main ones I clicked with. San Andreas, especially, I really enjoyed because like you could make CJ fat as hell by eating a ton of food. That was awesome to me. So yeah, I'm rambling. But any other thoughts on GTA 6, Cog?
No, you pretty much nailed it. We're actually very uniquely similar with our GTA kind of series history.
Okay, I'm usually alone. I'm usually on that island.
I'm usually alone because, again, not that the game is not an indictment on the game. It's just that GTA is one of those games that is so cool and engrossing. However, when Cog plays it, I end up doing nothing. I never advance what I'm supposed to do because I'm literally engrossed and distracted by everything. It's such a lived-in world with all the things that you can do, and I end up never progressing, right? So
I'm always fist fighting people. I'm always shoulder bumping dudes and just seeing. That's what I loved about Red Dead 2. Just like bumping into someone and them getting like really like first time they're like, hey, watch it, pal. And then the second time they're like, I'm not fucking around. And like third time they're like, no, all right, we're throwing hands now. Like live, you're right. It's like so lived in. Like the reactions are what I'm there for more than anything. Although the stories, especially in Red Dead 2, fantastic.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, it's like my joy is like pushing the systems, right? Pushing the reputation, you know, what you can get away with. And then obviously the stars, the cops and all that stuff. But yeah, man, the story, what's crazy, the story is actually really good, but I doesn't get far with it because I'm just too distracted. And then I love the real life attention to detail with the cities and where they are. Like when I seen the Miami Beach and that strip, and I'm like, oh man, and I'm seeing Scarface visions, and it's a vibe. And I do like where they're going with this Bonnie and Clyde kind of thing. So we'll see where this one is. Maybe this is the one, you know, that maybe kind of captivates you more to kind of mainline a little bit more. But they almost have that Bethesda Billy way. It's just like you want to go and do all this other stuff. Yeah. And it's such a lived-in thing. You can do that and have enjoyment just doing those things.
Yeah, nonetheless, very long wait. Because I wouldn't be surprised if this got delayed to 26, quite frankly. But they're giving themselves a serious cushion. I imagine this is going to be like end of the year 25, right? Like, so yeah, we're a ways off now. Yeah. So pretty bold to announce at this point, but you know, still, we'll be there whenever it's ready to release.
No doubt.
Project Shaolin details have leaked from Insider Gaming. For those who don't remember, this is the Wu Tang Clan game that Xbox is involved with. And Cog, I'm really excited to get your thoughts on this one. What? So they corroborated the report that it is a third-person melee-oriented RPG complete with 4-player co-op, and it's in development at Brassline Entertainment, featuring the Wu Tang Clan members and the game soundtrack, and also boasts loot, weapons, and gear from defeated enemies. The game is currently in its alpha stage. There's a strong focus on having the music and combat intertwined, which I found an interesting note here, right? Because I was thinking to myself, like, that's what we would define Hi-Fi Rush as. So what are they doing with the music and the combat being intertwined? I wonder. They mentioned choosing from 4 different weapons that have unique play styles, single sword, dual swords, etc. Music is a massive it consists of a massive catalog of Wu-Tang Clan's music reimagined by producer and DJ Just Blaze. All 9 members of the Wu-Tang Clan are playable and act as the player's limited time buff that gives you ultimate moves, increased health, and more. There's a social hub called The Neighborhood where you can sell loot, listen to music, and show off unique fashion choices. Sources say it will be a welcome space for all players and will center around by POC in historically marginalized communities. The game has an animation style described as similar to Into the Spider-Verse, where one front flip slam attack consisted of 7 to 8 frames of animation. Visuals are bright, colorful, and anime-like in style. Players can, quote, explore the vast world freely, which is described as blurring the boundaries of reality, end quote. The source did not provide an accurate release date, but Insider Gaming suggests the game could be at least 1 to 2 years away at the very least. So pretty chunky leak here for this game, given how far off it actually is. We've talked about this one for a while. I think Jez Corden originally and Jeff Grubb had leaked that in 2021. So, Cog, what do you make of Project Shaolin?
Wu Tang Clan, yo, I'm ready. This is crazy. Like, this is like a little dream game for me. So, I'm a huge hip hop fan. I mean, the Wu Tang are like, they mean so much. You know, it's not just the lyricism, it's the cultures mixing in the martial arts. And again, from me and King, you know, at least where we grew up in the South Bronx, like what we would do is buy the Kung Fu flicks. So you buy the Kung Fu flicks, and what the beauty of Wu-Tang is, the classic movies, the 5 Deadly Venoms, the, you know, Invincible Armors, and all these great movies, RZA would sample a lot of the famous opening scenes and stuff embedded in the music. So they've embedded all these cultures. It's, you know, it's Asian, it's hip hop, it's black, it's white. Everyone loves Wu. So they're the perfect video game. They've kind of had their own games for a little bit, right? So, you know, this is just, man, it sounds fantastic. It sounds like it really is going to pay attention to detail. I like the fighting and musical aspect combined. So it's giving me, I don't know if it's going to be exactly like a Hi-Fi Rush, but it definitely, the music's going to be a huge part of the game, which makes sense, right? And then, as far as like the possible, I didn't think it was going to be 4-player. Like, that's another thing. Like, so now, right? You're talking 4-player, maybe old school beat 'em up kind of thing with maybe a cell shaded stylized anime kind of vibe. I think that's the right way to go, because I know people are like, hey, ain't you #just1? But I'm like, you want this to be stylized. You want this to be large. I'm not going for hyper realistic Method Man. Like, I'm not going for that. Like, you want to have fun in this. And the fact that all 9 members are there, licensed music, the catalog is going to be crazy. Just Blaze is the man. Like, Just Blaze, they got Just, that means they already showed me, one, they're taking it serious and they're putting budget behind it. Because Just Blaze is a huge DJ in the culture. Melee, like, this is dope, man. I'm liking everything I hear, the play styles, the swords and stuff like that. Let's go. I'm probably taking the Jizza. That's my man, the Genius. That's gonna be my guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Jizza guy. But I'm excited. This sounds super dope. Can't wait. What about you? Like, what are you feeling when you? I mean, this is a big, extensive kind of, you know, story expose from Tom.
Yeah. I personally, like, I'm very excited for the idea of Xbox getting into a 4-player co-op action game, especially one that's so culturally rich like this one is, and that it seems, at least from what we're learning here, very loyal to said culture and kind of building the game around what they've established for years now. And I think what's also important here is it's going to expose people to like things that like you grew up with that like I was late on the train to, right? Like, I think this is also just important on that level, but you know, it's tough to comment on it beyond, like, to me, the art style, very big fan of that, and the animation style especially. Like, I love how Into the Spider-Verse is animated. I think it's exactly the right call when it seems like this is going to be like a very, I just can't help but think of Hi-Fi Rush. Like, I feel like it's going to be stylized and feeling a bit like that. And so, this sounds right up my alley. I'm very, very excited about it. The idea of the neighborhood sounds really cool, like this social hub where everyone hangs out. So I can't wait to see what they do with it. I thought it'd be a little bit further along, like, you know, I just given how early we heard about it, but it's in alpha now. So they at least got, I imagine it's like feature complete, and they're kind of like just fine tuning things to put it into beta, and maybe we'll get some type of early beta for the game that they can really test it out. But it's awesome to see Xbox investing in a game like this. Like, this is something that you just don't see often at all. So definitely feel like we're all ready to embrace Project Shaolin, or whatever it ends up being called at the end of the road.
No, absolutely. And I think I like it. It definitely gives you the vibe that the Wu is personally involved and that they're going to give their blessing. Because that's what you want. You don't want like the cash grab, right? I'm from the era of the movie tie-in, celebrity face cash grab. Nah, they look like they are really invested. And if you got that little personal touch with good development studio,
I'm excited to hear the story of how this one came together.
Right?
Yeah, like this is a newer team that was built in 2019. So it's not even like they had pedigree. Like, how did Xbox get involved? Like all like the stories that are going to come out of these connections. Like this game's going to be popular, I think. Like just by the music and hopefully it looking as great as it sounds. Like I'm very, very keen on this one.
Yeah, likewise.
Defining Duke is brought to you by Squarespace, calling all entrepreneurs. We're in that current state right now where anyone can start a business at any time, and the best way to go about it is through Squarespace. Whether you're just starting out or managing a growing brand, Squarespace makes it easy to create a beautiful website, engage with your audience, and sell anything from products to content to time, all in one place, all on your terms. It's powered by the Fluid Engine, a next-generation website design system from Squarespace, so it's never been easier. Look, your boy here has made a website through Squarespace. Let me tell you what, if I can do it, you certainly can do it and maximize it to the full potential, and that's why I love Squarespace. Not only that, but you could have your own online storefront if that's what you're interested in selling, whether it be physical, and you know how we feel on Defining Duke about physical goodies. Sell those physical goodies, or digital if you want, or service products. Squarespace has the tools you need to start selling online. And even if you want it even more simple, there's flexible website templates for you to use. Head to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/Duke to save 10% of your first purchase of a website or domain. Perhaps what I'm a little bit more keen on, though, it's a series I have quite a lot of history with. The Fallout TV show trailer was revealed this week. Neo JD has the write-in, fellas. How good does the Fallout TV series look? God Howard is in the building. Thanks and have a, that's the real Fallout boy, Micah, kind of day. Thank you for writing in, Neo JD. So yeah, it's here, man. Finally, we get our first look at it. The show's first episode is airing April 12th. And I got to say, man, very, very impressed right now. Just at the attention to detail and the set, the lore, it feels like it's all being respected right now. Obviously, I've seen a lot of people go, but the Halo one, like that looked good too. I was like, I don't think Halo, to me at least, looked off the rip that compelling. There were a lot of red flags going into Halo, right? Like certain cars being in the background, the height differences, like little details such as that, oh, the main villain like working with the Covenant, but it's a human or something like that. Yeah, like a lot of questionable choices off the rip. Right now, the biggest question mark surrounding the Fallout TV show is where is the NCR? And I have been telling people I think they're holding the NCR back for another trailer. There is a growing worry, and I think it's a fair growing worry, might I add, that I call it the Brotherhood boner that Bethesda just seems to have. They are obsessed with the Brotherhood of Steel, bro. Obsessed. Everything. 76's latest updates, Steel Dawn and whatnot. Not the Atlantic City one, but Steel Dawn, like based on the Brotherhood coming back. Like they just don't build around any of the major factions of Fallout except the fucking Brotherhood. And the Brotherhood's awesome, and it's a major face for Fallout, but like Enclave kicks ass. NCR, Legion, like there's so many. So I share the worry people have, but I think given that we've seen leaks with NCR imagery, that they will be present in the show. The question is, because this takes place 9 years after Fallout 4, and I think like 10 plus years after New Vegas, somewhere around that time, NCR had like a death grip on New Vegas, like in that whole Western area. Like that was what we knew. And then and when you meet the Brotherhood in New Vegas, like they're in a little bunker. Like they're a very much scaled down faction. They don't have as much power in the Wasteland now. So to see them kind of coming on over to the West, and they seem to have like this massive warship, the Caswinin, instead of like, which is pretty much another Pridwin, having all of these Brotherhood knights and whatnot. We see their base gets attacked, which is, I think it's the NCR, but like we see that they have a strong presence there. And a lot of people are asking like, where did that come from? But I'm going off track. When it comes to, you know, the three main characters, I love what sides of the world they represent. You have your Vault Dweller and Lucy.
Yes.
You have Maximus, who's like your Brotherhood scribe. And then you have Walton Goggins is the ghoul who's this like mythological bounty hunter almost, who is like once a family man. And it looks like we're going to get a lot of pre-war segments through him. But he's also like the main villain. Like the first town that Lucy goes to, you see like he fucking shoots the place up. So like I'm very, very excited for this. Yeah, like that feeling of when the music hit around like I think the 30 or 40 second mark. I saw your tweet. That feeling of like I was watching it and then it hit and I was like, this series fucking rules. It's like that it has the it factor that no other game has, where it's just, oh yeah, like they nailed it, right? Like that 50s music with that post-apocalyptic look. I don't know who came up with it, who pitched that initial idea. I always wonder that about Fallout. I'm sure if I looked it up, I could find it, but like I always wonder about that because I'm like, that seems like the least fitting combination, but it works beautifully. It's a series staple. And so to see a new fresh take on Fallout, I'm curious because like now that I feel optimistic, I'm like, okay, let's see what we can do. Like what can we do with the story? What can we do with the lore? And my theory is like, bro, I think they're going to try to get this thing all the way until they can set up Fallout 5. Like that is my guess. But Cog, I could go on. I'm keen to hear your thoughts on the Fallout TV show. What do you think of the trailer?
I'm good. No, see, this is not about me. This is about you. And I was like, I just need to make sure my boy's all right because this is his baby. We have fought on the Dukes about. Okay, cool. Because I know we fought in the Dukes in the past before about, but that's his biggest baby. Obviously, I got my Skyrim shirt on today, my Moloch Ball shirt on. I got respect for I love Fallout. You know what I mean? But I was like, did they do my boy right? I saw the tweet. I said, okay, he's in a good place. He's feeling the vibes. Shout out to my man. There's a huge Destiny content creator that I'm friends with from New York. He's a Destiny content creator, but his name is Fallout Plays. And Fallout is his favorite game as well as Destiny. So when I retweeted your tweet, he must have just saw it and retweeted that tweet. So all the Fallout fans was like, and that's what I needed to see to feel good, that y'all was respected. For me, it hit immediately. It's the vibe, it's the feel, like you said. The thing about, as a person who was new to the series, it's a dark reality that's grounded in realism. And we know that this could happen. The bombs could happen. How would we survive? How would civilization take place? Then you marry that with this 50s music, which is like the antithesis of it. It's kind of jokey, happy, and hey, but it's like dark and death and craziness is going on. Then I see the rad roaches. I see a dog meat kind of thing going on. So I'm like, they got it, right? They getting it. And then obviously when I see Walter Goggins, you know what I'm saying? The ghoul, of course, Brotherhood is there. You got to show, that level of strength, that power. I thought the suits looked fantastic. Oh, yeah. The tunnel break. They look like they're going to have that moment, the step out moment, as you call it, and you go into the wastes for the first time. Mm-hmm. It just looks like they're nailing it on all levels. I heard some like mini complaints about little CG or some people, but the overall reception is
Mr. Raygun.
I saw Chris. No, but it actually wasn't thinking about Raygun. Yeah, he was going in on it a little bit. I heard on the CG or something like that. Yeah, but it was one other person that I respect that he had a little comment. But out of all my timeline, I would say the ratio was probably like 95% of people were like, nah, bro, this is it. I'm feeling it. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of people saying that because like one of the leads is a woman. There was like a problem there. And like, I hope it doesn't get political. I'm like, my brother in Christ, have you not played Fallout? Like Fallout getting political? I know there's a difference between social politics today. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to play stupid. I know there's a difference between today's social politics that can fucking ruin any creative thing. But like Fallout getting political, prepare yourself. There will be statements in this show, no doubt about it, as there are with every game.
What was kind of cool for me to see was Todd Howard's name. Was it the guy that was like, what's it, executive producer?
Superstar status now, ain't he? Like, bro, he's like in the Amazon Prime trailer, like legendary game creator Todd Howard. I'm just like, damn, bro.
Like, damn.
The guy who's like, no, please, guys, don't give me all the credit. He's like, put my name in that trailer.
Exactly. He wanted that. Then you got to sign off on that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I like that. And I just, look, man, this series deserves it. And if you tell this story based on the timeline, the possibilities now for the tie-ins for what could happen, for remasters as well as eventual sequels. We could have one here. I will say this is way better than I expected. And I just love the respect of the source material. Of course, it's an adaptation. Not everything's going to be one-to-one. Quick question before I move on. How do you feel about what they're going to do with our boy, Vault Boy? What are we feeling?
Open-minded, interesting, because I don't know what origin story you could pack into this character, but, because originally, like, the thumb was up because it's to, like, I think it's like if the mushroom cloud is like the size of your thumb, then like you're in a safe distance. It's something along those lines. So I thought that was it, but it seems like there may be more to it. So I'm open to it. To it. That's because this is what I it doesn't mean it's going to turn out great, but this is what I asked for. I have to make my bed and lie in it. Right. So like I've asked for, comics, books, shows, games. Like I've asked for it all. Because Fallout is such a magnificently big world. It's our world. And there's so many different cultures and places to explore. And so, like adding depth to the things I already know and love, and the fact that it's canon, it is that double-edged sword. If they nail it, it's going to be like, I love. And I know we're talking about the Vault Boy, but I'm also talking beyond that, like the story and the world itself. Like, oh man, they did it, right? If it's bad, much like a Star Wars show being added to the timeline, is like now we forever need to work around that.
Yeah.
But every game faced that too. 76, right?
True.
Like 76 did a good job getting out of the way because it's like at the start of the timeline. So it's like nice and shoved off where if it was, which it was at first, at least a failure, they just boom, front of the timeline. Easy to ignore. Right. So that I overall am feeling pretty good about things. But actually, I want to move into our next story because it does connect to Fallout in an interesting way. Skyrim Creations have been revealed and they're available now. So to put it simple, Bethesda has brought back the Creation Club once more, rebranded it. This is paid mods. It's all filtered under one menu now. And effectively, what happens here is they're adding new content to Skyrim monthly. So they added like an East Empire expansion. And what you can do is take caves and turn them into pretty much settlements that you can trade resources from. It adds new voiced quest lines. They added new followers. They added new player homes. Like they've added a ton of stuff. They're overhauling the economy for it on the 12th of December. So this episode will have already been out by the time that changes. I don't know what's going to happen there. But yeah, they're throwing their weight behind Skyrim once more. So it's kind of funny. I got to call them out. Starfield, 3 months old, hasn't gotten a major update, in my opinion. Like, that game should have had at least something significant happen between its launch and now, in my opinion.
Okay.
Absolutely. The biggest thing that happened for that game was it getting DLSS, which is a joke that it came so far after launch. Fallout 4 is expected to get a next-gen update this year. So I know, as someone who covers Bethesda closely, I reported that this was happening in February or January. Like, I was there at the beginning, but not everyone was. Optically, this is just a bad call because it just looks like, to me, this is the test bed. It is what it is. This is the test bed that will be brought into the Fallout 4 Next Gen update. Fallout 4 Next Gen is going to have creations. No doubt about it. Mm-hmm. Fallout 4 will get monthly support too. This will be in Starfield as well. So if you're like thinking, oh, it's just Skyrim, whatever, this will be in Starfield. No doubt about it. Here's where people are a little conflicted, Cog. The bright side is Starfield, or really, rather not Starfield, sorry. The bright side is modders are going to get paid, right? They've spent years and years and years and years and years working for free. The only payment they really get is in the form of endorsements. It's usually made across a team, so they don't really make much at all, but they make really cool stuff they can put on their resume, and that usually helps them get a job. Many modders work at Bethesda Game Studios now, so that's kind of like the North Star, right? Mm-hmm. Now, you have, like, for example, I have to get the name of the team, but the team responsible for Sim Settlements, because of this change, has their own studio now. Like, they are a team that's working on mods. Like, that's impressive. This is an impressive achievement accomplished through this system where they can now make money. It's going to be like Minecraft, where there are going to be companies dedicated to making Minecraft mods that make a living off of these Minecraft. Like, incredible, right? The takeaway, though, is that now what's going to happen is you have Nexus, and I think at first it won't happen. I think it'll be slow and gradual. But there are going to be the modders who, again, this is game development we're talking about, time investment, right? And this isn't like a full-time thing. If you're going to take a shot at this, don't you want to take a shot at where you're going to make a little bit of money? Mm-hmm. And so I think over time, these modders will bleed into Creations and put their stuff there instead of on Nexus. And Bethesda benefits from this because they're going to make money off of this when you buy the Creation Club credits. But it's where I'm like, I said in my video, I'm very mixed on it because this could be the beginning of the end of how free modding works when it comes to Bethesda games as this goes into Fallout 4 and Starfield and has that slight gradual takeover. And by the way, I don't hold any modders accountable on that front. Like, go get your money, man. Like, I completely support it. But there's a lot of people who are going to be kicking and screaming along the way that, like, they can't get something such as Sky Oblivion, which has been worked on for 7 years, probably up to 9 years by the time it releases. And they wouldn't have to pay a penny for it, right? The idea that could eventually become official content that you could buy, pay for, install in your game, and that a huge install base can experience, that's cool. But you got to trust Bethesda's going to fairly price these Creation Club credits, or they're calling them creation credits now. You have to trust that this is going to still keep the Nexus market open. But I don't see why modders have a compelling reason to stick around over there when you can go make money over here as time goes on, right? I mean, that's how I'm looking at it, man. I'm curious how you're thinking about this. Because, for example, like Eleonora is a long-time modder in the Bethesda community. And I pick her out because, like, she was a contract worker on Starfield. Like, this leads to major career ops for these. Nice. And, like, more like freelance. You get to work in the company that inspired you at the same time as making your own content that supports the games that inspired you. Like, that's like us, what we're doing here. Like, we start off as just Xbox fans growing up, and, like, now we're doing an Xbox show together. Right. Like, that's cool, right? Absolutely. So I'm trying to look at it open-mindedly, right? Like, this has massive ramifications for the modding community down the stretch. Right now, it's not like that immediate impact. Right now, it just is like, I think the simple commentary from people who don't care is like, oh, Bethesda paid mods greed. And I'm like, yeah, that's part of it. But, like, this has much more long-standing ramifications in my eyes for what modding will become. But that's kind of the setup there. I want to dish it to you. What do you make of Bethesda's move for Creations that will impact not only Skyrim, but also Fallout 4, Starfield, and even Elder Scrolls 6?
Again, this is news to me. Like, I am such a babe when it comes to the modding scene. I am completely new to it. I've never really, as a console gamer and a non PC gamer, most of my history, I was introduced to what mods can do fairly recently, and I was like, oh, I get it now. You're literally transforming this game. You're making it something else, and then in some cases, better than the original developer vision. And I'm just like, oh, okay. So when you see it, and now you see this kind of shift that's about to happen, I'm in the same boat as you. Where it's like, on one hand, I'm like, hey, creators, go get what you got to get, right? I'm always going to be, Cogs is all about the entrepreneur spirit, go get your money, go do what you got to do, provided you don't lose much in the process. But I understand the argument here, right? And it's going to be how it's managed, how it progresses forward. I would just have to monitor it. I don't want to make definitive statements like, I know for sure this is definitely going to happen, and this is bad for the community. I don't know where this is going to go. This is definitely one I have to monitor. But there's a part of me that recognizes how impactful this is, and we just got to see where it's going to go. But. Yeah.
You literally have to watch it play out now. Like, the die I said in my video, I was like, the die has been cast. Like, there is no one doing this. Like, especially because now they didn't make like a whole trailer and big announcement about it. They're doing it quietly. This is going to be dropped into Fallout 4 Next Gen Update, and this is going to slide its way into Starfield probably at the top of the new year. No doubt about it.
Yeah, and for me, the only thing is I'm selfishly, Team Starfield. So for me, I'm like, what y'all gonna do with my joint? Like, don't get me wrong, Elder Scrolls, love you. You're the GOAT. And I did want to clarify just quickly one thing from last time, because I know I saw some commentary in reference to, stuff we were discussing in reference to, favorability with Starfield, and then it's in comparison to the other thing. And the way I was thinking about it, it's not even something I get mad at. It's something I look at it like, when, my Elder Scrolls joint, if comparatively, Skyrim in album terms would be like the Michael Jackson Thriller album, right? Once in a lifetime, every song, it's Beat It, Billie Jean. It's magic in a capsule, right? You may never reach that again. It don't matter what you make.
I don't think they will.
Yeah, that's Michael Jackson. So it's like for us to be sitting there, and we got now the Michael Jackson Bad album and all the hot joints on Bad, like Starfield, right? And we like, yo, but this joint ain't Thriller though. You know, I get it. But sometimes there's only one Thriller. There's only a couple of spaces on Mount Rushmore. So I think gamers, we gotta chill with. This is an objective failure because he made bad. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, there's only one Mona Lisa. There's only one, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes that was a moment in time kind of thing. And I don't want to diminish the greatness of Skyrim because Skyrim is just, we see, right? We see it's still being played more than, everything else kind of thing. That's all I want to say. I just want to have fun with that.
No, totally. So it's Creations coming to Skyrim, eventually Starfield. And so we'll see how it all evolves. We'll be here to cover it.
Yes, sir.
Hellblade 2 may not be far off if Phil's words are anything to go by. When asked what game he's most excited to see fans play, here was his answer, quote, "So I'll say Hellblade 2 because I just love Ninja Theory as a studio. I have for years, and all the work that they do, the craftsmanship is fantastic, and I love how that game's coming together. And we don't have to wait that much longer," end quote. Sooner than we think.
Oh, really? That's.
I don't want to speculate too much because I'm like, if this is at the Game Awards, then
bro, right. That would be crazy,
right? But like, just for fun, what are we thinking?
I mean, now I have to revisit Matt Booty's statements. If Phil is saying he loves it, love what they're doing, kind of implying like you just seen it recently, you just played it again, kind of energy. I believe that was said recently. I don't know if I was watching. It was on.
Someone visited them and played recently.
Yeah, I feel like someone played recently, and I'm gonna I'm gonna throw it on Phil for right now. Either you said it in Brazil or something. Maybe you didn't, but I'm just gonna throw it on you. But look, that would lead me to believe. Maybe it does hit that first half. I was being conservative with them. Take their time. Maybe they needed more time. But remember, we all looked at Matt Booty's statement and he said, was it Towerborn, this, that, and then Hellblade. But we all was thinking, well, maybe that was towards the end of the year. Maybe that's a first half kind of energy. Yeah.
May, June.
I mean, could be, right? If that's first half, oh boy. Oh boy.
That would be scary because that makes me excited for what's in the second half.
Exactly.
That's where my head goes.
Exactly.
But yeah, I can't wait for that game, really. I'm
ready.
Just give me that combat. As long as that's there, then I'll be truly hyped. But I'm very excited just for I think Phil picked the perfect word, craftsmanship. I just love how they make their games. So I'm very excited to see with all that time and the AAA budget, what they can pull together.
Yeah. And the graphical fidelity. Let's go.
Yeah. Phil Spencer confirmed 12 million players for Starfield and that it still sits in the top 10 most played games from their studios. When asked if he thinks Starfield will remain relevant for over a decade like Skyrim, Phil had this to say, quote, "That's our goal. Skyrim is such an amazing hit from Bethesda Game Studios, and talking to Todd Howard and the team, really what they wanted to do is people who love space and space exploration, give them the same opportunity. So a ton of confidence that for many years, Starfield will be sitting very high," end quote. So 12 million players in just 3 months by this point when we're recording it. Really good stats there. Says it still sits in the top 10 most played from their first party studios. So really good metrics across the board for Starfield. And now they're aiming for Skyrim. They've set their sights on one of the most played games ever. So with that, Cog, you can hum your tune. What do you have to say about this success for Starfield?
Look, man. I love that game, man. It's just cool to see. It's just cool to see. And again, I know everybody wants thriller. I get it. You know what I'm saying? But Skyrim, I mean, the Skyrim is something different. You know what I'm saying? But Starfield is special. I'm just so excited. I'm excited for my community. I'm excited for Shattered Space. I'm excited for what else they could add and what the modern community is going to do. And I think this is going to be one of those that has even more legs to it. And it's just a matter of where they go with it. So that's the excitement. We talked about it. We've got some things, some shows lined up discussing, what about this kind of stuff. But this is cool. And you could tell they're they're proud of what it is. And I think one thing as gamers, we all want the critical success, and that means a lot. But also, sometimes some of our most critically acclaimed games don't financially do well. And what's cool about Starfield, the last point I'll say on it, is that it's doing well. And I'm just proud of that. Flaws and all, maybe not everybody likes it and all. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? But the game is being received well financially. That means people are buying it and they're still engaging in it. And that's all you want to see, especially as someone that puts a lot of time and effort into the design of these type of games. So I'm just excited for the long tail. That's where I'm at. Where do you go next? What do you do to keep us back and put us back in that world again? And I just see some stuff on Twitter. I don't know if you saw, someone that follows in the realm of the Dukes. They put up a new game plus 10.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if you saw that clip.
Yeah,
it was kind of okay. So again, it's just a lot of possibilities, man. We talk about it. Go check out. We got some things lined up in Duke Ultimate that you guys are going to listen to. Yes, that's going to be really fun. Trust me.
Yeah, when it comes to 12 million, you know what it is? I'm kind of tired of hearing the stats because I'm ready for like a noteworthy Starfield update. I'm not talking like overhaul the game. I'm just like I'm a little disappointed that we don't have any kind of roadmap or idea of what's next.
That's fair. Yeah.
I don't like that the latest update, and I get like holidays closing out, last one of the year probably. Last update for Starfield had 2 bullet points, man. I was like, really?
I agree.
This is the biggest game. It's now in your top 10, and that's all you've got. Like, that's all you got to say. Like, no statement of like, here's what's to come next year. Here's what we got in mind. Like, I expect better. I expect more. And it shows to me, although it's completely different teams, it shows to me that they're not learning enough from Halo Infinite, which was slow out the gate for support as well. And I know it gained headway and it gained steam, and then it's now in an unstoppable state, as we'll talk about later. Halo Infinite got a really noteworthy update here. But yeah, just I maybe it's my own fault, but I expected more quicker from Starfield, especially because to me, I was like, this is going to be a home run. Like, we didn't know how critically it would go, but I was like, I know this is going to do well commercially. I know it's going to have a lot of players. You got Game Pass. Like, what is your plan? You had so many people on this game. What is your plan? And the fact that we don't really have one, like, we've committed to you. All we've heard from you is like, we're going to be supporting for years. What is that? We don't even know anything about Shattered Space, to tell you the truth. So what is that? And, again, I'll stay patient. But that's like my big disappointment right now. It's like, these numbers are cool. I'm glad it's doing well, but like, I need to know what's going to keep me coming back beyond what your community is going to do. What are you going to do? Because you said you're supporting for years. I want to know what that looks like. So hopefully within the next month, I want to know, like, by the end of January, like, what is your plan for Starfield?
No, I think that's fair. I think that if I'm being totally honest about the situation, it denotes to me that they're not to the level of Halo Infinite, but there was a feeling of it had to get across the finish line, all hands on deck resources, so that this long, there was tremendous pressure on them. No excuses, right? But to your point, like normally around, month 3, maybe month 3, month 4, we'd get a little bit, okay, hey guys, this is what we got going on. I'm confident that's happening though. I'm going to be honest. I'm confident. I just think we made it. Oh my God, we made it. You know what I'm saying? It didn't break. Is it all right? Is it okay? What about the DLS? PC got to wait another month. All right, but we made it, right? Like I do sense that energy, because remember, we had the delay from the last time, right?
Yeah, so a lot of fine tuning.
This was, we got to get it out. It cannot be busted. It cannot be completely a disaster. Now we get to catch up and not making this in your defense. Like normally about this time we should start hearing about it, as opposed to that. So that's what I get from it. I get from it, they still
like a year-end letter like, hey, thanks for playing. Starfield's done like 12 million players. We're really happy with it. Here's what we're doing next.
Yes.
And just to see like the most important updates that have come to the game is like DLSS, which should have been around closer to launch. I was willing to be forgiving of like the opening weeks, but this long. And you look across the water and you see like Baldur's Gate 3, which just added epilogues to all of the characters as a free update. It's like, and I know that had like the benefit of an extra month and early access pipeline, but like
early access they had.
I'm just saying, man, you can't help but look. Okay, Cyberpunk 2.1. I'm like,
who launched it devastatingly broken.
I know.
And
I'm just saying, bro, that I'm looking around.
Do we want Starfield to be delisted from this? Like, let's be fair. Like Starfield, you are on fire with your overall point. I do feel at this time we should have got a roadmap. But comparatively speaking, these other games that we are comparing had way different origin stories to get
totally.
to
And they had multiple, in case of one, had multiple years. I'm just saying that I would like to know what's next. I don't think they were going to deliver a 2.1 level update or an epilogue level update. I'm just saying I want to know what the plan is, Todd.
Fair.
So let us know what the plan is.
I will say the only time I will get into worry zone with Starfield in this capacity is if we are at 6-month mark. And
you got a lot more patience than me. 6 months.
Yeah, because
like March next year, kind of.
Like if you were like, I expect like January, February, we're gonna hear something. I honestly do. But if we go now that 6 month and they talk about, yeah, guys, we fixed quest number 38.
Yeah.
Bullet point 1 updated. I'm like, that's it. Like now I'm in that state. Right, let them breathe. They doing their little lap right now. They got through. I get it. I think it's coming. I think it's going to come sooner than we think. But this will be a good point in 2024, and we'll see, did anything actually happen?
We will see.
We'll see. And then you can come for me and be like, oh, I told you what's going on over there.
I have a good memory, so I'll have you know.
I know. I would hear it.
Dragon Age Dreadwolf's full reveal is coming summer 2024, is revealed in a new trailer. They did this ahead of the Game Awards, likely because they didn't want to be asked where they were at the Game Awards, since BioWare is typically there. They had their last 2 Dragon Age Dreadwolf trailers there, and the Mass Effect trailer reveal was there too. So they did this, I imagine, to avoid that blowback. Some people were kind of like confused, like, what's full reveal? They said it's going to be gameplay. They said it's going to be release date. So we're going to get all of that information for Dragon Age Dreadwolf summer next year. BioWare is just in a lose-lose situation right now with this, because just not the game, but just like people were pissed that they were talking about it. And I'm like, BioWare's biggest problem has been talking too early, showing too early. Like the first time we saw Dreadwolf was like that concept trailer where like all the characters were wireframe. And I remember saying in that video, I was like, what are you doing showing this shit? This is not telling us fucking anything about the game other than it exists. Unbelievable. So for me, I'm like, good, stay quiet. They've been doing blog updates like, hey, we hit alpha. They did the last year. This is the next big update. Like, hey, here's when we're going to do the big reveal. If we want BioWare to get back to anywhere close to where they once were, give them time, give them space. I'm not trying to apologize on their behalf. I have been the most critical of what is one of my favorite game developers ever. No doubt about it. But look, I just feel like people are just trying to find a way to make them lose before the game has had a chance to show itself. And I say it as someone who only really loves Dragon Age Origins. I am super critical of the other 2 Dragon Age games. I've been like, come on, we got to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Later, based on the notes. That's the inside joke.
But Dragon Age Dreadwolf, COG, reveal summer 2024. How are we feeling?
I mean, I saw this little, bit of a reveal that they just showed. It was just like a map and voice, and it sounded cool. I mean, I'm ready. I'm like, what's going on? So there's so much pressure on this game. I need this game to be good. I just do. Yeah. If this game ain't good,
Mass Effect fans got to pull for this game.
Yes, we are in by committee. Like I feel like how the Dallas Cowboys felt when the Niners beat the Eagles. They're like, yes, we're pulling for you so that we can try to beat them to get there. That's where a lot of Dallas Cowboy energy with this. Right? You know what I'm saying? The friend of my enemy is my friend. That kind of thing. So look. I'm pulling. That's all I can say. I just look at stay tuned to Mr. Dara, Duke Dara. I've been paying attention to his timeline and see how he's doing because I know he's over there. So I'm pulling for them, man. That's all I can do right now.
Next up, we have Phil Spencer, who recently spoke to Bloomberg and had this to say about a mobile store for Xbox. Quote, "It's an important part of our strategy and something we are actively working on today, not only alone, but talking to other partners who'd also like to see more choice for how they can monetize on the phone," end quote. So Candy Crush in full swing here, COG. Xbox continues to explore a mobile store for Xbox. This is something that we learned about through Square Enix, where when it was reported that Xbox was targeting them, there was mention of, pardon me, I don't know what I got in my throat this week, man, but pause. I don't know what's going on though, bro, but I keep choking on my words here. I'm just trying to get sentences out, but I keep coughing out here. So Phil Spencer, Xbox Store, we heard about this through the Square Enix potential acquisition, that this is something they've been chasing down. Seems like they're still dedicated not only in their own individual efforts, so it seems like there's going to be a real big mobile push, but also something more beyond that, like maybe Game Pass for phones. I don't know, but what do you think of this, Cog?
We're in the end game now.
Oh no!
This is what it is. When they got that fifth Infinity, this is what it was, y'all. Mobile store. I'm telling y'all, like they all hands are on deck, because they're looking at Apple and the whole walled garden thing, and if that gets broken up or not, you got to have your own store, and this is why the ABK thing was the king portion was critical. So they are trying to get set up. Now, partners is interesting. I want to see who they look to work with, who they look to team up with on that. That's going to be interesting. Whose name's going to be revealed as a co-conspirator with this?
Yeah, I don't even know what their vision is. They're just like, oh, we want a mobile store. I'm like, isn't the point of like Xbox Cloud Gaming to like take your games on the go? So like, I'm kind of like staying patient, because I don't even know if I have the proper education to understand like what the vision. I don't know if you have a better idea than I on that.
I think a little bit. I think again, I think still cloud is separate, because it's still the more robust experience streamed onto a phone. Whereas we got to be honest, I just had a great conversation with Lord Addict, and it came down to video games and controls, and I forgot how the subject came up, and it was like, yeah, my girl, we were talking about which I'll talk about, like Cocoon and stuff, I'll talk about later. Some of these games are really perfect for the casual gamer, because like they see it, and we are so hardcore, we forget how skilled we are. People see all of this, and look how many buttons it is, and look how many triggers, and they're terrified. This is too much for the average person. They like analogs.
Kind of like an Apple Arcade for Xbox.
So you gotta have that Call of Duty Mobile, that Rovio the Birds and Candy Crushes, and that's the simple. The moms.
That's. I don't know if you meant that on purpose, but that
was a Freudian slip. But don't pay that. You got to edit that. I'm just being silly. But hey, you never know if they acquire them. They're gonna want them, because.
But I think like if that's a third party partner, that's a perfect one. Like the Sega relationship is right there. It's like, hey, join our storefront. We'll put Angry Sonic in there, and we'll see what happens.
I don't want to upset the Monopoly bros. I'm just telling people when you looked at the M&A list, that Microsoft document that got leaked, every bullet point had, oh, by the way, their mobile section is this. Square has this. Like, they were attracted to Sega because of that. Like, that's just a fact. That's out there. That's public information. So basically, to my point is, they want to get their store popping, and now that you can put in the Call of Duty moments and all that, now you can be, that's where the money's at. I love my console all day. I'm all hardcore, but this pie is not getting any bigger. It's the same. You're fighting for the same block. It's like you're fighting for New Jersey and New York. They want
fighting from New Jersey.
All right, nobody's fighting over Jersey. You know what I'm saying? But Microsoft is fighting for all the other states. That's where the mobile is, so to speak, the analogy. So that's what it is. And as much as we don't care about it, the reason why we should care about it is because that money can help facilitate the projects we want that don't necessarily are financially as big as we think they are. And that's the part.
Well said. We'll see what happens. This is a big one here. Phil Spencer did an interview with our good friend Jez Corden over at Windows Central. Again, congrats to him. I can't think of a guy who's more deserving for the interview.
So proud of Jez.
Yes, sir. And he asked some great questions here, and we have some important answers, one of which was a major topic last week. Bear with me as I read a lot. Jez asked Phil about Xbox CFO Tim Stewart's comments regarding bringing Game Pass to any screen that plays games, including Nintendo and PlayStation. Quote, I'll start by saying that we have no plans to bring Game Pass to PlayStation or Nintendo. It's not in our plans, but I think you hit on the right point on what it means to own an Xbox. The thing I want to be focused on is how do we continue to innovate for people who have made the commitment to our hardware platform? And how do we continue to make sure that they feel great about their investment in what we've built? I'm obviously going to have my own point of view on our hardware, but I think our hardware teams did a great job with the Xbox Series X and Series S this generation, giving value and performance in the hardware line. When I think about investments in things like Game Pass and Xbox Cloud Gaming, cross-play and cross-save and ID at Xbox, all these things, I want us to continue to innovate so people on our consoles feel like we're making great investments in console that matches their commitment they're making to us. Game Pass is one of those things, that over the last 5 years we've built, we continue to grow. It's on PC, it's on cloud. It's an important part of the Xbox console identity, and I think it will continue to be that. And we will continue to look at future ways for us to innovate across our game portfolio and our platform. When asked about what innovations Xbox does have planned, Phil said, quote, "There's a hardware roadmap, there's a service roadmap, maybe there's even a roadmap for improvements to Xbox achievements, which I know is something that you and many others care about. We need to make sure we're exposing roadmap to our customer to keep them excited. We know that our customers want to know that, as Xbox continues to grow, that we still have a commitment to them. We want our Xbox core customers that have been with us all along to feel respected," end quote. Then we get an update on the Game Pass family plan. Phil says, quote, "Yeah, there is a roadmap for the Xbox family plan. We put it in the market to learn. It's important for us and for everybody to understand that Game Pass is mainly driven by our partners' content. Yes, we put our first-party games in day and date, and I think it's an important part of the equation, but we also have to continue to build a service that works for creators heading into Game Pass as well. So we do some tests. We look at what happens in the market. We share that data with our partner. We need to come up with a value proposition for creators and for players to make it a win-win. And we've been able to do that with how Game Pass is structured. We'll continue to look at ways to bring value to more customers while continuing to make a great live service for creators," end quote. Probably the most exciting one here. Mm-hmm. On games that we could see revived, Phil says, quote, "You did a good job laying out some of the examples from the past, thinking about Age of Empires. We're on the 10th anniversary edition of Killer Instinct, which is another nice example to think about. There has to be passion in the teams behind the project. That doesn't mean that the team has to be the original team every time. I'm not one, and maybe this is just my approach, I'm not one to come in and take a franchise from a team and remove them from the discussion or development process on how something new gets built. By the way, this means that if Halo was ever removed from 343, they're still going to be involved whether you like it or not. Just want to throw that out there. I think the original creators, the culture, frankly, some of the lessons we've learned from past experiences here are very important. You've seen from our history that we haven't touched every franchise that people would love us to touch. Banjo fans, I hear you. But it is true that when we find the right team and the right opportunity, I love going back to revisit stories and characters that we've seen previously. In the case of Blizzard games specifically, really what I'd want to do is work with Blizzard's leadership to see where they have passion. I say this, but I'm not suggesting that Blizzard doesn't have passion for reviving franchises too. I know that from my visits to the team, they absolutely have the passion in this area. There's a lot of excitement for possibilities that we can all do together. But also, I want our fans and customers to know that I don't bring up games just to tease to no end. If people have watched how we've teased things in the past, there's usually some kind of reconciliation on those hints later on. I'm not one to try and lead people on. It might not happen on the timeline that people would love, but usually when I tease, there's something there," end quote. Jambi writes, "Hello, Code Red Dukes. Hope y'all are doing well. Phil Spencer recently had that interview with Windows Central where he answered many questions about the future of Xbox. One thing he touched on, without being asked directly, was a roadmap for Xbox achievements. Do you think that much needed an overhaul is finally coming? The Diamond achievement may be finally being valued at the same as a Platinum trophy, maybe add achievements to OG Xbox games. What do you gents think? Keep up the awesome content. I hope you have a Breaking Benjamin and Incubus are doing a soundtrack for Hellblade II type of day." Hell yeah. Love Breaking Benjamin. Cog, a lot here. Of course, we can get to Jambi's first question, but I'm excited to get your thoughts otherwise.
Yeah. Look, Jeremy, quickly, yes, I think it is probably the fact that he mentioned it. He knows that the pressure's been on that team for them to deliver that. Mm-hmm. And it's long overdue. So I like to know, I like to hear that it's a roadmap, achievements, services, hardware. For me, what I got out of this, the main thing is this was a major step to refute Tim Stewart's comments, which was the last week. And again, this is where we talked about, the audience who you're talking to. Tim Stewart talking to investors, them wanting to hear about, hey, we like that stuff is going everywhere. Hey, Minecraft, hey, Call of Duty's going to have all these players, it's going to go here and there. And then him speaking and us taking it. And then no one's wrong for I don't blame anyone for taking it and say, hey, man, they're going third party. Look what he just said. I never attacked anybody for that because I could see how that could be misconstrued, right? Now, Phil comes out to me, to Jez, which is very important. That means they want to get ahead of that and say, at this point, that is not on the plan. Now, the key word is the plan. You know what I'm saying? Because as of right now, who knows what the future holds, right? But as of right now, that's not where it's at. So I think it's important. I think it's important to synergize the messaging, to make sure that the mission statement is correct, what the vision is. And then for people who say, oh, well, no, that's the CFO. Phil is still over that man. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, this is where the buck stopped. And this is what he's saying. And the fact that he's doing that to me denotes that he understands that the person who invests in Xbox hardware may be concerned about the future based on the previous couple of days. Are you truly committed to this? Are you going to be here? This is what I look at. First, I look at the stuff that has leaked and the hardware roadmap that we do know about, right? We know there's stuff coming, and that is at least another generation of Xbox hardware. After that, I can't predict. But also we do know, just look at tangible evidence as of right now. Let's say Phil is lying, right? Okay, so let's look at the roadmap. We know outside of Call of Duty and Minecraft, which I've gone everywhere, all first-party exclusives have stayed with the Xbox platform. And in future stuff like Hellblade, we know, Avowed, we know. We have not heard anything otherwise. And to me, you won't invest in your third-party studios to do what you're doing right now to put this on your platform. So that's how I look at it. Now, is it definitive? Can it never change? I'm never going to say that. Who knows what could happen again in the future? But I thought it was important for him to come out here and say it just to kind of put everybody at ease with that. And everything else was just kind of, I'm sorry, yeah, jump in.
I was interrupting you. Go ahead.
No, please, no, jump in because you got a thought. I could tell. You cook it.
No, I was wondering it wasn't really a thought about what you were saying per se, but more so to add to what you may have to say, which is,
yes.
Why did we have the Nintendo Switch in the background of that one shot? Not Phil, but remember when Sarah Bond was on camera and it was very deliberately placed? There's no plans.
Yeah.
And that was a deliberate tease.
See, this is how I look at it. This is let's get corporate talk for a minute. This is the game. The game is investors like to hear that because, you're going to make this much money when you put Call of Duty where? Ooh. You know what I'm saying? That's what wait, Minecraft, remember they talked about how they went into Satya's office like, yo, we want to buy Minecraft. This is their best investment to this date. And he's like, why you want to buy this blocky thing? And then they saw how much money. Oh my God, these kids are playing. And this is everyone. What? Oh my God. Fire up the Bentleys and the Rolls. This is corporate stuff. You're talking to investors, right? Now, the gamer knows, okay, if this is the case, what happened when Starfield got announced? Was it everyone play, we win? Was it? No, it was, this is over here and delete your version. So this is, again, I get where people, if anyone wants to come at them and say this is mixed messaging, COG, you can say that. I am never going to attack anybody for that. I'm never going to say, there might be some, misalignment with certain things and how things could be twisted. Absolutely. I'm never going to say that's not. But I look at the actions. The actions tell me, no, you are still investing in this ecosystem and Game Pass stuff because remember the key word? We'll put all the ZeniMax stuff wherever Game Pass exists. Mm-hmm. That told me everything I needed to hear. So don't go about this. Don't go about this. Go about what they doing. You know what I'm saying? And that to me is what this is. But
that mixed messaging is going to just keep coming back to bite them in the ass.
It will. And unfortunately, he has to keep coming out and correcting if you're not on the same page. I agree. I feel this was that. He knew this was a very pointed interview. He wanted to let people know this because he knew what Tim Stewart's comments, the effect that it could have, and where he wanted to get in front of it. This to me was extremely calculated.
Yeah, 100%. So I think it's a matter of inevitability when it comes to those two platforms, but it seems right now Game Pass isn't going to be heading there for the foreseeable future because Xbox still needs to grow their base, and so they need to continue to invest in that, and that makes sense to me. What did you think about this achievement? No, we talked about the achievement row. I'm sorry. I personally am excited about that. Yeah, I don't know what the holdup is. I feel like we could all present a nice game plan for what achievements could look like. There were even I remember Jez shared I think trademark listings for some and potential plans for them. They seem to have these ideas that all sound great. And so I just, my ignorant self is what the hell is the holdup? This feels like it should have been done at the start of the gen.
I agree because I don't want to give them a pass too much because of ABK because this was during the days of Mikey Barra being at Xbox. I remember hearing a roadmap. I was part of studies and Xbox Inside. Bro, my achievements on Xbox Inside is crazy. I'm I battle anybody. I give defeat. They have a score. They rate you internally on I submit feedback to improve the platform. See, I'm not these dudes on Twitter just talking. I'm this is garbage. You need to do this. I'm in there. I log into my Xbox. I don't play a game first. I go to Xbox Insider and I'm reporting on and I'm filling out all the achievements there and giving all the feedback because y'all got to be better. This is not it. So one of the things back then they were talking about, bro, it was so cool. It was for guys like me, the thing that hurts me is I'm a live service guy. If you're a live service guy, you don't really get to benefit off of mad achievements, even if you spend hours and hours apart in a certain game, in an ecosystem. So they were talking about almost trophy representation based on your commitment to franchises, in platinums in that respect, so to speak. This was talk from back then. Michael Borra's been gone. That was when he was part of the company. So I'm damn, what happened to that? And what happened to all this other stuff? So, I can't give them an excuse because at first I was well, maybe ABK. Nah, fam, this was back then. Yeah. Drudging your feet. And shout out to Jay, shout out to all the people in the platform team. I don't know where the resources got pulled, but we need to get back there because if you're going to do this investment in this ecosystem that is Game Pass, this is what keeps people in there. People want to show those completion rates. And then when they did it, this is my symbol that I dove completely into. And I think it does well for PlayStation. I really do. I think that is part of PlayStation.
I bought games plenty of times. I just got Bomb Rush Cyberpunk at Best Buy. I had Switch or I had PlayStation. This is in my top 10 games of the year. I was I don't want this on PlayStation. I want to go get some trophies for this game. It helps. It absolutely helps. It's why they're foolish to have let it go on this long unaddressed.
And on the flip side, and again, my Punching Up gang, I love y'all. This is why I don't do a lot of third parties on Switch besides the performance, is because I'm damn, I feel like I'm just doing this for free.
Yeah, they do all the in-game achievements, but they never do the system itself, right? Every game that they ship has an achievement system or a sticker book or some crap, but they just always don't do the full achievement system over at Nintendo. I feel again, missed opportunity there. People buy games for this stuff.
Because we want the credit and it validates, Maddie really played that game. He beat that game. He did whatever, or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? It validates to the gamer. It is it's very important. Me and Collins had that discussion 100%. He would totally come over to Xbox ecosystem. We call it, entitlements. You know what I'm saying? Hey, bring that joint over. He would have all his third party PlayStation stuff go over to Xbox.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a big step in the right direction if it was somehow possible. Now, Banjo fans, I hear you. He says in that same sentence that I don't just tease to tease. So we've heard, I remember, I think it was last summer, someone had reported that Banjo, it was a known name. I want to say it might have been MVG. I'm not, I'll double check while you talk, but we had heard a Banjo remake of some kind was in development, and him to throw that out there again, kind of unprovoked, and then say I don't just tease, usually when I say something, there's weight behind it. So I took this away as something with Banjo's happening soon. Who knows when, but soon. What do you think about Xbox's plan for reviving not only Banjo, maybe, but also older Activision games where they seem very open to the idea.
100% agree. I don't believe Phil mentions, has a shirt, or shows something in the background. It all has a purpose. So for him to just randomly throw this out, to me, denotes that at the very minimum, they have the team now, or they have the structure in place to now pursue the Banjo remake that people want, because this has been on the list for so long. You know, shout out to Addy. He's been screaming this for the rooftops. He's such a Banjo fan. And yeah, people got excited because if Phil mentions it, it's on the radar. It kind of reminds me of when 2015, I had mentioned to him, like, bro, y'all need a baseball game. What's going on? Y'all need a baseball game. What's going on? What's going on? You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. He does listen. Don't make no mistake. He does listen. And I know there was purpose, but that MLB The Show situation and how it went down and how he got his involvement. He wanted to flex that. He tweeted. So yeah, I fully believe there is a plan in place for Banjo.
So yeah, they June of last year, Phil was actually playing Banjo-Kazooie. People saw on his Xbox profile. He was playing it. And then around that same time, NVG, who's definitely a widely recognized and respected YouTuber, who's also a game developer at Night Dev, who's doing like a lot of the great ports. Like they just did Turok 3, and I think they're doing a Star Wars Dark Forces next. He said this on the Nate the Hate podcast, quote, I've spoken to a lot of people and I'm not an insider. I'm a developer, but sometimes I hear things, and I was at GDC earlier this year and there were some people talking about Banjo. I've heard that Banjo's coming up for months now from different people. Something's happening with Banjo. What I can't tell you is what it is, end quote. So this was before the Xbox Bethesda game showcase last year, dating back to GDC. So to kind of just add to that, like, it seems like something's happening. Now it's like Phil bringing it up. It's a matter of when, not if, to me. It's just, I've been saying, like, Xbox needs that kind of younger gamer friendly title. Like, I think of like PlayStation launching with Astrobot was a smart idea. Not only is that game awesome, but nice, good entry level, child friendly game, right?
Yes.
They did that with Knack. And I know Knack is a bit of a meme, but like, there was Sackboy, right? Like that was another one, right? So they are aware that like you need to target all these demographics, and Xbox has like a good grip on like the like 18 and up, I think, like of what they would enjoy. But I think below that, they don't have the mascot presence that PlayStation has, not because they don't own the IP. They have the IP, they just don't use it. So I hope that with Banjo, they can reach like both audiences, like new gamers as well as some of the older ones who have a lot of memories of Banjo.
Fair enough.
Halo Infinite continues to roll cog. Firefight, King of the Hill, a repair field equipment piece, Forge updates, ranked and custom game browser improvements have all been added to Halo Infinite this week. Now, this is coming just after Season 5, which had a bunch of additions, and also Halo 3 Refueled, which added 8 more Halo 3 maps into the standard matchmaking rotation. This is where 343 is at their fucking best, man, because there's no denying this, right? That they suck at the start. We've seen that for like 3 projects in a row. Y'all thought I was going to compliment them, didn't you?
It's like, it's
I was going to compliment them. They fuck up at the start. They've done it for like 3 different games in a row. But when they get rolling with their live service support, and I'm talking rolling like MCC rolling, I'm talking now Infinite rolling. Can you think of a better live service team in the industry at certain stretches? Not collectively. They're rolling right now. I'm trying to give them their flowers, but I'm just saying, man, like impressed. This is like, bro, modes. Now we're adding PvE modes. Like, man, this is what people have been asking for. And it makes me excited again for that big announcement. What's to come, right? So what do you make of this, Cog? Am I overselling it?
No, you're not. You're on fire with this. They're not getting enough credit. Look, man, again, where are they at right now? But they're still doing well. And the thing about it is that I saw that firefight. That thing looks really fun. I got to get in there, man. I got to get in there. So, yeah, they are just continuing to pound away at the actual game modes and all the customization and everything that the community wants. And every trailer I look, it looks phenomenal. So, yeah, Halo's definitely rolling and rolling. I know what I want. I'm not ad nauseum. I've said what I want.
Yes,
which is,
yes.
one more thing.
You and I both.
But we're not going to take away from the continued excellence. And I believe, I always butcher, is it Pierre Heinz? Is that
yes.
Okay. I don't know why I have Kurt Pierre in my head. It's like, it's nothing Kurt with anything. It's Pierre Heinz. I don't know where Kurt comes from. But anyway, Pierre Heinz, salute to y'all. Y'all out here grinding and doing the thing. And again, it just shows, your track record from and him and the team from Halo Master Chief Collection, how they turned that around into how big it is now. So yeah, salute, keep it pushing. Can't wait to see what's next.
Sir, a couple more live servicey updates for Xbox. Private servers have been added to Sea of Thieves, and Forza Motorsport just got its third update, adding Hockenheim to the track list alongside new race suits, cars, a set of new career series called the Contemporary Tour and the British Mark Open Tour, featured rivals, spec and open events, and a helping of new fixes. Update 4 will release mid-January of 2024. So a couple of noteworthy updates here for the Xbox first-party library. Anything stand out to you that you'd like to talk about?
No, just safe. I believe it's called Safe Seas with Sea of Thieves. Shout out to the man Ben. He would know better than me. But I was hearing, I forgot how I was in a podcast or something I was listening to about it, and how people are really excited for that mode who don't want to be bothered with the debauchery and they want to have fun. And Forza, we already know, like, they are continuing now to continue to add to those features that people have been wanting, that felt it was a little, featureless at launch, a little missing, and now they're adding this stuff in and keep it pushing, keep it going.
But remember, this is let's hold them accountable, guy.
Go ahead.
This is a premium product. This is not a live service game.
Good point.
Yeah.
Fair.
We all smelled the BS on that one.
Fair criticism. And this is anyone who wants to come at live service and their concerns with live service about not being feature complete. That is a fair criticism, because we are seeing a little bit of a pattern here. I cannot ignore that, right? Yeah. So no, that's fair. That's fair. And this is something that we still can hold them accountable for.
This one is all you, sir. IGN's report on the status of Bungie 1 month after laying off roughly 100 workers and restructuring Destiny's 2 approach to the final shape is here, and it's not looking great. The cuts on staff and other cost-cutting moves were the result of Bungie attempting to avoid a total Sony takeover, it said. The board is comprised of PlayStation Studios head Herman Holst, Sony Senior VP Eric Lempel, Bungie co-founder Jason Jones, Bungie CTO Luis Villegas, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, and Bungie CEO Pete Parsons. And sources are now claiming that the shared power may not last forever. The current split board structure is contingent on Bungie meeting particular financial goals. And if Bungie fails to meet them by a great amount, like it seems they recently did with the 45% missed profit margins, then Sony can dissolve the board and take full control of the company. It hasn't scaled back in just staff, though. IGN says other measures to reduce costs have been implemented that are such as a studio-wide hiring freeze, reduced travel budgets, elimination of holiday bonuses, keeping its annual Bungie Day virtual, delaying its week-long company Pentathlon event to next December, and reducing numerous morale events such as cooking and knitting classes from monthly to quarterly. Bungie is also pausing or fully ending benefits like annual employee compensation adjustments to meet market rates, its new hire lunch program, employee donation matching, its peer recognition program, and gift cards for employees' birthdays. And yearly studio performance bonuses this year will only be the contractually obligated 80% minimum after being above 100% for good performance several previous years running. It is said that the current state of morale is at an all-time low, with some defining it as, quote, soul-crushing, end quote. The team at Bungie believes that they're due for more layoffs if Final Shape doesn't do well. The company is considering outsourcing more than usual, especially when it comes to quality assurance or QA, a move that would undoubtedly lead to many current employees' positions becoming moot. We have a write-in here from Derek O. Greetings to the Dukes. Some bad news at Bungie is breaking again via IGN. Apparently, morale at the studio is tanking and more layoffs may be imminent. But what also really caught my eye is that if Bungie misses more revenue targets, they could be looking at a total board takeover by Sony. Could that be the end of Bungie games on non-PlayStation platforms platforms, sorry, will they be banished to the third-person single-player action-adventure mines? As a longtime Xbox Destiny player, it's looking spooky out here. Cog, I need you to tell me everything will be okay. So this is all you, man. I want to know not only your takes on what's happening within Bungie here as it continues to spiral downward for them, but also the general expectation you have for games after Destiny 2 moving forward, the viability of making their way to the Xbox platform. I feel like live service and large products like Call of Duty, for example, necessitate multiple platforms, but will they be in a position here where if Sony takes over, we know they like to reel it in nice and tight. It's make it a buying reason for their console. So I'm wondering for you, Cog, like what are you thinking on all of this?
I'm going through it, Maddie. I'm going through it. It's a lot of emotions.
Yes.
I mean, I'm feeling, I'm gonna be honest, I'm feeling, I'm never going to say something's over till it's over, but I'm feeling, end of an era energy, and I'm trying to be positive as much as I can because I have so many friends and colleagues in that building that are still there, that are going through it right now. And I'm going to be respectful to them, but I'm also going to tell the truth of how I feel. So, look, here's the deal. This situation, now that we've got more context about the board situation, really sheds light on everything to me, because what it shows me is what I said earlier about the kind of like that check to check energy. You got to have these microtransactions because we need the money. You know what I'm saying? And we need the money because guess what? If we don't meet these targets, and the way I think it was explained is like 2 quarters consecutively or whatever it is, if they fail to meet those targets that they themselves have put them in, I know people say, hey, that's their own fault. That's fair. However, your board will be dissolved. As the board currently stands, there's 2 Sony employees, right? Herman Hulse being one of them, 3 Bungie, Jason Jones, OG, co-founder, OG, one other, Luis, and then Pete. So technically, as the board sits, they got majority. There's 3 versus 2. So final say, you know what I mean? If they don't like what Sony's doing, we going, okay, cool. That's probably what got you in the room as far as a negotiation tactic to maintain multi-platform, maintain how you want to do, because Sony values everything else you do. But if now you shout these outrageous targets, you didn't meet them, oh, Sony's like, oh yeah, you have another life fall again. have another life fall again. 45% word. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, we're going to see. So it's a sad situation that they find themselves in, because it is self-inflicted, because their comms team, the developer team, was on the pulse of the community, and the community said, you need to do this, this, and this, and this, and they said no. So what this showed me is this is corporate fighting. The people who made the mistakes are fighting to stay alive. Mm-hmm. They are like, oh my God, we got to hit the top. And now I get it. Now I get why you got rid of the Salvatore, because you looked at the fight. All right, he already finished the music. God damn, look how much money he... he already finished. Final Shape's done, right? Oh, community met all these. And then here's the sad part. This is why I'm sad. The thing about Bungie, if you follow them, the whole ethos is, look at the fist. The logo's the fist. It's independence. We broke free. We're free of the British. We're free from Microsoft. We're free from Activision. We're free. And now you signed over here, and all the things that made you have now capitulated and now have gone away from it. Now you're getting rid of the diversity teams. You're getting rid of certain all the things that made you this unique thing that made the culture so cool. Because the people there right now, they talk about it's soul crushing. Oh, by the way, and then also in the article, they said, oh yeah, and if this continues, there's a level we could push again for more cuts.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, here's the funny part, Manny. Someone went to them and said, yo, so why don't y'all do what Nintendo did when the CEO cut the money and this, that? Oh, no, we're not that type of company. Our corporate guys are not taking any pay cuts. So look, I just got to be honest.
That type of company. I mean, when you're glazing Nintendo like that, I mean, that's fucking crazy that you can come out looking worse. That's crazy. Sorry, go on.
You're absolutely right. And here's the thing, like where the Marty O'Donnells and the stuff will laugh, because they're getting the last laugh now, because they kind of warned about the behaviors and certain things and how things was moving, right? Mm-hmm. So this is the ultimate self-reflection, look in the mirror moment. I mean, all I would say is it doesn't look good. The only reason why I'm negative, Nancy, a little bit is because there's so much pressure on now for Final Shape to be good. They've delayed it. Great, fine. Then you've got that. Then you've got to make content between that 7-month gap of the current season right now, which is Season of the Wish. So player sentiment is already low. Now, I will say this. Gamers are frauds. Trailer looks fire and K6 is back. People will pick up. But the question is, it could be a success, but will it be the success that they envision that they're telling Sony is going to happen? See, that's the difference, because this happened to them before with Forsaken. It's great. Activision said, not according to the numbers that you said we was going to make. So that's where I'm worried. And then if you have that, and I got to be honest, I'm done. I got to get Ray Gunn in. We got to do something together on this, because I know he's going through it right now. You know what I'm saying? But the thing also is, we got to be honest, is look, Bungie, whatever they touch from a gunplay, from a feel, it's always great in my opinion, right? But an extraction shooter in 2024, 2025, I don't know how that plays. How does that resonate to a mass audience to get the hit that you think you may? I don't know. I'm not trying to be negative, Nancy. I don't know. Maybe it's the next Counter-Strike and people go, oh my God, they got it. But look, if they don't hit that, they don't hit this. Now you're talking about board resolution, being dissolved. Now now some people may say, no, Cog, that's probably what they need. You know what I'm saying? It's possible. I don't know, right? But the thing, I will say this, the last point to the question you asked earlier about third party and would they be stripped or what they can't do. This is what I think from Sony's perspective. If I had to guess, Sony's probably like, look, it makes no sense to take live service. We've already got them everywhere. You're going to remove Xbox. You're going to remove it doesn't make sense financially. You keep that in place if Sony now takes control of the board. The thing I will say, and Xbox fan, what's my man name? Derek O. I'm going to tell you this. Let's say they don't make these targets. Worst case scenario, all that stuff. My Cox prediction is we're going to go back to the Activision days where it's going to be that exclusive exotic on PlayStation over there and that map. PlayStation will find a way to get some extra monetization and to make their platform the preferred place to play Marathon. And you best believe, I don't think they're going to strip it away.
Slippery slope.
Exactly. Yeah. And now you've lost your control. You lost all the things that made you. Final point, I spoke to Hulk briefly. I don't think it's a hostile takeover like everybody. I don't think it's this painting Sony in this evil. This is literally the type of contracts that are made and stuff like that. It is favorable for Bungie because they was able to keep a board of directors, but they got to hit the targets, and we'll see. We'll see. That's where I'm at with it. But yeah, a little nerve wracking, and I don't know about the future of my beloved game.
That's the danger with these live service games. You need money to invest big to keep earning more, but once you lose that grip one time, that's it. Like, you're just immediately on a strong downward slope. And you look at what happened, right? Like, Lightfall hit, didn't light the world on fire, and look at what's happened since then, right? And it's crazy because, like, there was a point where it was like all the momentum leading into Lightfall was crazy. And so it just shows that even the best of live service games are just not immune to this sort of stuff. And that I think of Fallout 76 is a perfect example. They can only go so big, not only because if they dared to charge money for anything beyond, like, if they charged money for content in that game, like, people would come back just to go make fun of them for, like, you're charging money for this. I'm not even saying that to insult the game, but they're in this shit position where it's like, they probably have more ambitious plans in the game, but they're like, we'd have to charge for this and we can't. And so, like, and because of that disastrous launch, like, imagine they start off good and they built up and then they could do more ambitious expansions and demand more team members for the project. So now it's like they need to go against the grain here at Bungie and be like, we're doing our worst, arguably, and we need to put out our best, which requires the most investment to go above and beyond. And it's good they have a partner like Sony where maybe they can wiggle something out there to make that happen. But yeah, it's worrying times for them, no doubt about it. And of course, this can result in a lot more job cuts. So I don't think this is the end of the bad news at Bungie, but I'm hoping that with the new season and then final shape that they come out as unscathed as possible. But I don't think it's going to be. Yeah. I don't think it's going to be clean at the end of the day.
Yep. I agree. It's a tough situation. Live service is very difficult, man. It just is. And the last thing I'll say is just, the reason why I'm sad is at the end of the day, look, I know some people hate this game. That's fine. You know what I mean? I've just come from the era where I've seen things don't exist anymore. Mm-hmm. And I would just hate for them to be a footnote in a paragraph somewhere, right? Yeah. And this is still the human element. And so I'm just pulling for them, whatever happens. I mean, again, maybe the result of Sony being in control of the board, if they keep failing, maybe that's the way to control them. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want them to go away. That studio has made so much for me.
Let me pop a question your way, right? Because we know Sony's a trusted publisher. Would there be a restored sense of optimism if you knew that they were kind of taking over and like, okay, the days of like corporate overreaching and greedy moves within Bungie might be done because now it's like a Sony-owned product and there's a quality attached to that? Would that restore some of your faith as a player, perhaps? Beyond, I know you said like, there might be the PlayStation exclusive exotic. Do you think that good could come out of that at the end result? I'm not saying we have to prey on their downfall, but is it kind of like, oh, this is worst case scenario if Sony now just officially owns them and calls all the shots?
It's a catch-22 for me because in my heart, I know the quality bar will be there. Mm-hmm. They won't release something like, it's quality. You got to give Sony that. Can't take that away from Sony. Mm-hmm. However, when it comes to the culture of multiplayer and live service, that is not Sony's MO. I'm sorry.
That's why they brought in Bungie, right?
Exactly. So now you got someone leading you that doesn't really, that's not experts in that field. Now, if it depends on the approach Sony takes. If Sony says, okay, we're in control, as far as major decisions, we're gonna on quality stuff, but we're still going to defer to you on certain what's best for the multiplayer future. It's a tough one, man. And I know they fear that. That's what they fear, because as great as they are, they like having the ability to do and come as they play. It's I hate to use analogies like this, but it's kind of funny. It's kind of like we all have that ex or that person who's very attractive and the relations are good, but they can't seem to keep a man, right? It's always somebody else's fault. It's all, it's always that hot, good-looking person who the relations are good, but when it comes to the long term, it's always a problem. Now they with the next man. Oh, I'm with this one. At some point, it's you. At some point. So that's how I look at Bungie sometimes. If I'm talking about them, not all my developers, this not shot. This is upper management. That's how I visualize them. I got to be honest, and I've heard these rumblings, I've heard these rumors before a lot, and I didn't want to believe it. And I started to see it when they finally broke free of Activision. And I'm like, oh, you're on your own now. Let me see. All right. I'm like, damn, the monetization is worse than what it was when it was Activision. Like, God, like, what is going on? And that's when I started like, yo, it was Sambino all along.
Okay. Well, I see you. I see what you mean. Okay.
You know what I mean? And sometimes it's hard to do it with the people that you love and call them out, but it's just like, at some point, it can't be everyone else's fault.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get you.
It's that man in the mirror moment. You gotta, and I just hope that this is the wake up, because you're not going to get any more chances. If the thing they fear the most is that board dissolve, because they are now Sony owned, and they're going to do all that carte blanche is over. Yeah. I don't know what that future holds. We got to see.
We will stay tuned, though, no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
Just two more items here, and then we'll be into what we're playing. In an interview with outlet GamerSky, Stalker 2 developer GSC Game World revealed that the game's runtime will vary depending on the players. It's defined as a non-linear experience, but claims that we're looking at around 40 hours to complete the main plot. So, much bigger game than I thought it was going to be.
Wow,
much bigger game. So,
didn't see that.
Hopefully, it turns out well.
Yeah, pulling for them, man. Really pulling for them.
And then Cyberpunk 2077 adds update 2.1, which features a new transit system, the ability to invite your love interest to any of your apartments, listening to the radio on foot, replayable car races, a reworked Atom Smasher boss fight, and sightseeing binoculars. This marks the final major update for Cyberpunk 2077 as CD Projekt Red now shifts their attention toward The Witcher 4 and Cyberpunk sequel. Pen and Pant writes in, what up, Dukes? Cyberpunk 2077 Ultimate Edition launched this week with new content as part of the update 2.1. Is that going to be on disc? That I'm not sure of. Will you double dip as I am since I was there with the release back in 2020? P.S. When can I expect the Fighting Duke Croc charms? I'd buy those day one. Pen and Pan, I'm sorry, we do not provide. We do not provide for the croc wearers. Go buy one of our shirts, though. That's on the merch shop.
Flag on the field.
So, yeah, another big update for Cyberpunk. We were told that they were done, and certainly you wouldn't blame them after Phantom Liberty. Like, this should be enough, but here we get a transit system, which was originally like one of the major pieces of content that was circulating online. People were finding it all over the place. Now we have that added in. You can connect with your love interest some more. They had originally added like the ability to text them and interact that way. Now you get to actually see them. Radio on foot, I am so happy about, by the way. That was something I wish I got more of. And so that's a good choice there to put that in there. Updated boss fights. So yeah, just a lot of good stuff here. COG. I know a lot of people have been just holding back their playthroughs, and then when Phantom Liberty came out, they're like, all right, perfect. Like, I'm going to play now. And then you see that there's another update coming. And so like, this is it. Will you finally jump in the pool and start playing around with Cyberpunk?
Cyberpunk is so damn frustrating from the standpoint of every time I try to start, I get
best ongoing game, COG. Best ongoing game, man. Sorry,
go on, please. Too soon, Manny. Too soon. But no, definitely, man. I'm going to get this game finished. It's just I always get distracted. It's that type of year, and I'm trying because I guess for me the reason why Cyberpunk again got a little bit pushed is because I'm trying to be a part of the conversations for all the games of the year that I feel are significant, that at least have played and had a significant contribution. Not disrespect to Cyberpunk, but you've been out for a while, even though Liberty is new content, and I'm going to do that. But listen, this game is amazing. The times I get a chance to play, it's amazing every time I touch it. It will get finished. It will get done. It's just that it's a crazy, crazy year. People have no idea how intense to be a content creator this year. You gotta make, bro.
As someone who reviews a lot, like this year has definitely been the toughest. Obviously, very lucky to do what I'm doing. Not complaining in like that sense. Just like it's a time commitment, and it's been tough this year for sure. Yeah, like there's just some games like I had to test impressions on Retro Rebound. Normally we do just full reviews over there, but when Sea of Stars came out, I was like, I don't have the time to put a full playthrough in. I want to deliver my thoughts, and it was like a couple of days after launch. I think I threw like 10 hours in, and I was like, all right, let's just see how it does. And fortunately, the audience is like really cool with it and really into it. But like, yeah, man, like nowadays, man, like I don't know if you agree, like, and I know I'm coming from like the privileged creator standpoint. So I get if I sound like an idiot right now, but like, I hope they slow down with the releases. I really do. I feel like especially this fall, it was fun to see just how much shit was coming out. But like, if I am working on a game, like I don't want to release my shit in a sea of other games. Like that is the number one way you get lost in the thing. Like that is the difference between like, oh, I'm going to actually check that out at launch, and like, I just don't have the funds to cut it. And now we've moved it back another step. It's a matter of time. I don't got the time to check all these. I could be loaded. I don't have the time to check out all these games. And I'm wondering if these companies, the publishers, are going to recognize that like, hey, we're putting out our best stuff. Like I look at Sega. Why are you doing Persona 3 Reload? Sorry, I'm going off. Persona 3 Reload and Yakuza in the same week span. Like, what are we doing, man? That is the last thing you should be doing with two of your biggest RPGs. Give them a month. That's it. 1 month. Let people, that fan base overlaps completely. It's unbelievable, man. And so, yeah, like this year has been tough. And like you were saying, to get to an update like 2.1, I'm like, that sounds cool. I will probably not play that for years. And that's a shame, because they're putting a lot of time and effort into it. And I want to see it.
Yeah, you waxing poetic, bro. It's that type of thing. And I just feel bad because it's like almost also market saturation, right? You know, like, are we getting to that point? It's just so many things. And then I'm worried. I don't know if this is true. I don't know. I'm worried about performance of games that are critically acclaimed in this time, still not doing well financially, even though they're critically acclaimed. I'm hearing little I don't know if it's true. I hear little rumblings like, is Alan Wake doing well? Is it not selling well? I don't know.
I don't think Alan Wake charted initially at all. Control had the same problem though, and Control came out really well at the end of the day. So maybe they're not overreacting, but like, Yeah, it's not what you want to hear when Remedy's put out, arguably, according to others, I have not played it yet, but like their best game yet. Like,
absolutely. It's some people's game of the year that some people haven't even played. And we talked about, I'm talking to Alec, he's doing Octo too. He's like, yo, bro, this is amazing. I can't believe it's that tight, man. Things are just falling through because you've got to make business decisions. Yeah. And you can only commit. There's only enough time, hours in the day to do some of these things.
Agreed. Like, I just feel if you're a game developer or publisher, I should say, it sometimes is, I would say it's worth holding on to your game for like 3-4 months. Like, you might make more money releasing at the right time than if you released those 4 months earlier and just built up those sales over time. Like, it's all about the zeitgeist, the window you're launching in, and just being there for someone to see. And of course, this goes into like scaling down the amount of content in games, like where just some of them are way too big.
Way too long.
So we need more of that. All right, time to talk about what games we are playing. Sir, you're playing way more than me, so you're up first. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, so remember Game Pass Game of the Week was Cocoon, right, last time. And we got it done. So we finished up with Mom. You know what I'm saying? Game was really cool. Really cool. Extremely more puzzle heavy than I thought. I didn't expect this level of puzzle heavy. I'm like, man, this thing is intense. Now I ain't gonna front. There's like 3 that I'm just like, all right, I'm fried. I cannot figure this out. I gotta go through a walkthrough. Check your ego, bro. You don't know a clue of what you're doing. Stop it. And then I realized, oh, this game is Inception. Okay. And for those who watch Inception, there's a lot of that going on. I will say this. I may have been a little too hard on Dad last time I was on.
So we talking like Somerville versus Cocoon?
I gotta be real. This game is dope. It's very abstract. It's very puzzle. If you love puzzle heavy, weird, unique, some very cool moments. Don't get me. Oh my God. Oh, boss fights. Yes, Mom. There's nobody her boss fights are amazing, very uniquely designed. I've never seen boss fights like this. I was like, you know what? Bravo. As far as when I walked away from it, because to me a game is, what did you feel when you walked away? I just felt like, okay, that was good, but it didn't give me that feeling Somerville gave me when I left it. And the reason being is this. Mom is now good, puzzles, abstract, technically sound, great. Dad, not as technically sound, Somerville not as technically sound, but if we could just get through a couple of those little parts at the beginning, the human element and the emotion and the story it visually told without a word being spoken was more impactful. Because to this day, I would love anybody listening who's played Somerville and ended it, because I think it's got a bad rap. I want to talk about the ending, the multiple, there's like 3 endings or 4 endings in Somerville. I've done them all.
Oh.
It is literally some real philosophical, I could do a spoiler cast on it. What does that mean? It is so well done. So I didn't feel that. Now, don't get me wrong, I heard Cocoon has a secret ending. I did research it. I saw I see what they're doing. This is grand universe stuff. Very grand universe, very, I would consider godlike stuff. Cool, don't get me wrong. But I gotta get, for COG, it's gonna be a controversial, this is like how you feel about Deathloop. This is how I'm like, bro, y'all saying this the joint, and I feel y'all saying that this is the joint, but y'all gotta go back to Somerville. And y'all need to play that game and get through it. There is nothing that made me feel the way it felt. That was the closest I felt to Inside as far as feel. As far as mechanic gameplay, Cocoon, I got you. But still, great game. Salute to them. Game I can't talk about, so we ain't going to move on from that. Yeah, I think.
What else is coming out? I don't know. I'm not pressing you, but like.
There's something last week that everybody was talking about. And I know you played it, so we gonna move on. Come on, you know.
I actually don't.
Squad. Anyway, moving on. So, like I was saying, we gonna move on. You catch the reference, so we gonna move on. So, the last one is this one. I was trying again. Every time I try to start Tactica, and everybody's like, "Yo, War Tales," and Then there's this studio. Shout out to King. He put me on. He said, Cog, I found something for you. You lord turn-based, and you like your little Knights and joint. This joint is called King Arthur Knight's Tale. There is currently partnered with ID at Xbox. They have a demo up right now. It literally went live like today or whatever. Bro, I like this joint.
Yeah, okay, you know what? I used to cover like RPGs of the month for a while. The series bombed, so I just stopped doing it. But I remember covering this and saying like, this looked good. This was in like, I think early access or something like that. Okay, tell me more.
This is a PC banger. Finally now porting to console. So basically the premise is King Arthur, Knights of the Round Table. You are Arthur's nemesis. You both killed each other. Like it's like a duel in battle. Y'all died. Something happened. You've been brought back, right? And now it's kind of it's a game of morality, but you've got to form the Knights of the Round Table again and find out what happened to King Arthur because he's been brought back, we assume. All right. So first off the back, AA energy. Okay. First of all, but here's the good part of the double energy: cinematics. All voice acted. The voice acting, superb.
I'm seeing these descriptions in the Steam reviews, bro. It's saying XCOM with Dark Souls. I'm very. That's
one. It's early. I don't want to give it the title yet because it's the demo, and I see long play. I'm telling y'all right now. You see, everything's regal and Knights of the Round. I think they got one. The turn base is basically you move around the world freely. Then they've got some really cool, unique abilities, the way they utilize turn-based. There's a skill tree system where you have abilities, but then they can each be leveled up and branch out in different ways. So you've got like this one, I picked up this guy from jail, S.T.A.L.K.E.R, or whatever his name is. And he's got this cleave ability. So if enemies are lined up tile in front, I can like slash, like do one of these sword weaves against the whole team, like a group of 3. Then there's a charge up time. There's Overwatch in this. There's then they got this unique mechanic that XCOM need to steal. They got this thing where you got your limited amount of ability points of actions you can do per turn. This joint got a joint. Okay, you still got action points, but you didn't want to do. You want to hold them and bank them. You can bank them, and I think goes to someone else. There's skill. There's loot, bosses. With every room you go into, they talking. It's fully, Lord, I can't believe they brought you back, Methodose. Like it's a story. Like they going all the way. Like early impressions. Again, graphics would not be AAA level. Still a little rougher edges with your little anti-aliasing here and there, and but it plays well, man. Once I got the control scheme down. And then you gotta they got the morality on everything. It'll be like, yo, this is a key point in the game. What are you gonna do if you kill this guy? Are you gonna listen to the Lady of the Lake and reform the Knights of the Round as you intended, or are you gonna rule a dark ruler as your own and form your own path? And the game has all these morality choices, and based on this, you could divert past and only acquire certain people depending on these morality and get certain skills depending on this morality. Whoa, so it's a Mass Effect Renegade Paragon in a way with a little Dark Souls, with a little XCOM. This game got some stuff going on, and apparently we're getting the 2.1 version. This is the new expansion added on to the game that's coming. The thing they about to get this money. I like it so far. I like it. I'm sorry, War Tales. I'm gonna get to you. Everybody was telling me the turn-based. They was like, Lord, turn-based, you gotta play War Tales. I just heard about this. Shout out to King. Blame King David. I heard about it. I was like, let me download it. At first I was like, it's paid in a Game Pass. I wasn't gonna mess with it. But then when they said ID at Xbox partnered with them and said free demo for Xbox right now, I said, okay. Oh, you might have to get this reserve money. Yeah, I'm feeling it. And it's so Iron Lordy.
Is this a holiday game in the making for you, over the Christmas break?
Yeah, this is perfect for me right now. And it speaks to all my sensibilities. Sorry, Persona 5 Tactica. Sorry.
Okay, I had to move on from Tactica as well for business choices too.
Addict told me, he said he likes it, but he said he wasn't feeling the production value with the still cut out faces and no cinematics, and they just talk. He felt cheapened.
Lower budget Persona for sure.
That's what he said.
Lower budget Persona, no doubt about it. I think it does a lot of cool things. Music is really good, as always.
Okay.
Combat really good, but yeah, you know what it is? It shows that Persona needs a good story and it needs those social mechanics. Whenever
that's what he
Persona
said.
doesn't have the social mechanics, it does feel like something's missing. Like, and I say even for like the spin-offs I really like I like Persona 4 Dancing, or I like Persona 5 Strikers. They don't really have the social mechanics, and it does feel like the spirit of what makes the connection to the series strong is like kind of gone. And like Tactica, they kind of have social link stuff, but like they're forced and they're just kind of shooting the breeze. It's like you can just tell they're like, we wanted to make a tactics game, and that's it.
Yep.
So
That's
kind of like an easy temporary drop for me until like one day I just want to get to it, and I have a lot of free time. Who knows when that'll be?
I know, right? But yeah, King Arthur, Knight's Tale, made by Neocore Games, and they've been around, but they're jumping into console now. And so far, they got to fix a little things with the control on the moving the board. They got this weird thing. I like A to be pressed for everything, and they want you to press X to move, and just a little weird things, but nothing. You'll get used to it. Trust me, it's not too bad. So what you been rocking?
Well, we have a write-in for that. Alex Dies Twice writes, hello, Dukes. If we get an update this week, wanted to hear how Maddie's playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 is going. I started playing with the Ranger, and I'm having fun dealing lots of damage and getting good utility and encounters. My co-op partner is using Druid and seems to be struggling through encounters and killing multiple enemies at the same time, but we are both loving the story and bickering about what choices to make. Have a great week as we get ever closer to the holidays. Best, Alex. Thank you, Alex, for writing in. So yeah, that's the only game I've been playing this week, because I've just, now that I made a business decision, literally, in that I got a review code for Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora. I think 2 hours of it, and I said, you know what? Like, I'm going to keep it real with the audience. I was like, I'm done with reviews for the year. Like, it's not fair to Avatar. Like, I'm not in the mood to review a game. I'm tired. I've got a ton of shit to do. I'm not going to be giving this game a fair shake. I'm not going to do it. What I played of it was like a couple hours, and it was like, okay, if you like Far Cry, you're going to like this. I'm not in love with Avatar in general. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to make a call for me. A rare time I'm doing that in the review realm. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to make a call for me. I'm going to focus on Baldur's Gate 3 because right now I'm working on my holiday video list. And one of them is my final verdict video on Baldur's Gate 3 because I'm way behind on it. I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna do this at this point, especially because I'm sure it'll shadow drop it at the Game Awards. Who knows? We'll talk about that when we get there, right? Just a pre-show guess, if you will. But just a guess. So the timing will be there where it might work out well. So right now, Alex and Cog, I am here on Act 3. Right, so I made it to the final act in the game. Yeah, but I mean, this is my game of the year. Like, this is, it is. I mean, no one should be surprised. Like, I felt pretty confident that. Go ahead. What's up?
I just didn't realize what you just said.
Yeah.
You said that this is your
game of the year.
Last I remember, there's a guy with a name P. What happened to P? Is he around? Is the lies of the P? What's happening?
He's in number 2 slot. That's not that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad. Dude, if you make my top 3 this year, like my original game of the year was Octopath for like, when did Lies of P come out? I played that in like what, October, November? So like for 9 months, I had the same game of the year. And then these two came in. And so Lies of P, I don't want to like break down like what Lies of P did worse than Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 speaks to every Maddie sensibility that you know about me if you've listened to the show. You know I care about dialogue. You know I care about choice and consequence. You know I care about deep, engaging turn-based combat. You know I care about companions that you have control over, but that are themselves. Like, they have this interesting arc that you can kind of dictate which way they go. Like, the list goes on. And Baldur's Gate 3 just checks all of those Maddie boxes. And the other thing that's true is, look, Larian, like, we talk a lot about like RPGs that come around, and like I think outside of Bethesda Game Studios and BioWare, it's really tough for me to go back and replay RPGs. Not because I have trouble with it. It's just like you love the idea in your head of doing it, and then you actually sit down to do it. You're like, yeah, like I dipped my toe in the pool. I feel pretty good. Very few games have that special pull. Larian has never released a game that I haven't gone back and replayed multiple times. Like, I have hundreds of hours across Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2 across both PC, console, Switch. Like, just I play their games a lot. And I was thinking to myself, not only is Baldur's Gate 3 like just knocking me on my ass here, but I know I'm going to be playing it next year too. I know I'm going to be doing like, let's get a new squad together. Let's do a new co-op playthrough. I'm going to start up my own solo playthrough after this. This might be, and I'll get into Yakuza and what's going on there in a moment too. I'm making a lot of business decisions. This just might be the Christmas break game, man. Like I'm looking at a couple options, but like I'm trying to do what COG does. I'm taking inspiration from you. Trying to like, with the moment coming up where I do have that reprieve, I'm trying to listen to my heart and just play what I want to play. And here's why. I'll get into Baldur's Gate 3 in a sec, but I was looking at Yakuza. I'm eyeing that series replay. And here's the thing. My content creator brain is my best and worst enemy, right? Like I have to be thinking about what to do next. But deep down in my heart of hearts, I know when I am playing all of these Yakuza games, I'm going to want to record all the gameplay and make like a massive video on Retro Rebound. And I know I'm going to be in work mode while I'm doing that. And for me to be on my A game, I need to kind of edge a little bit out of work mode. And I need to play games that are just like for me, I guess would be the best way to put it. And so that's why I'm kind of just, I'm honing in now. It's like, okay, nice. I'm not doing the Avatar review. I'm going to see how I feel about Yakuza when Baldur's Gate 3 is done. But right now I'm kind of like feeling like, you know what, where do I want to end up once this is all done? And so Baldur's Gate 3, man, has just been fantastic in the sense that it just addresses everything I've wanted to see in games, right? Like that production value as a diehard Dragon Age Origins fan, being one of my favorite RPGs ever. This is like the sequel to that game that I never got my hands on, right? BioWare went left and did Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition, both games that I like for very different reasons, but I had a tough time liking them, this for sure. And notice how I'm saying like, I'm not saying love, which I felt for Origins. I feel like that series just went completely in the wrong direction in a lot of ways, not narratively, but definitely gameplay wise, and stepped away from its key identity, especially since that was a clear evolution of what KOTOR was. So for Larian to step in and give me pretty much Dragon Age Origins 2 is fantastic. And now where I see this game and it's how special it is like you have Act 1, which is clearly this early access play space that they use to kind of build up the mechanics, build up all these different characters you meet, all these different choices you're going to meet, kind of set the table more for your companions than the main story. Mm-hmm. Act 2 is where things really kick off main story-wise. You meet, I just got to say, there's this one of these villain characters you meet. I'll just say this, Moonrise Towers. This is one of the most gangster introductions to a villain character I have seen. Like when this man drops the line, do it again, I was like, holy shit. That was one of my favorite moments in the game. Really stuck with me. So there's that. Story picks up. So now like we're in this moment where like, okay, they're cooking. Now I'm in Act 3 and now it feels like the villains are here. I will say that was like my one lingering critique. I was like, Act 1, I was like, I like Baldur's Gate 3 a lot. Like I knew top 3. But the reason I didn't love it is I was talking to Locke about it because Locke is like this massive Baldur's Gate fan. I was like,
salute the Locke.
My problem lies in that, I don't really feel the true consequence of my choices because I'm making decisions for shit I don't care about because there's not this main story pull me along. Like, what's the purpose? Oh, Act 3. Oh, man, they make Act 2 and Act 3. Oh, they make it clear. They make it clear. And they really just ramp it up. There's this one villain character as well in Act 3. The way they're handling her is just like, I am very captured by how this character continues to appear and in what way they do. So I'm just like, at first it was like, okay, I love the choice here. But like, for example, Wasteland 3 is a game I adore because that's a spider webbing choice-based game. And that's what it does well. But when you do that much choice, the sacrifice is typically narrative. And make no mistake, Baldur's Gate 3 does sacrifice its narrative in a sense because it doesn't tell, to me, a mainline story for many of its hours. But because it does so well at pulling all these threads, so once you get to Act 3 and you're feeling like all your companions are physically and emotionally changing before your eyes, oh man, it's one of the most beautiful thread pulls you can see in gaming. And so that's why it went from like, oh, I like this game a lot, Liza P, Game of the Year, to like, oh, this is my favorite game of the year, Liza P. Still, like, I look at it this way. Best turn-based game of the year, Baldur's Gate 3. Best action game of the year, Liza P. Oh, yes. But yeah, man, Baldur's Gate 3, I insist that when this comes to Xbox, we don't know at the time of recording this, whatever it is, please play this game, man. Please do not let this one slide by. And the one thing they do really well that Larian games typically, I think, fall back on is like a feeling of progression. Like whenever I played Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2, the group or whether it was solo play, everyone knew like there was this feeling of, okay, we might not feel like we make a lot of progress here. That's a tough sell in today's world of so many releases, right? So to have Baldur's Gate 3, a game so densely packed, have so many like dungeons and loot and quests and conversations, I always walk away feeling like, okay, got 3 hours in, but I got a lot done. Got a lot done in that window. And so I'm just telling y'all, hang with it. I'm a Gloomstalker Rogue Assassin. So I got my Elf Ranger vibe on. I'm shooting for massive critical damage. I'm looking for a really good crossbow right now. My crossbow, I fucked up the loot somewhere. My crossbow is still Act 1. I'm still rocking an Act 1 crossbow. I think I made a wrong decision, if you will, in Act 2 and missed a part where I could have got a better crossbow. So little annoying on that, but a lot of the Rangers damage is dealt through like the choice of the build and the abilities you have more than like the crossbow itself. But yeah, like that's the other thing. Last thing, just figuring out my build, right? Like I was just a pure Elf Ranger Beastmaster. And I was like, this is cool. Like I'm summoning in wolves and bears and boars and ravens. And, they all have their own utility. And then I'm like kind of sitting up top shooting people. But bro, I was getting rinsed. Like my character was dying so often. I was like, what's going on? So I had to go to Reddit. I had to check my ego. I was like, okay, clearly I don't know what I'm building here. So I look and I'm like, what's the best Ranger build? I'm reading. Everyone's like, Gloomstalker Rogue Assassin. And it felt like part of my brain unlocked. So now I'm like toying with this solo playthrough of like the Githyanki monk unarmed, which I know, Cog, you're going to love. Very martial arts style.
That's why I picked that style. I know exactly the monk martial arts style. That's literally my character on the Ally. I got to bring him over with Xbox.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah, bro. So I loving this game. Loving it. And they've done a phenomenal job patching it so I'm having a better experience than maybe most in the terms of like performance. Like my PC, when I first started playing Baldur's Gate 3, like ran super hot, like hot to the touch type hot. Now it's like totally fine. Obviously the added content and like loot quests, epilogue, that's going to influence my feelings on it. So yeah, I'm playing it at the perfect time right now. And so I'm very pleased with what they've got here. Very good game. So we're in different outfits. The Game Awards have come and gone. Welcome, everybody. The time travelers are here and exhausted. It's 1:14 in the morning as we gather to talk about the Game Awards. And it was quite the show. I feel it was very up and down. There was a moment like in that first hour, I was like, this guy might be putting together an all-timer. Like for me and my taste and stuff that I love, as I'm sure people can guess, like what's in this list that like Maddie was losing his mind over. I was like, it's like, bro, he's pulling it off. Like, this is a masterpiece. Like, all the leaks are really living, or really like the protection of the leaks are living up to the hype. And then there's that second half, bro. The fall off needs to be studied in a lab. I was like, man, what happened? There were just so many up and down moments. Of course, big conversation around the industry is how the awards speeches were handled. Really different from last year, where it went from 8 minutes of stage time to you got 30 seconds here, out of here.
Wrap it up, B.
You got the ads to roll. Get on out of here. So
we'll play that music on you.
Yeah, I know. Right?
Wrap it up, B.
It was hilarious. You can even see the developers reaction, like, and they just like,
yeah.
So that was my surface level, top down thoughts. How are you feeling about the Game Awards this year?
Man, what an event. I would say overall my feelings were mostly good. Highs, lows, a lot of highs, a lot of reveals. Tremendous. Like the volume. It was getting to the point I was like, damn, I cannot keep up with so many new titles being shown.
It's hard to tell when it was an ad and an announcement at times. Like, it was crazy.
It was intense. And then, the live show stuff and then the way some people tied that into now promoting something, but some really earth-shattering announcements. And overall, for what we know this to be, which is more so the promotion of games and trailers and everything else, whereas the awards is clearly secondary, which I've accepted. I'm not saying that it's correct, but I've accepted the Game Awards for what it is now, and I don't get myself all mad. But the talk was what you just said, which is like, damn, like we just gonna read off a bunch of categories, and the winner for this next, and the winner of these five next.
Best RPG and best fighter were on the side stage, and best indie game.
Yeah,
indie debut got stage time, but best indie game.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's clear what the priorities are.
Yeah.
Again, this is our Oscars. I'm glad it exists. Still a long way to go before, we consider this a true award show. It is something else. And I understand now. I fully understand.
The mission is clear. The understanding is clear. Message received. And it's definitely, my biggest gripe, if anything, of the structure right now is obviously you want the people who are making these games to have the stage time, but let's keep it real. You got these Hollywood actors and actresses just fucking soaking up the stage time, right? Soaking it up. But then, like, Sam Lake's got to hustle.
Bro,
Swen Vink's got to hustle.
Gonzo was outside. I don't know if you knew. Gonzo got mad time to the Muppet. Yeah. he was eating. I was like, dude, can we feed him right now?
It's got to be the balance, right? Like, if you're going to give that to them, then the people who are making your show relevant, where you get to take home a massive stack of advertiser cash, like, you got to pay the respects to some degree. Yeah. I don't know what's so difficult, but the idea of like, hey, you got 2 minutes. I think that's enough to get a good speech out in a timely manner, keep the show at a good pace, let the recognition be there. But they just, I don't know, man. This year felt really weird on that front. But on the game front, it was pretty good.
Oh, God.
Pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
So why don't we get into it?
Let's get to it.
So there was the pre-show. Concluding that pre-show was one of the few announced titles that was going to be at this show before it had even aired. And that was Metaphor Re Fantazio. This is coming from Atlas, the developers of, or not, like the team behind Persona, pretty much, right? And they're making this fantasy Persona game. I'm seeing Trails elements in this, by the way. Come out fall 2024. Wow, this game looks really, really good. For me personally, great tone setter for the show. But as a Persona fan, like, I'm watching all these companies try to kind of encroach on their territory. And Fire Emblem has been the most egregious of, like, they went from tactics and war and making families to like, oh yeah, like we're going to have this school life. Like, this is our identity now. And I feel like Sega kind of saw this and went, oh, word? Oh, you think you can make a fantasy game that has our elements? Well, we're going to do that. And seeing the combination of action gameplay and turn-based gameplay, they got one, man. Watch out. I know the name is funky, but Metaphor Re Fantazio is outside. It looks really good. You saw the social elements there, but then it's like massive open landscapes. It felt like a hybrid. This is going to sound really stupid when I say this, but like, it felt like a hybrid of the latest SMT game and Persona. And it's funny because Persona is a spinoff of SMT, but SMT was always this like really rigid, hardcore RPG that explored differently. And then it felt like after the popularity of 5, that Persona 5, then SMT 5 borrowed a lot more from Persona than usual. And now it feels like they're taking elements from SMT 5 and Persona 5, and now they're making this fantasy game. Looks awesome, man. Did you feel the same, Cog? I know you were chipping through Persona 5 Royal at one point. Is this maybe one that you might dip your toes into?
It looked good. I cannot front. The first person on my stream, I'm screaming your name. I'm like, Maddie is going crazy right now. My chat was like, yup, Maddie's doing black backflips right now at this moment. The key for me was the flex on the pedigree of who's working on it. Oh, by the way, the narrator, this is of SMT. Oh, by the way, the director of that. I'm like, oh, the flex? Well, it reminded me of what you said, which is like, oh, you're going to learn the talent that we have assembled and what we created over here and what this is going to be. Yeah, so I thought that was
like, it's known for, and it's just a laundry list of classics. Yeah.
The who's who. Yeah, it's a flex. Nothing. I mean, you pretty much said everything that needs to be said. It was just one of those things that they seem very confident about it, and it looked good, man. It really looked. It got the traditional JRPG sensibilities, and I was just like, wow, this really looked cool, and I like the art style. So yeah, looks like a goal. 100%. Everyone's happy.
Afterwards, Cog, we saw Exodus. This is from Archetype Entertainment, and this is where a lot of the original BioWare developers went on an exodus to. Matthew McConaughey introduced this game. He's a big part of it. And it's been kind of described as a lot of Mass Effect. Drew Karpyshyn, who wrote Mass Effect, who wrote my favorite game of all time, Knights of the Old Republic, is the writer on this game. James Olsen, who was a big wig over at BioWare, is now here heading up this project. They have a lot of developers from Naughty Dog. I mean, this is a pretty highly touted studio already when it comes to talent. And they showed a pretty long cinematic trailer and got into a little bit of the gameplay. It's role-playing. There's like romancing. There's quests, gun customization. I mean, it's looking pretty good, man. I got to say, like, the only thing I was a little hesitant on is the initial shots of the gameplay. Like, some of the ground pounds looked a little choppy. It's still got probably another year or two in the can, but I mean, just the talent behind it alone, I'm very, very excited about this, because this is where like the largest amount of BioWare from their golden era had gathered here at this team archetype, where Wizards of the Coast is helping publish it. So now we know what it is. Cog, what are your thoughts on this as someone who also loves that era of BioWare?
Oh boy, this one, you couldn't contain me. The minute I saw the logo, I've been following Archetype, and when they created, they disbanded and created their own, and obviously Drew Karpyshyn and the team. So I knew that name. So the minute I said, "Wait a minute, this is the boys. This is old school BioWare. Y'all better pay attention." As soon as I saw it, I didn't see not one drop of footage yet. It looked phenomenal to me. This was so much Mass Effect classic energy, and you start off with the narration. I think he's talking about fighting some enemy race called the Sentinels. The character designs, the enemy designs looked absolutely fire, almost like a Decepticon transformer robotic thing. I'm getting Mass Effect energy, almost Andromeda energy when they're going down to the planets. I saw like it looked like space travel combat, maybe. In that. The only nitpick I saw for me was they went for a specific stylized style of faces. It just grew on me a little bit, because I was like, okay, they're not going for the hyper realistic on the faces part. But as the more I saw the trailer, I'm like, nah, I do like the design. The suits were heavily Mass Effect inspired kind of thing. The space suits when they're going down. Look, everything about this looked amazing, seemed narratively strong, and I just want to know about this universe. This game grabbed me the minute I saw it. I was like, I am so in Archetype. Y'all got me. Yeah, Exodus, man, it looked phenomenal, y'all. I was really, really impressed from what I saw.
Afterwards, Cog, we saw God of War Ragnarok Valhalla. This is a roguelike mode coming out December 12th. It's free DLC, so you can hop in and get this ASAP. Nice little holiday treat there. I've not played all of Ragnarok, so I will not be hopping into this, but is this something that caught your attention? PlayStation doing a lot of roguelike lately between this and The Last of Us Part 2. Really interesting push by them, but they got good gameplay systems, so this is one way to flex it, right?
Yeah. I haven't played my PlayStation a lot, honestly, just to be fully transparent recently. So I don't know just yet, but I was shocked that it was free. I was like, wow, that's impressive to, kind of your stealth drop it in soon. Like, this was like a really quick update. So yeah, salute to them. Again, it's just too many games, and right now I'm on Xbox primarily. I'll get around to it, and the same thing was I got to finish Final Fantasy 16. Like, those are the two left that's on my like nagging me. Still got to get over there kind of thing. I've been really primarily playing on Xbox a lot this year.
I hear you. Afterwards, we saw Big Walk. This is coming in 2025. This is from the developers of Untitled Goose Game. It's like 3 testicles stacked on top of each other, walking around with binoculars. Look, bro, I don't know if I'm getting old. I don't know if like the meme culture just fails to sweep me off my feet far too often. But I saw this and I'm like, this is coming 2025. Like, what is this, man? I just I feel nothing. I'm just like, okay, like that. It reminded me a little bit of, I'm forgetting the name, but it was like a really popular, highly rated, kind of like open worldish puzzle game. It's bothering me. It's on the tip of my tongue. But seeing it was almost in multiplayer where people like holding up signs and you had to do like certain shapes. I'm like, okay, maybe that's the idea. I'm interested to learn more of what this game is, but it didn't feel like it needed to be announced. If I'm quite honest. So, any thoughts on Big Walk?
I mean, shout out to, I believe it's House, and they make a Goose Game, which was absolutely hilarious. I loved Untitled Goose Game. I thought that was a hilarious, silly little game. This is just goofiness. I'm just laughing. Whatever the character's legs was doing this, and they kept, but I was like, that's the most hilarious. What is this foolishness that I'm watching? What is this? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what's going on. There's 4 hilariously looking animated characters, and I'm like, this is probably not for me. But yeah, shout out to whatever division it is y'all got going for y'all.
Shout out to Twitter.
Shout out to them. This for y'all.
Here's one we can really park it on for a decent amount of time. Hellblade 2. Funny enough, we talked about it earlier in this episode. I forgot exactly what we said, but I'm pretty sure we said there's a chance it could show up. And we got gameplay. We got combat. We got gameplay. But we got a window. 2024 COG. No date. So this marks the 4th showing for Hellblade. You had the console reveal. You've had 2 trailers since then. You had like the second Game Awards trailer, right? Which was like the cutscenes, a real showcase of like Unreal Engine 5, right? The throwing of the spears and fighting this big ogre-like creature. Then we had at the showcase this summer, the cutscene where Sentinel spent like 3 minutes walking through a cave, and that was it. And now we have gameplay. Of course, we're going to talk about our thoughts on the game itself. And it's awesome that Xbox really showed up in a big way here. But this was a really unique situation where, coming out of 2022, Xbox, a lot of people were like, where the hell are you guys when it comes to this show? So they show up and they pick this game. And now we're in this unique situation of it's like, okay, like you showed stuff, but like the thing you showed, like we've seen a lot of, and you're not putting a date on it. So it's kind of this catch-22. We're a little bit in the middle here. At least that's how I feel, where I'm like, I want to be really excited. But if I look at just removing the date from the situation, what I saw, I'm like, this looks exceptional. Hellblade 2 looks amazing to me. The intensity of the acting in particular was very much captivating to me. But I don't want to dominate all of this conversation. I want to hear your thoughts on, generally speaking, the lack of release date, but also what we saw in the trailer.
Yeah, I mean, this was the surprise for me. I had very strong comments, prior to seeing this. Did not think they would be there or should be there without combat. Now, I personally did not want them there. I'm going to be brutal. I'll still stand on that. However, they started this whole thing weird because remember they had a band come out and they was doing and they were going
to show something when they were going that high after. So I was like, oh yeah,
you going this hard for something that's not supposed to be there? Yeah. Nah. You gonna be there, and they made it a point to show the actress at the start of the show. They pointed her out in the crowd. Jeff pointed her out, and then
remember. On a quick side note, you remember our man Mark Cerny, bro, dude just soulless stared in the camera.
Shout out to Cerny. He wasn't ready. But sorry, it was funny. We did comment. But so I'm like, they're cooking up something. This makes no sense for them to go this hard. Then the trailer happens. So during the trailer, Maddie, I am talking to the screen. And remember, they start off very cinematic again. I'm like, Senua, if you don't pick up a sword, a rock, an axe, if you don't pick up something, I'm going to go crazy right now. So they laughing at me in the chat. So eventually I get to a point where I see a sword in their head. And I said, okay, there we go. There we go. Now, come on. Then they were just kind of teasing. So I was like, I know we going to show more than that. And as the trailer went on, I'm like, okay, there we go. The part that did it for me, I'll be honest with you. There's a part where an enemy comes up on Senua with like some type of flamethrower like weapon or thing, right? Maddie, there's a part where she dips down like a strafe to the side, get the sword, and was like, boom. Then I saw it go through, and I saw the brutality. I said, there we go. So now I'm on high. I'm like, all right, there we go, Hellblade. Then there was portions, voice acting, absolutely stunning. Yeah, some biomes and stuff that look absolutely crazy. There was a point where there was her and another character in the game Well, I had to say, yo, hold up. That looked photorealistic. You could have told me that part right there is a movie. Like, that looks amazing. Like, I was like, yo, is that the game? So, again, it had those moments.
Yeah.
And the only thing that messed it up for me. So I'm like, all right, cool. All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Hellblade. I am sorry. You got me. You did that. You did that. Then we wait for the trailer. And I'm like, all right, 2024. I'm like, you ain't gonna throw the date though? Like, you ain't just gonna put a stamp on that thing? Like you seem ready to go. Like, why are we playing? Like, so again, is it a nitpick? Am I being too hard on this? Yes, but it's just one of those things that we've seen it so many times. So I thought, now you giving us the whole kit and caboodle. You giving, and I didn't even think she was gonna be there. So I'm like, if you're there, you going. So I'm like, why y'all holding on to that? Like, it was just interesting to me.
Do you think, just to play devil's advocate?
Yes, let's go.
It's actually a question we're going to answer at the end of this show. We'll talk about it extensively. Let's say there's a developer direct, though, right? Let's say next month we get a date. I know the question will be then, like, why didn't you just do it here? But do you think in the next month or two, if we get a date, like, all's forgiven here?
I'm going to be fair to them, and I've been hard. I think that they have the date. They know what it is. They don't want to give Jeff that part. And even with the comedy, even though we got it, they kept flashing from combat to other stuff. So to me, it's like, we heard you, Cog. We know what y'all want, but still we want to hold on to a little bit more because we're so impressed. We want to wow you so much that we probably gonna give you one more now with a direct, and you're gonna get They are.
I think they'll do a full Hellblade direct. I think they're gonna do a full dedicated direct and just pull the lid off on it.
Yes, I 100%. And what this shows me, because I'm like, why were they there? Because I remember I did not want them there. I'll be honest. I'm like, why would it? And I'm like, you know what? This is my mentality. You've got to be so confident in what you have that you need these other, or remember, there's 3 groups, right? You know your group is in. The Xbox slice of the pie, we in. There's nothing we can do. I can sit here and fraud all day about how I'm upset. We know I'm in, right?
Yeah.
But you got to let the PlayStation and the Nintendo bases go, hey, yo, because that was the only thing holding them back was the combat. They go, oh my God. And I got to give Ninja there, I'm going to give you your flowers. This is from COG. No cap. If I had to look at this show as an entirety, there was only 2 games to me that looked like, oh my God, this is pushing the genre forward. This is next gen. That was Hellblade, and we're going to get to Wukong when we get to Wukong. Okay. To me, those 2 games was like, what is going on? Oh my God, this looks amazing. Hyper realism, right? So I got to give it to them. They know they got it. It's just they're doing this like very controlled marketing cycle where it's like, we're going to give them that. This is for the big audience. And then it was almost reminds me a little bit of remember when they showed Starfield in the first part of the Xbox showcase and then a direct. So it's like, we know some people might not watch the dedicated journey, but for the casuals, you see, it's control. I know what they're doing. I get it. It was just like, all right. I see what you do. They're very calculated with the way they do it. They're handling this particular game. It's very interesting.
Yeah, no, it's that really good analysis there. Yeah. Just as for the game itself, like the combat at certain times looked a little off.
Oh,
just a little. Okay. Yeah,
I felt 30 though. I felt 30 energy though.
Yeah, 30 energy.
I felt 30.
Yeah, that's some 30. Yeah, let's prepare ourselves for those headlines. That's 30 energy.
Yeah, I felt 30.
Yeah, that's gonna be the next thing. They'll finally get a just one, and it's gonna be called like the 30 box or something.
You know they're gonna get
it. Yeah, no doubt about that. But maybe that's what I noticed. I couldn't tell if it was something with the game or the trailer. But yeah, there were just times where they looked like the combat was slower, and I feel like that's by design because like there were moments she was thrusting the sword through people's necks and stuff, and it was like visceral. You could hear the sounds and everything. I mean, that attention to detail was crazy. So I think it's one of those things where we're gonna have to see a little bit more. It's not like so flashy sizzle really, but also getting our hands on it. But yeah, Hellblade 2 continues to me to underscore the point I've been making for a while, which no one wants to hear this take, but I stand on my square. I find Ninja Theory to be the Xbox Naughty Dog in terms of attention to detail, quality. Bro, I'm sorry. I'm not going to judge it on a game on itself before it comes out, but just you look at that trailer and you look at the intensity of those performances, like that game was art, bro. Like that game looks like art.
Yes.
And I just see, it's a compliment to Naughty Dog. I just see so much of that style of creation, that perfectionism here in Hellblade 2. And so I can't wait to learn more. I mean, that it looks already like an upgrade from the first game, which you'd hope for with how much time they spent on it. But, the first game, the combat it felt good, but it was very simple. Like Ninja Theory's made some really deep, robust combat systems. Like you saw her take a hatchet and lodge it in someone's head. So there's going to be a lot more going on here. And I'm very keen to see them unpack that more. But yeah,
absolutely.
Hellblade 2 got a pretty decent gameplay trailer coming out 2024 as we expected. No date yet, but as we covered earlier in the show, Phil said not too much longer. So hopefully we get the developer direct at the top of the year and we get an idea of when that's to come.
Agreed.
Afterwards, we saw Kemuri. This is from the studio known as Unseen, who's led by Ikumi Nakamura, who you may remember from her performances on stage at the Game Awards where, she just really won over the internet. She did it again. Definitely some fantastic delivery. This is a really interesting situation here. So Kemuri, Jeff said on stage, is a game with like no publisher or anything. And he just told Ikumi pretty much like, hey, come show it off anyway. So this is kind of a big bet in that now it's going to be put out into the world and hopefully someone picks it up. Couldn't really take much away from the trailer and identify what the game really was. But knowing it's got Ikumi Nakamura, formerly of Tango Gameworks, that was supposed to be the successor to Shinji Mikami. So to see her off doing her own thing, congrats to her. But couldn't take much away from it. And she was riding solo for a long time now. So it's interesting to see her pop back up. And the game is like seemingly only just started. So any thoughts on Kemuri, Cog?
Yeah, very unique. I was getting like a Ninja Sunset Overdrive potentially. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Just a lot of parkour. Maybe what's the EA joint? Mirror Edge. I don't know if it's going to stay elevated high level, but it seemed like a group of characters. With the main character kind of thing. Our style looks good, but we just need to know more. I don't know enough to make a conclusion, but I do like the style of the game, the vibe of the game, the energy of the game. Felt kind of cool.
Yeah, I agree. This one was awesome. No Rest for the Wicked from Moon Studios, developers of Ori in the Blind Forest and Ori Will of the Wisps. They confirmed that there will be more info on this game on March 1st, where there's going to be some sort of showcase. Man, Xbox, why'd you let we know why they let them slip away.
We know why.
We know why they let them slip away. But man, you look at their games alone and you're like,
deal with the controversy.
You got Activision under your roof now. Like, you might be able to figure something out here, Xbox. I'm just saying, but this is an action RPG, very medieval, very fantasy, like very Diablo. Yes. Cog, I know how much you love your Diablo 4, so I got to get your thoughts on this first. This really reminded me of that game, but a little more weighty, a little more visceral, a little more gory.
Bro, this game, I'm looking at it. And some of the, I forgot who we had on there. Some of the people were fronting at first. I'm like, yo, are you bugging right now? I was like, this look crazy. Because they first started off very, a very bespoke type of cinematic, and I'm like, all right, but I like the energy it was going. But when it got to that game plan, then it said, Moon Studios, makers of Ori. I said,
That's where I sat up. I was like, oh, this is okay. And I saw Moon Studios. Okay.
I said, I'm telling y'all right now, this is going to be fire. Whatever y'all about to see next is about to be fire. And boy, was it. The thing about them is their environments. They're so vibrant. They're so colorful, so good. It's so vegetation heavy. But then I'm not used to seeing that level of vibrance with this new level of like brutality and action and, kind of the medieval thing thrown in there. And I like the little cinematic. It looked phenomenal. Like it was this dark, realistic tone, but in a vibrant world. Like it was just...
it was weird, but it was also the last thing I expected from them. You look at Ori, it's art, right? Like it's very cute and heartwarming and tugs on the heartstrings. And I'm thinking, like, when I saw they're making an action RPG, that was what they had confirmed. You know, you're thinking to yourself, oh, it's going to be like their Zelda. I remember that was my speculation. Like, yeah, this is going to be it, right? Like, they did their Metroidvania, now they're going to do their Zelda. Oh my God, this is the furthest fucking thing from that. This shit looks brutal. Yeah. I encourage people to rewatch the trailer. The amount of dismemberment present in this game is crazy. Like, you'll do a heavy swing and he just lops someone in half. It's nuts. This game looks great. I cannot wait to learn more.
Very impressed. And I love the name.
Yeah.
I like that. For the Wicked. That name is hard. I like that.
It goes hard. Uh-oh. Perhaps what went more hard, though, Cog. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 announcements at once from Sega. 5 remakes in development. Jet Set Radio remake, Crazy Taxi remake, Golden Axe remake, Streets of Rage remake, and I yelled your name the moment I saw this, Shinobi remake. Bro, I gotta know your thoughts when you saw this, because I was like, this is the Gaming Ninjas video game. This is this dude's game, the Cognito name born from this series. I get the remake from these others. He's getting emotional over it. There are grown man tears on this right now. You got to tune into the video version. This man, grown man tears over this announcement. I'm going to let you take the stage. I'm done setting you up, bro. Shinobi remake, bro. Let's hear it.
I don't even know what to say, because when you love something so much, like, and you get it, it's like, I didn't know what to process. So we all know how I feel about it. Obviously, my namesake the whole bit, right? So I'm watching it, joint. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, yo, because I own the arcade cabinet of Shinobi, and I'm looking in the lower back right-hand corner. I'm like, yo, that's Shinobi in the back. I'm like, so nobody knows. They just looking at the 2 people in the seat. So I'm like, what are they doing? I'm like, all right, saying, okay. So then the light goes off. They show the classic joints. I'm like, oh, the Genesis, my heart. All right. They show the classic versions of said games. I'm like, all right. And then the switch, and I see your Jet Set, and I'm like, hey, yo, that's a new joint. That ain't the rip. And then I'm like, boom, and they go. I believe it was Golden Axe, whole different look. I'm like, yo, these are new versions. So I'm just sitting there, and then I see Shinobi, and I see Joe Musashi, Grey Ninja. I'm like, and it's a whole very side scroller, but like the art style is so cool looking. Yeah. And I'm seeing the classic Shinobi tropes with the because Shinobi's a lot about platforming. He's not really the stealth ninja. Shinobi is more a lot of platforming jumps and stuff like that. He's more Messenger and Ninja Gaiden than he is Tenchu, so to speak. Okay. And he's very fast paced. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, they're doing it. They are doing it. Now, the only one I had to nitpick, I got to see more on the Streets of Rage, because Streets of Rage 4 is out hard. We know, shout out to the Temple. We know what they did. So I'm going to be a little hard on that one, because I'm like, I don't know. It felt more Final Fighty and a little different, a little slower, but I need to see more. Crazy Taxi look kind of cool. A little realistic, hyper-realistic taxi with the police. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, yo, they are really doing Super Game. They're really remaking the classics. The only question I had is, okay, how are we accessing? Because we saw all the cryptic tweets from like Sarah Bond and Peter Moore even had something recently. So is this part of a cloud service? Is it just you're just remaking it? Like, how are you going to deliver this to? That's the only question I had. But Grown Man Tears is in the building.
Strange way to announce it, like in a good way. As a fan, I was like, I immediately freaked out. I was like, yo, Jet Set, like, let's go. They're showing off. And then it goes to Crazy Taxi. I'm like, wait, what the fuck's going on? I was like, bro, there's war? It was
in my mind. God. I see Shinobi. That's what I was like. I used to pray for days like this. I'm sitting there, Meek Milling in my heart, like, bro, the beat was, I was like, I cannot believe this is happening. So I'm on cloud a zillion. This show, on many levels, is for me, on a lot of levels, we get to it. But this was the heartstring. And every Sega, my timeline, people were like, God, I need to see what he's doing. I need to know his face. I'm just in shock. So yeah, shout out to Sega. I love the idea, right? Now it's just how you going to deliver this to us. What's the sequence of delivery? But Super Game and some classics, y'all. I'm excited, man. This would be like if you get your new Persona game, or what would be your number one thing? I mean,
If
I guess
KOTOR remake,
KOTOR remake. Like you see KOTOR remake.
That will bring me to tears. Now knowing how it's like on death's door, if that shit just shows up out of nowhere.
Oh, bro. And
the emotions will fly.
The reason why the emotions flew, because, again, I remember, young Cog, when I saw that arcade upright, they had that trailer, is literally what I saved up for when I became like, in my 20s. And I have that in my mom also. She's like, when are you getting this damn arcade thing out of this house? It's still here.
You're like, tomorrow now.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was my dream, and I did it. So, because I love Sega and the shit don't mean that much. So, so shout out to the Sega kids. Nintendo dudes was hitting me up like, I felt that. I'm gonna have to get this, bro. I wish Nintendo did something like that with all their classic stuff. And I was like, that's dope.
I love the vision. I love the vision that they are going back to all these games and remaking them, because it feels like no one was left behind. Like when I saw Shinobi, I was like, wow, like, and that would be the forgotten one.
They said, and more.
Yeah.
So even though they said, and more, there's more Sega classic games that they're going to remake. And it's like, that is so awesome. Like, didn't expect that at all.
Yeah. I mean, do you have any immediate thoughts of like classic Sega games? Like, you're the Sega kid, so I got one. You have way more history than I do, but I like.
Yeah. What they need to do, and this is, I started talking, shout out to Ains and a couple other people. No disrespect to the new Sega kids, but that Phantasy Star that y'all talking about, that's not Phantasy Star to us. Phantasy Star 1 and 2 are some of the greatest JRPGs ever made, specifically 2 as well. And I can't take another one. 1 is just different. It was first person. But, oh man, shout out to the people, the Nay Battle, the Dark Force, the Mother Brain. There's certain things, the way they introduce JRPGs into mainstream US culture. This is before Final Fantasy and all that. Like, they have classic JRPGs, Shining in the Darkness, Sword of Vermilion. There's so much they could do. But I would say if the next one up, if they could make a true Phantasy Star game, because that game has a lineage and a history, and none of this MMO, that's for them dudes. Give us the JRPG we deserve. We need Final Fantasy VII remake treatment. Maybe not to that level. Now that budget's crazy. But
the budget is crazy, but I hear what you're saying.
But at least on an Eiyuden Chronicle, Suikoden remake level type. Just give me some Sea of Stars energy for my Phantasy Star 1 and 2, and I'm good to go. I feel that should be next up. But they got a lot, man. Golden Axe is big. Streets of Rage is big. They said, look, this could be a gold mine if they do it right and they treat it with care.
Yeah. Jet Set Radio looks fantastic.
How you feeling? Yeah.
You know how I feel, man? It's kind of strange. It was like that moment of okay, I'm glad we know it's real. But you know what I was also thinking, dude, is like Bomb Rush Cyberpunk was such a strong answer to my desires for more Jet Set. I again will just sound this off that if anyone loves Jet Set like I do, like you grew up with it, like that's when I think original Xbox, like there's a handful of games I think of, and like that's on that list. Jet Set Radio Future. If you miss that style of game, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk has the art style, the same composer. It's got a really good story. Like it is shockingly good, and it modernizes the controls. And you have like not only rollerblades, but you have skateboard, you have a bike. It gets trippy at times. Like it's an amazing game. And so to me, it was like this. Sega should be on watch. Like this is the new King of the Hill, in my opinion. Like I don't know how excited I can feel for Jet Set Radio remake. It's like playing that game tempered me because I was like, okay, I'm well taken care of already. Like, what are they going to do now? So I'm hoping they go a whole other level. Obviously, with Jet Set Radio, though, just there's so much culture and like the characters, right? Like the dances that they do, and whatnot in the garage. There's just so much personality. The Jet Set Radio, they showed the DJ. I was like, holy shit. So yeah, man, like that, I'm very much excited, but almost like tempered excitement just because of Bomb Rush being as good as it is. True. Crazy Taxi, I actually got to really late, but like that looks like a blast. I think a whole new, you know what it is, man? Like I love that there's going to be a new generation that's going to re-experience these games. Like that's why I think what Sega's doing here, I know there's a lot of cash-ins on old IP for just cheap remakes. I hope they do it right because they are preserving something really important as we enter this new generation, and more kids are coming in, is that like we're not leaving behind the creative weird stuff that got us here. And like Sega was a pioneer of that. Like, look at this list: Jet Set Radio, Crazy Taxi, Golden Axe, Streets of Rage, and Shinobi. Like, these are all wildly different games. And the fact that they're remaking all 5 of them, and as Cog said, more, it's something I think should be embraced. I'm like you. I want to know, like, what's the delivery here? Are these like all premium products that you're just releasing over time? Or is it like a service, or like what is this? So
yes,
this may be our first peek. Did they have like any interviews yet about like, is this the Sega Super game? Because
I mean, I would think this is. I mean, I remember when we did the DDU, and I remember the slide specifically, and I remember those titles. I remember seeing Shinobi's name on that PowerPoint on that slide, in conjunction with Crazy Taxi. So the 5 that was shown were literally on that slide for Super Game. So it's definitely Super Game. It's just now the platform, the implementation.
They said it's coming 2026. I was just looking it up. There's no comment on it yet. It just says that the development of its first Super Game is progressing steadily. So it sounds like this isn't it, because they're saying first, but then they show off like 5. So I don't know, man. So this could just be a whole other initiative from Sega, which is fucking crazy in its own right. We did do one of our favorite DDU episodes was about Sega and their future. And I mean, we were on the money. Like we said, like, look at their charts, like look at what they're talking about with investors. They're going to start remaking a ton of stuff. Now, can I act like I expected like the lion's share? Hell no. But I love what they did here.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
Next one up. Again, this is like the stretch of the show was fucking legendary, man. Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero gameplay trailer. No date or anything yet, but since Dragon Ball Battle Hour is usually like in February, I'm thinking that's when we'll get a date for this then, because that's like a kind of like what you mentioned, Cog, like, oh, Xbox has like their own event. Like I think that's what's happening in Dragon Ball. Like they'll save the date for their own event.
Defer to you here. This is big. This is big. I know how you feel about this subject.
I was so happy with what I saw. On a visual level, man, like that Cyber Connect 2 kind of energy immediately screaming through, that Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, that Dragon Ball Fighters energy screaming through. You know what I was worried about? I gotta start here. I was worried, like Dragon Ball Fighters to me is like the premium cream of the crop Dragon Ball game. Like I have my nostalgia picks of what my favorites would be, but like that is the best made Dragon Ball game ever. One of the things that adds to that experience so much is the voice performance. Every single one of the original voice actors and actresses there reprise their role. And I mean, they get into it, full commitment. Everyone's yelling. Battles are so intense. And so when this trailer starts up and it's Goku and Vegeta fighting each other and they are screaming. I know that's for many people like the antithesis of what makes anime shitty, but for me, like that's my hype. Like that gets me goosebumps. Like I love seeing the biggest and baddest go crazy and fight each other. And so that's what this trailer was, man. Budokai Tenkaichi 4 is literally here. It's under a different name, but it's a 3D arena fighter. The destructible environment, that was always Budokai Tenkaichi's calling card. Like punches someone in the face and send them flying, and they break through a rock wall and fly into another arena. But like now you're breaking them into the ground, through walls, through buildings. I mean, it looked incredible. Then they did another thing. Dragon Ball Super. You know, this is the show that I feel gets ignored too often in the games. You know, they just did Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. I'm like, I love the Z story. I love what it's done for anime and what it's done for Dragon Ball. It's clearly the most iconic part of Dragon Ball. But like, we need to embrace Super as much because there's so many special moments in Super, like the Universe Survival arc, I think is great. I think the Goku Black arc is one of the best in Dragon Ball, even if it ends on a shitty note. But we need to embrace Super because there's so many good moments throughout that build out so many characters that people love still to this day. But I feel like the games never embraced that. So when I saw DBS Broly from the movie step in, I'm like, oh. Different. And then I see at the tail end Jiren, I'm like, oh. And the types of forms that Goku and Vegeta was using, I was like, okay, we're going deep into Super. Good. This is what was needed. And so I'm just excited, man. Like, you deflect a Kamehameha, you see that shit curve and go into the ground. There's a massive explosion.
They're doing what they're supposed to do. This is for the hardcore.
Bro, I was fucking nutting my pants. I was just keeping real. Like, I was fucking creaming. That shit was nutty, bro. I was loving every bit of that.
Fire right now.
Every bit of that. All over it, man. So yeah, Dragon Ball Z, Sparking Zero. I know. Pause. I don't care. Dragon Ball Z, Sparking Zero looks amazing. As a Dragon Ball fan, I was worried that, especially when the last one we got, I know it was a little $20 title, but it's this kind of like asymmetrical multiplayer game where you're playing as like Bulma. And I'm like, okay, kind of appreciate what you're doing here with the experimentation, but like, what's the next big Dragon Ball game? And to see this and feel very comfortable with like how we're following up this more serious competitive fighter with something that seems more arcadey, who knows? I just pray to God that it's not like Ultimate Tenkaichi, because Ultimate Tenkaichi had wonderful presentation. Like, if you look at that game, you'll be like, oh, that's amazing.
But
when you play it, it's literally cutscenes. Like, if I press square, a cutscene activates and you're just throwing a bunch of punches and like the damage racks up. It's unfathomable how bad that is. And apparently they picked the name Ultimate Tenkaichi because it was like a fan boat. And so, yeah, bad choice, because Tenkaichi has a lot of legacy. Anyway,
no,
that's enough for me.
I'm happy.
That's enough for me. I left it all off. I would love for you to get a word in on this if you have anything to say.
Bro, you would just laugh. During this segment, I'm out here butchering names because I'm teasing at it, because I know him and my boy Dip Down Anime, who was on the stream with us. They know everything, so they going crazy. And I'm like, this is Trunks. And they like, no, Cog, that's not him. And this the comment. Cog, don't say that word ever again. You're butchering it. You don't know what you're talking about. So I'm like the old man trying to be cool with the youngins and literally butchering who's fighting. Good. But I knew it was Dragon Ball, but I'm like, so this is Frieza, right? And they're like, no, Cog, no. So they clowned me. It was funny. That's actually one of my favorites, because I knew how happy they were, because they were getting them.
Just soiling them.
Yeah, so I was messing them a little bit. But yeah, salute to the now. This is for the heads, man. It's for the hard. I like that they're giving y'all that treatment. That's dope.
Yeah. I'm very pleased with what I saw. So can't wait to learn more. Seriously, looks great. Afterwards, we got the casting of Frank Stone, a cinematic horror experience, a single-player game from Dead by Daylight developers alongside Supermassive. So this kind of interesting collaboration between two really well-known horror studios. This is coming out 2024. I'm not going to lie, man. Like, I'm not really, like, Supermassive especially, I haven't played much of their games. I played Until Dawn, loved Until Dawn, and, like, everything else just never really called my name. But it looks interesting. I will be keeping my eye on this one at the very least. Looks terrifying. Sounds terrifying.
Yeah.
But a lot of horror games this show.
Yes.
But interesting collaboration. There's a lot of crossing of worlds in this show, I felt, especially when we talk about Overdose. But Kyle, get any thoughts on the casting of Frank Stone?
Yeah, it looks cool. A quick question. Even though it's this collabo, is the game style going to be like what's that one, the Until Dawn type people, where it's kind of like almost like a teen horror choice? Should we do that?
I'd be surprised if Supermassive suddenly went away from that. They've done it for so many games. Yeah,
I secretly like those type of choices.
I do too. Don't get me wrong. Okay. What I loved about Until Dawn was like how many choices you could make and how many outcomes there were. Like,
yes,
I remember when streaming was kind of like new-ish. Like, I remember streaming that game. And that was like one of my favorite experiences. I'll always remember we played it for 6 hours straight. That shit was intense. But since then, like, we'll actually talk about another studio that does a similar type of game. I don't know what's happened to me. I've kind of lost my luster. So you like, are you really about this type of thing?
Yeah, because these are the games I like when I have non-gamer friends over, and I'll show them stuff. It almost reminds me as Dust Fall. All right, so we're going to play. What should I do over here? Should we do this? Should we going to let that one live? We're going to go. It's fun to be involved with that. And that character with the helmet, with the busted out thing, that thing looked crazy. It's a different energy going on. So I'm curious with this one. This looked like one of them Cog silly joints that I like to have fun with people. I feel you.
Square Enix had some presence here with I would say for JRPG fans, a mighty surprising announcement. Shout out to Miles Dompier, because I'm sure he lost his mind over this. Huge fan of this series. Always saying, bring it to Xbox, bring it to Xbox. Visions of Mana coming 2024. And this is like a full-on new game, action RPG. Looks like it's got a lot invested into it. Definitely feels a little bit like how... I think of what happened with Tales of Arise, where Tales was like this particular series that they were very safe with, and Arise was like, okay, here's the big investment. Let's see how it pays off. It feels kind of like that for the Mana series. Like they're just going in on this one entry. And it looks brilliant. I think it looks really, really good. I'm very excited about it. I've not played much Mana, so I can't speak from a point of experience. I do think of Miles right away, though, and just how much he loves that series. And I'm like, all right, Miles likes it, then like I'm about it. So what'd you think of Visions of Mana?
The minute I saw the Mana name, I was like, whoa, they doing it. Yeah. But I will say what the biggest part of the news for me, besides the fact they're making it almost like a sequel to a classic from the Super Nintendo days, is the fact that I saw a certain logo there for day one in a new era. This is a big deal. People don't understand this JRPG has tremendous history. To see a certain platform not miss out on a day one, Maddie. I mean, seems the times are changing, maybe. Huh?
Yeah, no, that was a very good thing to bring up there. Yeah, that is important. That this is one of those, this is a bona fide Xbox whiff, right? Like this, This would be the exact type of fucking game that does not come to the platform, bro. Especially Square Enix, lesser known JRPG series. The fact that it's here, I'm glad you brought it up. Really good. Really good to see. So I'm happy this relationship's paying off. Let's see where else it may go.
Yeah. Hey. Hey. But I will say, in my mind, I'm like, this would literally be a defining Duke timestamp topic. And yet again, such and such skips that. You know what I'm saying? And we like, oh, but it didn't happen. So new day, guys. Bravo, gentlemen. I think Square is on the right path.
Yes, absolutely. Welcome, Square. We accept you nonetheless. Rise of the Ronin got a brand new trailer, and man, it's coming out soon. March 22nd, 2024. This is from Team Ninja, exclusive to PlayStation. And we've known this one was in the oven for a while. For those who don't know, Team Ninja made Wulong, Fallen Dynasty. They also made Neo. So like this is just a really, really good developer that seems to hit a home run with every IP. This had paragliding and guns and like ninja combat. It looks fantastic. I cannot wait. This will be a day one for me easily. And it's coming out in March, which is starting to fill out a bit, but looks like there's going to be enough space and time to play some games this year, at least as things stand right now in December. We shall see come January. But what do you think of Rise of the Ronin? Thought of you for this one right away.
Yes, total card game. I knew about Rise of the Ronin the minute I saw it. I was like, yep, PlayStation, I'll be back to turn you on for this. There's certain games that I was like, it's like Ghost of Tsushima type energy. There's certain people know me so much in the shit like, oh, this is a card game. We already know what this is. So don't got much to say, but yeah, shout out to Koei Tecmo. I think they're publishing exclusive for PlayStation. Great get. Looks phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm rewatching the trailer now, and it's just they just get it at Team Ninja. Like I don't know, man. Like it's just their games are so fun to play because they take the Muso elements of like the swiftness and the slickness of combat and how powerful you feel. I'm curious if this is like Neo, where you're playing as a set protagonist. I imagine so. But who knows? Because it felt like that way with Wulong, and then Wulong, you had a character you could create. So we'll see. But I just saw this part where he puts the sword in the ground and bolts over the huge dude.
Bro.
Yeah. This is gonna be a good game. Looks co-op or something like that. There's blood in the snow. I'm ready. Bring it in, Team Ninja. I cannot wait for this one.
They do what they do.
All right. Another one we can easily park it on for a little bit here, Cog. Overdose. This is it, OD. This is the game that's been leaked for a long while, coming through the Xbox Cloud Gaming division, which Kojima did confirm on stage. We saw the Xbox Game Studios logo at the end of the trailer. I'm using their words when I describe this. This is not Maddie finding his way through a sentence here. They said, it is a horror game, but also a movie, but also a new form of media. And Jordan Peele is involved. So they were on stage for a while talking around this whole thing. And I mean a while. They were talking this thing up big time. The Jeff nepotism was in full effect here.
You didn't think he was excited?
I didn't hear any of that.
There was none of that. There was no wrap it up.
All right, wrap it up.
Bro,
none of that.
That man saw Kojima, he was beaming. I was like, I already know. So Xbox, I know what you're doing, baby. I know what you're doing. You're playing chess. You're playing 3D chess. I know what you're doing, baby.
I love it. And the other key element I want to point out before dishing it your way, when Kojima stepped out on stage, that door, Cog, that was the PT door.
Yes.
That was the PT door.
Yes.
So it looks like some ideas from that probably the most famous video game demo is here to stay in Overdose. And we know very little about it other than it's going to be something very different and very weird. And that's kind of Kojima's specialty, right? Is getting AAA budgets for weird, non-conventional AAA style games. And so I haven't really loved a Kojima game since I'm very indifferent to him in the sense that I love Metal Gear Solid 2. I think Metal Gear Solid 3 is also fantastic. But like my adoration for a Kojima game kind of stops there for the most part. I think his love of a movie kind of has overtaken a lot of his games. Here's the bright spot, though. Mm-hmm. This kind of seems to filter more into the movie game category than his previous ones, where his previous ones were like very gamey, but then also like you had Metal Gear Solid 4, which is just like movie, right? So it feels like this is filtering more to his current taste. And I'm wondering what you feel about the partnership of how they described it on stage was interesting. Like you had a film director growing up playing games, now directing film, and then you have a game director growing up watching films, directing games, and now they're coming together to work on this horror game. So what do you think of OD, the announcement, and obviously that this is a very long ways away?
Yeah, this definitely. I didn't expect to see this.
Yeah.
This threw me off. I'll be honest, 4 times during this show, I mistakenly yelled out Death Stranding 2. And in my mind,
very surprising.
There were 2. There's one game I was like, oh, that looked like Death Stranding. Oh, it looked like they're using the biome. And it wasn't Death Stranding 2. Mm-hmm. And then when he said, bro, the minute he grabbed the mic and was like, a guy that we all love, his whole energy changed. When Jeff is talking about Kojima, I already knew it before he said it. I said, oh, this Kojima right now. Now, the question is what it is. So in my mind, I'm like, oh, it's Death Stranding 2 time, because I didn't think we saw what was it last year's direct that it was 2 directs before that we saw Kojima on the Xbox stage saying that he's working on something with Xbox, right? Yeah. So they utilized that they got
on an announcement, I think long, so that was 2 years ago.
Yes. So with free promo, I'm like, okay, I didn't think this soon. Now, the way they're talking, this is what I got from it. So it looks like, the whole bunch of actors and actresses, they were reciting some weird poem, what I'm saying, over and over. And to me, it shows some type of psychosis or degradation or something going on. So I saw the PT door. That was interesting to me. I felt Jordan Peele's comments were interesting because, they were like, no, this is a game. Because that's the worry. I'm like, are y'all just doing some full motion video? Like, what's going on? I don't know. Remember, we know that Cloud Tech is involved in this. So the thing that actually gave me confidence, though, is what Peele said. No, guys, this is a game. And what Kojima said towards the end, and he was like, oh, we got more people that would come through that door. I just can't say. He said, we got an Avengers level of directors and I guess movie luminaries. It is all hands on deck for this project. I love the name, by the way. Something about OD. I like the OD shirt. I thought that was kind of cool. I ain't going front. Yeah, now I'm with you. I ain't going to sit here and cap like I've been Kojima from day one. Everything he does. This guy, I am not that dude. I told y'all about the FedEx game, but I will say with Death Stranding, when I finally got a chance to play, I'm like, okay, I get where he's going with it. And I do see him with Cloud Tech could use some really cool. One thing I will give him this. He's so quirky. He's so out there that he's going to find a way to utilize Cloud differently and in a unique way better than anyone. I will give him that. He's going to come up with some usage that we're going to say, yo, that's dope. The question now is what form does it take? Is it first person like a PT and this is an extension of PT, which people do want, right? People felt PT was, I remember playing that demo on PlayStation. I remember I kept it and the value of my PlayStation was up because I still had the demo on, I think, my PS4, whatever, before I sold it. And it was like, yo, you still got the PT demo? Because they took it off the store and I kept it on my hard drive. So that's a big thing.
Yeah.
Or does he go his Death Stranding right, where it's kind of like a hashtag just one energy style horror? I don't know. But I know one thing, though. I can't front him on this. Graphical fidelity is going to be there on this game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You would not have Xbox fans. You would not have to worry about that. So I thought it was interesting because Jeff did not care about the time limit. He did not care about your feelings. He was going to gush about this and let everybody know that this is the next thing since Jesus.
Xbox is going to work that angle so hard.
Xbox is so damn smart because they know the key to get rid of taxes, so-called taxes. I'm just playing, y'all. You know I'm being silly. But this is how you do it. You get the Game Award showrunner and his favorite director, and you got to exclusive with them. Oh, you best believe you're going to get all the screen time. You're going to get all the promo. Xbox said, know what you're doing, baby. The market is greedy. Woo. Which one of y'all did this one? Don't get that person funny
because we never thought of that, but then you see it in action, and it's just like, they're going to exploit the fuck out of that. Like,
bro, they hijacked the Game Awards for 15 minutes. Like, they were just gushing. I'm like, yo, there's no time.
It was literally like just watching two guys in a room talk.
Just talking. Like, yeah. He's like, hey, we know it's going to be fire, right? I'm like, yo, this is why. Shout out to them. We'll see. But I'm reserved judgment, but we definitely will see what goes on.
Yeah. Definitely interested. And if you were to put like a window on this, I feel like this might not be here until like next gen. I don't know if that's very crazy for me to say, but when it's all cloud based, I just feel this has the potential to be something all new for not only us, but the creators. And that may take time.
I mean, they announced it. What, because it wasn't this year. Was it last year? When was the announcement for Kojima on the Xbox stage at the Xbox Direct?
Xbox Hideo Kojima showcase announcement. Let's see what we got here.
2022 or 2021?
2022.
All right, 2020. Yo, boy.
So then, like, we got our first look at like not even the game, but like actors' faces.
Yeah,
so
this might be. This is like,
and like Death Stranding 2's got to come out first. So
yes.
So
yeah, this is end of the gen.
That like, bucks of cash, like that's just by demand.
This is end of the gen potential cross generational title as well. I mean, yeah, we gonna be wild with this.
Yeah. Let's see what we got next here. Jurassic Park Survival, which is a first-person action-adventure game. I wrote survival horror here in our doc, but that's actually incorrect. First-person action-adventure game set in the Jurassic Park universe, and a lot of the trailer was dominated by the CG stuff, but then they showed a bit of gameplay. I'm not a huge Jurassic Park fan, so I'm kind of like indifferent to this, but I have a buddy who was like literally like, oh, let's go. Like he was like
crazy.
This was like one of those dream games for him. And I imagine he's not alone because he's not even like one of those dudes who's like a Dino Crisis, bro. Oh man, like bring back survival horror and dinosaurs. Like he just loves Jurassic Park. And he's like, man, it would make for a great kind of survival horror, like action experience. And so they're doing it. And hearing that reaction was definitely something that shifted my perspective from like, okay, cool though. Like, oh, this might be a special one here. So any thoughts on this one?
I'm literally exactly with you. This did nothing for me. I'm not a Jurassic Park guy at all. The gameplay, nothing really stood out. Not that it was terrible. It's just nothing really stood out to me. They made me go, oh, okay, yeah, I got to look out for this. So, just solid reveal, but I don't know if there's anything I'm interested in per se.
Afterwards, we saw Black Myth Wukong coming August 20th, 2024. I'm going to dish this one to you right away because you said this is one of those wow moments for you. So let's hear about it.
Yeah, I mean, what more can I say about how this game looks? The different stylized approaches to Chinese, mythology. Wukong is a big deal, and I just love the attention to the culture. And every time I see, it's to the point, Maddie, where it's like, what is this game not doing? You're riding dragons, you're doing this, you're in these biomes, you're fighting this. The boss battles are so epic, center stage level that it's just like, again, outside of Hellblade, like what other game is doing this? Like this looks crazy. So I was shocked. We finally got that date. And I was like, all right, now I got to check my scorecard because I was like, you got to come out. I forgot what I said on my scorecard. Shout out to Last Call, LSM Last Call. I got to check the stats and see where I'm at with that. But
I got you.
Yeah. But other than I was just happy to see it finally get a release. I believe the name of the team is called Game Science. They're working sorcery over there with that engine. That Unreal Engine 5, whatever they doing, pure sorcery. This is by far one of the best looking games, period. It's just a phenomenal looking game.
You had Black Myth Wukong in October.
Oh, I was being conservative. I didn't think because they showed it, but I was like, they're going to need time with how good that looked. All right, so we a little off, but it's coming this year, so I'm all right. That just got to score good.
Only one of the games that I have here on my fantasy draft list in Suicide Squad was shown off at the game board. So
no.
And no delay yet, which is one I predicted. Yeah. So this is looking a little spooky for me.
It's a little spooky.
Yeah, Black Myth Wukong. I don't know why this game isn't like, it looks better and better each time I see it, but like it's not pulling me in. I don't know why either. I call it like the Sekiro effect, where it's like, oh, this has all the sensibilities of a Matty game, but like there's like an id factor. Like you're not grabbing me here. And I think for this one, it's like, when was this first announced? I don't know if I'm bugging or not, but I feel like Black Myth Wukong was at first this like viral game on Twitter, and it's just been hanging around for a stupid long time. I'm looking here at the Wikipedia page. Let's see is there like any sort of announce.
I remember seeing it
2020.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Yeah, so it's been a while. Yeah. And I feel like I've just seen so much of it that like it's not only that, but it's been shown off so many times.
A lot, yeah,
in that window. So I feel like I'm just kind of numb to what makes the game special, like almost overexposed. So I'm sure I'll make time to play it because it seems like a pretty big game, especially August, like typically a pretty slow month. This year, a little bit different. So maybe not. But didn't really light my world on fire. I won't be honest with you. Or I will be honest with you. I should say.
All right. Being real with yourself, I respect it.
Speaking of being honest, man. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. New trailer. Cog, I can't act like I hate what I see here. I can't. I gameplay wise, this is not what I want from Rocksteady, and it's very much like they're capable of way better, no doubt about it. Like, not all of these characters should be just third person shooting characters, but I can't act like when I see the cutscenes and the production value and the way they're handled. Like, there's this one shot of them like rolling into Arkham Asylum. The way the scene is lit, the way the cutscene rolls out, the personalities that are captured, I'm like, this is Rocksteady. It is, and I'm not trying to overhype it. I'm just what I'm saying is I went from like, what the hell is that, to like, all right, I'm gonna go in with an open mind. And it wasn't just one trailer. Like, I've said this multiple times that I don't think Suicide Squad looks like a bad game. It just doesn't look like what I'm looking for out of Rocksteady.
Right.
But removing that personal bias and kind of looking at it for what it is instead of what I want it to be, I'm like, you know what? This doesn't look bad at all. Like, this, from the story to the world, I'm like, this, I'm interested. Like, I'm in. I want to play this. And I'm wondering how you feel about this, because you've been giving me a couple of looks as I've been talking. So I'm wondering if I'm on an island here, if you saw this and you went, that's disgusting. Because you are the one who has not played the Arkham games. Correct. Well, I have, right? Correct. So that's why I'm really interested to get your take on this.
All I can say is that there is a civil war going on. And the civil war is basically the people who have played Arkham and want that, right? And want classic Rocksteady, and they don't want to hear about nothing else, right? Then there are people who say, look, you got to give this a chance. And I'm just going to leave it at that, because that contingent is growing. And I'm going to leave it at that. I cannot say anymore. Okay.
I'm going to peel you back a little bit.
Yes.
Are you willing to give it a chance?
Yes.
Okay.
That's all I can say at this moment.
Do you like what you see more than the Arkham games?
The trailers look good. Yes. I was very excited for the trailers I saw at the Game Awards.
I will ask no more.
Thank you, sir.
April 23rd, 2024, we get Tales of Kenzera. This is kind of like a 2D Metroidvania style game. Looked pretty solid. Didn't really light the world on fire, especially because they had a pretty extensive trailer earlier in the show for the new Prince of Persia game, which out of the 2D games, like that one looked better to me. Any thoughts on Tales of Kenzera?
Yes, bias, super fire. I was so proud of Brother Man. I think it's Zao, Z-A-U, Tales of Kenzera, Zao. And I think, the developer seems to be of African descent, potentially talked about it on stage. He had a little emotional moment. So, usually when those moments happen, I'm like, it's a feel good, but I'm like, damn, I hope your game is good for all this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when I saw it, I was like, oh, this is like Ori meets like Black Panther level tribesman vibes with magic and mysticism, and it was so African culture that I have to admit, this is now my bias now. Like, as a Black man, like I felt
it's understandable bias. I feel you're explaining it too much.
Yeah, I felt like this is like, he going with Black Panther lore, he going with African tribes lore. He's doing very specific, even the dialogue, and you use the words Baba, and so, like, these are very African level sensibilities. So to me, I'm like, oh, I need this, and I got to support this because I don't see this a lot, right? And it's one thing that is just my countrymen, so to speak, right? But is the game good? And that was why I was like, please just be good. Please be good. And for what I saw, he had a lot of Ori influence on his, but with some really cool combat and stuff going on as well. So I am pulling for Tales of Kenzera out. It actually lived up to the emotional story behind it, is what I will say.
Sure. Yeah, I feel you on that. Yeah, it looked pretty good. Then we got an announcement from the Life is Strange team, Don't Nod. Lost Records Bloom and Rage coming late 2024. And this is like, I was talking earlier about like Supermassive and how I've kind of fallen out of these games. I don't think it's a really hot take to say that Life is Strange 1 is like the definition of a one-hit wonder. Like, they made, in my eyes, one spectacular game. I love Life is Strange 1. Oh my God, I really do. Like, one of my favorites, walking simulators, if you will. The rewind time, the choices, that ending.
Bro, the ending. Also, remember the school. If you didn't pay attention to someone at the top of a school and that game challenged you very early emotionally, you better had pay attention to every detail that was said. Otherwise, there will be consequences for you not paying attention. I said, this game's hitting different. Life is Strange is a beautiful game.
Life is Strange 1, special video game. And since then, I just feel like they don't have their finger on the pulse. I just don't feel they've hit home runs anywhere close to that. And so it just gradually, like, the love tapered off, and it just became more like, so I saw this game and I'm like, no, not feeling this one. So not super interested in Lost Records, because it's, you know what it is that Life is Strange 1 captured this really good mixture of course, the choices mattering, but it had a little bit of the cringy teen 90s sort of dialect of like bitchin', or, that's rad, or whatever it may be. And then here you see like it's starting to get now almost Ubisofty levels of creepiness, where it's like you could tell it's these like 50-year-old dudes writing these teenagers, and they're like, let's go in the woods and drink a couple of beers and light each other's cigarettes with our own cigarettes. It's just like, fuck, man. Not feeling this one at all on a tonal level. I'll keep an open mind. If the reviews are fantastic, maybe I'll give it a look. But from the outside looking in, I can't get behind often what this team does. Like, the last thing I played from that I thought was pretty good was the adventures of like, it was something, the Captain Adventure, the
something adventure, something.
Yeah, that superhero style one, which is like a little 2-hour setup for I think, was it Life is Strange 2 or something like that? That was all right. But otherwise, I just haven't really loved what they've done lately. But what did you think? Because I know you like these types of games, as you were saying earlier.
I do love the walking simulator, the choice thing. I have to give you, I think what you're saying is fair. I think my worry for them is that they're getting a little formulaic, and I am concerned that they don't go down the Telltale path, which is they had something that was a hit, and now it's like, yo, we made a lot of money, or we did well. Let's keep banging these type of joints out. This is what they want. And then I hope they look at the lesson of Telltale. But in their defense, I heard a couple of other ones did well. I think reviewed well. So I've kind of fell off. I'm with you. Like, I don't think anything has really beaten that original story of Life is Strange. I think that was a masterpiece that was at the right time, you know, and it was like it's a timepiece because in that, like you said, like the you know,
really the first challenger to Telltale, if I remember correctly.
The true challenger, and then the rewind time, and the game really did some unique things, man. I really like what they did, and they had the emotionality that I felt was missing. But yeah, listen, I'll wait for the reviews. I'm not gonna dive in there to see, and if the reviews well, maybe I'll check it out. But if not, I'm not. That's not gonna be my first choice out of the lineup of 2024 games.
Afterwards, we saw first Berserker. This was an in-engine trailer, although it looked like gameplay, but it was all in-engine. And this is from the Dungeon Fighter Online universe. I'm pretty sure they just did a fighting game too. So they're investing in that world more and more. This looked kind of like, if it's going to be indicative of the gameplay, very Souls-likey. So I thought the combat, for what it may be, looked pretty cool. But knowing it was all in engine, I was like, all right, I'm not totally sold yet, but definitely has my attention.
Yeah, I thought it looked good. I thought it looked really good. I thought the animations was what really got me. The way the hair was blowing, the art style of it. I like the character designs, actually. Some of the enemies and the way it's an anime flair, but like with cell shading. I thought it looked really good. I remember as I watched more of it, I'm like, no, this looks, even though it's Souls and how feels about Souls, but yo, it looked good. I ain't gonna hold you. Like, if you want anime Souls, I was like, all right, they got you.
Yes, sir. Speaking of anime, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth got this announcement theme trailer. This game looks special, man. Like, looks so good. And bro, let's just say they are now officially messing around with that scene from Final Fantasy VII. And if you played 7 Remake, let's just say the whispers have appeared in this particular scene now, which some shenanigans will be going down in Rebirth. And I am very, very excited to see where Square Enix takes all of this. Afterwards, and I'll pass it to you, Cog. Afterwards, Jeff's like, and that's not the only thing that Final Fantasy fans are getting in this show. So I sit up because I'm thinking, oh, wait, the NVIDIA Bible. Wait, let me page to number 37. Aha, there it is. Final Fantasy IX Remake. Is this it? Is this the moment? What are they doing with Final Fantasy beyond 7 Rebirth? It's an Apex Legends Final Fantasy VII crossover event, everyone. I was sick to my fucking stomach when I saw that one. So, Cog, we got the trailer. Game looks awesome. We got the crossover event. Any thoughts on either?
Yeah, I'm the biggest fanboy for 7 Remake. What they're doing is one of the most boldest choices I've ever seen in video games. Yeah. I have to see how this lands. I'm too invested. Did all the stuff, the Yuffie. I did a Sega Symbols Plus with Hogue and a couple other people. So, yeah, I am ready. As far as the other thing, I thought that was absolutely hilarious. I'm with you. I was like, wait, what's this? What's going on? Apex Legends. Oh, man. Like, what are we doing? So to me, I was like, yo, Apex is seeing all this Fortnite stuff. And they like, nah, fam, we got to do something. Y'all got to get over here because this Fortnite is taking over the world. Remember, we exist, y'all.
So true.
Yeah,
Lego Fortnite, man, taking over.
Yeah. Yo, Fortnite had Lego. Fortnite had
Rocket Racing.
That was Rocket something. I'm like, bro, what isn't in Fortnite at this point?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
It's impressive. It's a platform now. So, and they got some like Psyonix, like to have the Rocket League developers behind you in full force, which I know they're owned by Epic and everything, but like just crazy.
Cultural phenomenon is Fortnite.
And this is the big one, I feel. This is the one that's the talk of the town, for better or for worse. We'll get into why. Blade. And this is the game that Cog and I knew about going into the show. This one was slipping out behind the scenes. Kudos to the games industry. I gotta give props. This was a pretty well-kept secret, it seemed like. It got out, to my knowledge, about like a week ago, and this was protected. Like people thought that this was a special moment. I don't know what Dinga Bakaba did. I don't know what Arkane Leon did, but they somehow mustered an infinite level of respect that no other team has been given. And this game stayed, for the most part, quiet. There was like a Reset Era post that was made. But otherwise, yeah, man, Blade in development, announced by Arkane Lyon, third-person action-adventure game, single-player game set in Paris. Now, the big question is exclusivity. This has been the big question mark because the Xbox branding was nowhere to be found. If you want to look a little bit deeper into it, as of the time of recording this, by the way, we don't know if there are going to be any official comments yet. Right now, as we're talking 2:31 in the morning, the night of the Game Awards, Xbox retweeted the trailer. They didn't really post anything officially otherwise, but they did make posts for things like Overdose, like Xbox Wire posts and whatnot. While this seems very Bethesda-centric. Now, given what's happening with Indiana Jones and how it's confirmed to be exclusive, I think it is under the safe assumption that Blade 2 will be exclusive. At the same time, however, the caginess and the reluctance of stapling your brand all over the biggest thing that has probably been requested from your fans. Give us a Marvel game, Xbox. Give us a Marvel game.
Mm-hmm.
And no brand presence at all. Very interesting move here. And some are wondering because the FTC right now has been moving to try to challenge once more and appeal the decision that's been made about Activision.
Yes.
Do you look too powerful if now you got a Marvel game that's going to be exclusive? So did they stay away from that? I almost think that's almost too many layers deep, but I don't want to take too much away from the announcement and what this means, and we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
But I need your take here because Windows Central was saying in their report at the top, it reads exactly that this is an exclusive. It says, as Arkane Lyon is an Xbox studio, Marvel's Blade is being developed exclusively for Xbox Series X and S and PC and will launch day one into Game Pass. I think because there was no branding anywhere involving Xbox, this is kind of the red alarm that's setting people off, while general logic would suggest with everything that's happened thus far with new IP under Xbox, this will undoubtedly be exclusive. So what's your take on the matter?
First, let's get to the controversy. I'll get that out the way. Shout out to Sam Tolbert, who did the article for Windows. I know Sam personally. I work with Sam a lot. His track record is A1. Yeah. You know, if it, next to Jez, you know, he's there. So shout out to you, Tick fam, if you're listening. We used to work together. But I would look. This is a no-brainer to me, but I will say I understand the frustration from some in the community because I don't know if you saw Clobill's tweet, but he went in. He was very upset. He's very upset. And look, I'll make this brief because I don't want to take away from the moment, which is the real thing about what was shown and what was announced and all that. But this is how I look at it. It's clear, in my opinion, that either one or two things happened. One, Xbox said, we are going to let Bethesda make this announcement, not interfere with how they want to present it. Because remember, it came from the Bethesda Twitter account, the announcement, we're making a Marvel game, yada, yada, yada. I thought it was very clear that PlayStation, if this was coming to that platform, I looked at that Twitter account, they did not retweet anything related to this announcement, right? So to me, if you know it's coming to your platform, you're going to I don't see PlayStation being shy about letting people know, by the way, that's us too. You know what I'm saying? So that to me is out there. But to the issue, the drama part first, which is, I do think there may be a reluctance to say it, and it's unfortunate because Xbox fans want to know, this is exclusively to us. And I guess maybe the only theory I have is maybe the concern is if we do this with this audience, which is primarily a non-Xbox crowd, feelings. And remember Rise of the Tomb Raider, right? And remember, they just came off of Tim Stewart's comments about, hey, we're going to put things everywhere and yada, yada, yada. And Phil had to come up and clean that, behind. So maybe that had a factor. I don't know for sure. But it is very interesting that every other thing, Xbox, even when Jeff brought out Kojima, Xbox, this is this. With certain things, this is, we're going to do an X. It was curious that the Xbox branding wasn't front and center just yet. To me, it was strategic, like, oh yeah, we're going to let them know, but not yet here. Just excitement of the announcement. But 2 and 2 equals 4, y'all. Like, Arkane Leon is an Xbox-owned studio that's been making exclusive games.
I always use Spider-Man as the barometer, right?
Exactly.
I love Blade, but there are levels to this.
There are levels to it.
Spider-Man is the cream of the crop.
Of course.
And that being exclusive indicates to me that Blade can and will be exclusive. What's been kind of weird is I was going around on Twitter just seeing the conversations, and there were people who were photoshopping the Marvel post announcement saying it's being developed for Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. And by the way, if it ends up coming to PlayStation, I will be more so mad at Xbox that they let another Marvel game slip through their fingers and didn't try to capitalize on their platform. But if it ends up being true that's exclusive, this is a really weird response by certain people online. Normally, we kind of stay out of that side of the conversation, but it's a really weird response to me to start immediately photoshopping and like trying to mislead people and say like, oh, this is multi-plat, and like riling people up deliberately.
I know that. Okay.
It's intentionally inflammatory, and it's weird because it's like we can't be in our fields for a game that, I mean, it just got announced, man. Like, we don't know. They literally put at the bottom of the tweet from Bethesda, they said that this game's development has just begun. It's the 50th anniversary, so we're happy to announce it. Like, just begun. Like, they probably decided on paper what they're going to do, and now they're going to go make it. Like, I mean, look, I don't see the point in already trying to smear and dismantle information surrounding the game so deliberately. So I found that disappointing, and I just wanted to voice that a little bit. But I don't want to take away from the announcement. We can get into that now if you're good to do so.
Look, this was the secret. When Jeff comes out, this is a studio that, in 2021, they won Best Game Direction. I'm like, oh, I know what game that is. So I'm like, all right, this is Arcane's time. Shout out to the vibe. I thought the music, the beat in this was so fire. So fire. And they go into the barbershop. It's clearly they're in Paris, clearly they're in, France. And I'm just looking, okay, what's going on? And clearly he's in the chair. Barber makes a little nick. He's nervous about the blood, about to cut my man. But he's got a little vampire tendencies. And I was just listening to it. And, the biggest takeaway I got from it was the vibe, but after. When Dinga now comes on stage, his excitement level is through the roof, bro. He was so pumped up, it was
they're making a game in their hometown. Like, they're in France, or I'm sorry, in Paris, making a game set there. Like,
so that is just got to be a dream come true. But the one that broke me, and everybody's on my timeline.
I knew it.
They were like, God, third person. So let's be real. Like, for me, when I knew about this rumor for a long time, I'd be sitting on it. Shout out to the community for the most part, did not steal this moment from Xbox and let this day get announced here on this show. Because a lot of people I know knew about this. Yeah. But the thing that was dope, thing that we all thought in my mind, like, this is Arkane Leon. You are historically first person, right? So I'm like, okay, they could dishonor this boy, sword, gun, Corvo him, right? Like, you could first person, maybe throw some little cinematic aspects of when you do certain things, but back to first person. So when Dinga goes third person, I said, oh, y'all don't normally do that. And you making it up. Yeah. So it was like someone was listening to me. And was like, what? So now to me, because everyone's like, Cog, is this a adjustment? They're on my neck. All I'm going to say is the answer is incomplete, not because I won't bend the knee. I just need to see the gameplay from a artistic and stylistic standpoint. Because what if it's cel-shaded like Hi-Fi Rush? I
think that trailer was very comic booky, so I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Right. So to me, I'm not. I know y'all gonna get me. Oh, he's got all these criteria. I told y'all hyper realistic. I told y'all.
No, you've been consistent. Do not go for my man. You have been consistent, Con.
But what they did accomplish was my second biggest one before. It's not just one. Marvel superhero game, pop culture game. Yes, Xbox.
Yes.
Thank you. This is what I've been taught. Get your name associated with something that is pop. Well, guess what movie is coming out in a couple years? Guess what cross promotion you could do? Oh, I see that Marvel rep. He was gushing about Arkane Leon, and we love their work ethic. To get that relationship even tighter with more characters, if you choose another, there's a plethora of studios at Xbox and ZeniMax that you can.
We've seen what happened with PlayStation, right? We saw how Spider-Man 1 led into 2 and then Wolverine. It's like when Disney finds a partner, they hold on. So if Leon hits it out of the park here with Blade, this is going to be most fortuitous for Xbox.
Yes. Nah, you see my vision. To me, forget about just one. We got to look at the bigger picture. Xbox, and you know what it tells me? One, this is the perfect character for an Xbox game because one, you want a street level hero. Because let's be honest, Superman and Hulk are a little too bombastic. They don't translate well, right? You want someone that's grounded. You got dark. You got, visceral, right?
Yeah, they called it complaints. So
right, our good friend Jess Gordon loves Starfield, but he's like, yo, it's not gory enough, right? You want gory, mature, grounded, back to the Gears days, and a great character. So to me, this is the perfect person. And then now the options could open up for more things. So this is great. I think. And then they said a cool thing. You notice they call it "Play It Your Way." He said, "Play Blade your way." That to me designates a note's choice. There's going to be some. I'm getting Paragon Renegade vibe the way you play this character. They said play it your way. Like there's going to be different play styles of how you play with this character. So
don't play with my heart, man.
No, bro. They said, before we was waiting the show, I rewatched it and I listened to every detail thing that said. I rewatched the interview. He kept stressing that. I'm like, this is a dream come true. The atmosphere. Look, I don't care if it has the hyper realistic or it doesn't have the hyper realistic that disqualifies it or not. I don't care. This is a superhero game on Xbox with a cool character, a cool IP. I love it. I cannot wait to see. Well, I was proud of digging it. My man threw a front kick. He was so hyped. Did you see the front kick he did?
It was nice, dude.
Oh, bro, he's in the gym. He's doing some. He's busy. Bro,
the whole audience reacted to that kick. That man, everyone was like, "Whoa, you got that? Those types of moves? Do not fuck with Dinga."
Yeah, leave him alone.
I'm not talking shit about Deathloop and when he's in the room, bro. That dude will lay me out.
Keep your flannel to yourself.
Yep. No, I'm like, Dinga, do you want my flannel, sir? It's all yours.
He had the trench on, the blade trench. Yeah. I was proud of them. So salute to Arkane Leon. This is a fantastic look, tremendous announcement. I'm done ramped. And 50th anniversary of Blade on time. Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, this is a big deal for them. This is a really big deal for them. I need to. One thing I should have clarified at the start of this. This is Leon. This is not Austin. This is not the same team who delivered to you Redfall earlier this year.
Correct.
That doesn't mean you have to have 1,000% confidence in it, but this is not the Redfall team.
Correct.
With that said, this is a huge moment for them. And I say that because this is a team that's really scratched and clawed their way through a lot of incredible games that haven't just received that recognition. Deathloop was the main one who did, much to my chagrin. And from there, it was like one of a couple of ways. Like there was, of course, we had Dishonored 3 on the leaked reports. I'm wondering if that's getting the kibosh for another Deathloop or whatever. Because that was also the Deathloop voice actor mentioned that there's more on the way. Like he had leaked that. Yeah, there was
yes.
He was signing things and he was just like, yeah, like we're still using those code names because we're recording stuff for, and he like stopped. So this is probably one of those moments where I think all other projects that were in development have to stop, because while they have a winner in Deathloop, the next level lies in Blade. And this is a team that's has earned that next level hand over fist. And they're definitely going to take their biggest chance at that, which is with a Marvel IP. This is especially with the movie being able to synchronize with that, while Blade is like more like right now. I wouldn't be surprised if some people's take is like Blade, like but Sony's got Spider-Man. Blade kind of isn't in the public eye, but he will be, and hopefully the movie doesn't suck. They had to like redo a ton of shit, and so.
Mahershala is happy right now, though. That's all I get. He said he's happy about the direction. He loves what's going on right now. Before I heard it was a terrible mess.
Right. Right. So hopefully now things are on the right path and that synchronization just works out in Arkane's benefit where like people are big on Blade and this is a big game for them because they've definitely been outside of Dishonored 1, which did really well. We know Dishonored 2 did okay. They've been looking for like the big one for a long while and they did not want to give up their sensibilities. Like what made them a special team to go and do that. And I give them credit for hanging on where if I go to Dinga's Twitter,
what's that name?
He said, where are you, Dinga Bakabo? Here he is. He said, thank you so much for watching our announcement. He put in quotes, let's do a single player immersive sim hybrid with all the shit we love. Okay, let's make it a Blade game in third person in our own crazy version of Paris. And somehow this fever dream fucking happens. This is surreal. So single player immersive sim hybrid. So this sounds like what they've been making for a while in the past. I mean, look, man, this is the A team right now. This, I may not like Deathloop and I may have talked my shit, but this is the A team. And when you look at the levels between them and what Arkane Austin currently is, I gotta ride for them. I gotta have all my faith in them. And I mean, this is not only that, but this is like we've had episodes of DDU dedicated to this subject of the importance of the Marvel game.
Yes.
Especially if you're a platform driven by a service, what better selling point can you possibly have than some of the biggest IP on planet Earth? I know there's that degree of Marvel fatigue, but I think they picked a really good one in that there is no reason why you should be fatigued right now for Blade. Maybe Marvel in general, but like Blade is a whole other slice. Remember when I was playing Midnight Suns earlier this year? Cog, who was I gassing up my whole playthrough? I said, Blade is fucking sick in this game, and he needs his own game. I would play that.
Yes.
Here we are months later. Awesome moment, right? Like that was the game that made me go, Blade is cool as hell, bro. Like I didn't know he was built like this.
Yeah.
Like, they give him that. If anyone's played Midnight Suns, you'll know what I'm talking about. The stake ability. Oh, gas.
It's crazy.
Gas. And so, yeah, man, like I just think this is an important moment for Xbox, provided it's exclusive, which we assume it is. This is an important moment for Bethesda. It's an important moment for one of their most talented development teams. This is a dream game moment for their team. So I'm very excited for them.
I've got a question for you. How did you internalize while you're watching it? And then he comes out and says, third person.
I do worry because I shouldn't say worry. Sorry. I have reservations in the immersive department because part of what makes it immersive sim is like, think of Deus Ex, right? The first person interaction, seeing a pen, picking it up, like clicking on a keyboard, opening up a screen and seeing like the email and like, but you can see the border around the screen is like the room still active. Like these are the little immersive qualities that first person enables because like you're living through that character's POV. When you're in third person, that's going to work fine for Blade, of course, as a Marvel game should probably be. Like you want to see the character you're playing as, right? So I have my reservations.
Okay.
Because I don't know, have you played the original Thief games?
Yes.
Were those third person at the start?
At the start? That's not a question. That's a good question now. That's been so long.
Yeah.
At the start, was it?
Like I know the Thief remake reboot in 2014 was first person.
I remember that. I think first.
Let me know just because I'm trying to think of immersive sims that could be third person, and I'm sure the audience may have ideas, but that is like the one reservation where I'm like, yeah, the kind of necessity of immersive sims necessitate first person, at least I think, to work the best they can. But, you know, I'm interested to see how Arkane adjusts now to that gameplay style.
First person and third person sneaker. So first person for the most part, but when he goes into sneaking, it's third. So it's kind of like
since it's so early, that's where my head was kind of going is like, because like he describes it as a single player immersive sim hybrid with all the shit we love. And I'm just like, okay, I don't want to super hyper analyze a tweet here, but like that would relinquishing that first person element, like maybe combat in third person, sneaking in third person. But if you go in a building, like now you're looking at it through Blade.
That'd be kind of hybrid, sim hybrid. Let's do a single player immersive sim. What does that hybrid mean? And let's make it a Blade game in third person in our own crazy version of Paris.
Yeah.
A lot of possibilities.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities. But I think, to answer your question, I don't know if I don't think that the immersive sim factor is fully lost here, because it can come in other ways. Like, it's your own crazy version of Paris, right? So like, what does the world look like? What are the NPCs on street doing? Is this open world? Is this open hub? These are questions that we really don't have answered, right? And so I'm very, very interested to see where they take this. But I'm excited. I'm very much excited about this. So shout out to Leon for restoring the faith, because I know what would happen if this is like Deathloop 2. I'd be kind of like indifferent to it. I'd be like, all right, to be expected. This though, even when it got like leaked to us, we were just like, what?
Bomb shot, brother.
Yeah.
Wow. Crazy.
Huge deal.
Yeah. Huge get. Salute to them.
And that kind of wraps up what Xbox's presence was at the Game Awards. You had Blade, you had Overdose, and you had Hellblade 2. So real quick before we just move along to the rest of the episode, I mean, what did you think of Xbox's general presence at the show? Took home a couple of awards. Hi-Fi Rush got the Audio Design Award. Which is pretty good.
Awards.
Yeah, and then Forza got the accessibility one, innovation and accessibility.
Racing. Yeah.
So they had a really good night compared to last year, especially a really good night. How do you think they did? Of course, they had the big announcements. Only one had gameplay. I know this has kind of been a thing Xbox has struggled with in the past, where it's like, how do you fight the leaks? Do you fight the leaks by announcing sooner? But when you announce too soon, then you get into that pit of like what Fable was in and what State of Decay 3 is in, where it's just like, what's going on? Like, we want to know more. And there's that multi-year gap. But this allows Arkane to hire for like games such as Blade. So how do you stand on Xbox's Game Awards 2023?
Monster presence. Look, I'm going to be real with you, Maddie. At most, the Arkane Leon's thing, and that would have been fine. Yeah. You'd have just announced that, but you got the nerve to still show up with Hellblade 2 on any level and give us the combat that you could have saved for a direct. And you got the nerve to bring Kojima out now, and he's ready to talk, and he's doing a huge project. Clearly, this is a massive undertaking with, again, the Avengers of who's who in the game directing and film, kind of industry. They killed it. They really made a presence. They wanted to make a splash. So what this also tells me is that, remember what I said, the avalanche effect. If you've got all this stuff to show and you did a third-party showcase before this, there's most likely going to be a direct. You are preparing yourself for a monster 2024. And we just talked about the Wu Tang joint that they, that kind of came out, even though they haven't officially announced it. They've got stuff in the tuck. They are not playing. Like, it is on right now.
When you really
this is the time to get excited. Like, I don't want to, look, these games got to be good, of course. But I don't want to do them. I got to get them. They came outside swinging. This is the platform to come check us out. We've got stuff over here. And oh, by the way, we didn't even think about this. Some of the stuff we predicted, we could have been like, they could have did an ABK and been fine.
Yeah.
Just, hey guys, it's coming.
No Towerborn either.
No Towerborn. No Avowed yet. Like, they are sitting on massive things and projects that we know about. Get ready. Buckle up. This quarter, every thing is going to get real. And it's real exciting because with this platform, we've been through a lot. You know what I'm saying? But to see now the fruits, you see it. And remember, it reminds me of the Phil interview where he was like, I see it, but it means nothing until you see it. And I understand y'all frustration. Now I'm starting to see it. And I'm like, oh, yeah, they're coming.
Because now it's answering the question of like, remember we talked about extensively was, okay, the shotgun blast is coming and we're getting a lot of these games and then you got to reload. And now we're getting an idea of what's up next after these games we've waited like 5 years for. Like, okay, we got Blade coming maybe at the end of the gen. We've got OD coming at the end of the gen. It's like, okay, like these stopgaps are here. Then you've got ABK. We still haven't seen the Odyssey game. Like, we don't know what that's going to end up being, if it's going to be good or not. But like, that's one that they're definitely sitting on. ABK back to that. So much.
Fable. Like, it's getting to that point when we know about Project Shaolin. We know about The other project IO's joint, they sit it's games on games on games. It's games, man.
It's going to the opposite end of the spectrum there. It might be at a certain point with like day one Game Pass exclusives. Like it is a ecosystem that will like cannibalize all of your time. So it's exciting. It's exciting to be on this side of things where, you know, we went through a long stretch of defining Duke where it was like, the hell are we going to talk about? And like now it just feels like this, the ecosystem is starting to fire off. And if they follow this up with a good direct that sets the tone for like, here's what to expect. Here are your release dates / windows for 2024. I think there'll be a lot more than people are anticipating waiting for us. You know, like Microsoft Flight Simulator is another one. It's a big game for them. Maybe not the sexiest game. It's a big game for them. It's another one just in the tuck, just sitting right there. So yeah, I think they're really set to, I still believe that 2024 will be even better than what 2023 has been for them. Now that we'll have a conversation on a separate DD of like looking at Xbox's 2024 and reviewing 2023. I think 2023 has been a fucking really good year for them just across the board. You look at, you know, the blips on the radar, which we'll get into like with Redfall, but 2024 is looking strong for them.
Yes, so. Absolutely.
I want to fly through these next three announcements because they all kind of fall in the same basket of CG, cinematics, all that stuff. So we got Last Sentinel from Lightspeed Studios, Den of Wolves from 10 Chamber Studios, and Exoborne, which is this open world extraction shooter. Very little to no gameplay shown for any of these. Any thoughts on any of these three? Because for me, I just kind of taken this mantra, like if you're full CG, and like it's not something like Blade where it's like there's a thing with the ecosystem to talk about there. I don't know what to say. Like it's just I'll see you when there's gameplay.
I mean, Exoborne looked interesting from the extraction from the tactical guys. You know, I thought that looked kind of interesting. But yeah, a lot of this I can't really form too much of an opinion on both. This was like the shotgun blast of so many trailers at this point. It's just like, all right,
it's hard to track.
It's hard to track at this point. But yeah, most of them look solid for the most part.
We got a trailer for Asgard's Wrath 2. MetaQuest. This game is coming out December 15th, and I fear for its success because it's a VR game coming out at the tail end of the year, very little visibility, and it looks amazing. Asgard's Wrath, the first one was apparently really good, and now the sequel looks even better. And I even to the point where I'm like, yo, I really kind of want to get involved in this and check it out. Like, it looks really good, bro. So yeah, Asgard's Wrath 2, December 15th. As a Meta employee, Cog. Your thoughts on Asgard? I will
say that this is the kind of stuff that I've always pushed for them, which is gamify games, not like simulation experience where you're just playing around and experimenting, but you're actually doing a full-on game. And that looked amazing. Yeah. So, and by the way, if you have Quest 3, this will be a package for you. You get it for free. So just for those who are still interested. But yeah, the things you could do in that game look phenomenal.
Fallout got a new trailer. So this one made me laugh. I belly laughed when I first saw this, bro, because like they said twice during the show, like, yeah, we got a trailer with like all new looks at the Fallout TV show. And in my head, I'm like, yo, like, are they going to do the 3 remaster? Is this where they're going to drop the Fallout 4 next gen update? Like, what are we going to see that's new in the show? Like, man, they already have a new one ready. I didn't expect like a full trailer, but like they roll this thing and I'm going, what? There was only one new shot in the whole trailer. One. I was like, yo.
Todd got his shot. Did you see his clear shot in the crowd?
Yeah, bro.
Todd got his.
Yeah, he was just chilling in the crowd. It was cool seeing like the main 3 like really embracing the role. Yeah, the power armor. Yeah, I told you, bro, the Brotherhood boner. It's real.
Yeah, it's real. They do. They love it.
Warhammer Space Marine 2, we talked about a couple of shows ago how it got delayed into the second half of 2024. Now we have a release date. September 9th, 2024 is the release. So very much looking forward to this one. Looks really good.
Looks really good. Yes.
Big announcement here. During the Game of the Year speech, Swen Vink posted on his Twitter, he was actually supposed to announce it if they won any awards, and he forgot to. I think he forgot for good reason, not only because of the rush on the stage, but he was also commemorating a fellow lost developer throughout the launch cycle, which I thought was beautiful. But Baldur's Gate 3 is out now on Xbox. So go play Maddie's Game of the Year that I raved about earlier this episode. it's out now. So we called the very obvious move here that yes. It's going to be Shadow Drop. So Cog, will you continue to resist even though it's not free 99 on Game Pass?
Already bought and downloaded as we speak. 140 gigs. It's already going right now.
Yeah, it's going right now.
Yeah, I couldn't play. I was like, bro, I got to get that.
Yeah.
I cannot
Christmas
not
break coming up. A lot of time. Good time to hop into.
Now's the time. Yep, absolutely.
Light No Fire got announced, Cog. This is the new game from Hello Games that's been in development for 5 years. They are making a multiplayer, open planet fantasy game where they're defining it as an Earth game. They're making a whole planet this time. And it's a development side. It's a crew of 12. And it's like, I'm like twofold on this. I think this game looks awesome. Straight up. Like I saw it, I was like 12 people. Man, like I'm so infatuated with what they're doing. And then I remember I'm like, man, I felt the same way about a certain game back in 2014. Pretty good. Like it was in and out real fast for me in No Man's Sky. And I never came back, even with these updates. I've just not really connected on a level that I would have liked to. But I look at this and I'm like, man, I see the loot. I see the combat looks good. It feels like they've just taken all the pieces from the updates they've put out into No Man's Sky and just built something here that I'm like, this looks pretty good. Like this looks ready, but I feel like I should know better. I feel like I shouldn't get too ahead of myself here. Because immediately on the stage is like, he can't help himself. Sean Murray just starts making the promises. And I'm thinking,
I'm going off on him on the stream. I'm like, bro, I hate to interrupt you, man. I'm sorry.
No, I'm done. Go, guys.
Because you stole my thought that way. I'm like, all right, Sean, we love, like, we see, they start off showing No Man and where it's at now. You're like, oh my God, No Man's Sky, look what you've done. And then he's like, he's talking about the new joint. And I'm like, bro, you're doing it again. You're overselling. Just shut up and show the trailers. Just you talk, you're promising it's gonna be, and he's such a nice guy. Shout out to Sean. You're such a nice guy. I know you seem like you got a heart of gold. You seem like a really cool brother. Like I really would love to just hang out with you. You seem that cool. But brother, you got to learn your lesson. Do not keep with the superlatives. Let the game do the talking. And then if they ask you afterwards what to expect, then you can go on fine. But I just felt he was falling into the trap that got him in trouble with No Man's Sky the first time. And we were like, bro, because you said, oh yeah, it's going to have this. And oh yeah, you can communicate with your friends. They're going to hold you to these things. And if those things are not there, so hopefully, maybe I'm overreacting. I just want the best for him because he was attacked. This poor guy, I mean, he did it with self-inflicted, but he got through it and the game did one of the greatest comebacks going. I was just worried for him a little bit because this game looks cool and I just wanted to succeed. I want the whole studio to get their thing. Just from future advice from Cog.
It was the amazing. I never thought I would re-experience that feeling again of like when they announced it, that same like, oh, this looks kind of special. Like, oh, it's a team of 12 and the immediate, like when he was making those promises, that emotional whiplash I got for him, like that second head. Oh no. Oh, he's doing it again, bro. Yeah, just intense. But I mean, on the game itself, I got to say, this is one of my favorite reveals. I thought this looked really good. Like, I love the idea of like, hey, we've made all this procedural tech. We've made a huge, endless universe. What if we just made a planet that was fully explorable around the globe? And I think it's a smart way to use the assets they have. So I'm keen on Light No Fire. I'm very keen on it. Someone who can't get back into No Man's Sky, no matter how much I try. Like I'm interested to see what they do here, especially because I saw combat.
Yes,
they had some combat added with No Man's Sky, but like it was more an exploration first game. But this looks like it's got some combat, and I'm like, okay, got my attention. But the procedural elements, we'll see. We'll see how they lead me, because you know how I feel about the procedural. This is that on steroids. So
yeah.
We'll see. Final Fantasy 16 got DLC. Echoes of the Fallen is out now with brand new chapters for the game before its finale. And The Rising Tide comes out spring 2024, which is going to be a pretty good stretch for Final Fantasy, it seems, because they have 14 coming to Xbox as well as the new expansion for 14. So pretty good stretch here for them. So yeah, this was to be expected just because Final Fantasy 16, they committed to DLC earlier in the year. Now we get a look at that. I don't think I'll be going back personally, but it didn't look bad.
Look good.
I'm trying to resist taking my opportunity to take a little swing. So I'm not going back, y'all. That's it. See ya.
I'll go back. I respected it for what it was trying to do. I no longer consider it a JRPG. It's more of an action, cinematic, over the top. Which, that's just what it is.
And who said that, y'all? Was not me.
I'm for it, though. I'm for it. I'm not going to slander it anymore because I know where they went now. You know what I'm saying? So, but for those who don't want that and want true FF sensibilities, I understand.
After this, COG, probably one of my favorite announcements as well. The finals out now. Embark did it. Season 1 out now. And this is a lot of the former Battlefield devs on this. And I downloaded it instantly, immediately. Ooh. I am very excited about this. I have not had a first-person shooter that has appealed to me in a stupid long time. I feel like that has been one of the most... It reminds me of how I used to feel with the fighting game genre. I'm like, get going. Like, what's going on here? And you know what's funny is I think the last time I felt we had something was actually... I always forget the name. But it was the quickest, like... in and out game from Ubisoft. It was that battle royale game they had that was a first person shooter. You had some of the spongiest health bars ever.
Yes.
But that game to me was like the first, like, oh, this is okay. Like, I'm excited about this first person shooter. Since then, I don't think I've felt anything. And so to have one here that's like fully destructible environments and it's out now, like I will be talking about this next week on the next podcast. Like I am going to be diving in ASAP. I'm very, very pumped for this one. So yeah, I'll be checking it out.
Dope.
And then the last announcement, COG, was Monster Hunter Wilds coming 2025 with more info, summer of 2024. I see that lip bite. I see that side eye. All right, so this is the last one, COG. Now, the question is, were you satisfied enough throughout the show where this wasn't a heart-crushing disappointment? Or like, what were you feeling when you saw that, oh, it's Monster Hunter?
All right, Monster Hunter community, please bear with. Y'all gonna come for me, but I just gotta keep it real. Like, this is my thing about it, right? Look at the level of the show that we've had to this point. And I'm like, yo, whoever got this spot is right before the game of the year. Like, you've got prime real estate for Jeff. Because let's be clear, this is a promotion and marketing show first. So whoever this is, and I don't want to disrespect the lineage, and I know how popular Monster Hunter is. I do. But I gotta keep it real, man. Like, when I saw it, I was like, y'all not that impressive looking to have this spot. Like, there were so many games that look way better than you, and you got this spot, and I was just like, oh no, do them little slugs, are they clipping through the floor? Oh no, like, you don't look impressed. I know it probably be fun. I know it's going to sell like hotcakes, but I was not impressed. I was like, you could have been in the middle or for the beginning.
I think you swapped this with Sega.
Yeah, like, me. I was like, Capcom, I know y'all outside. Y'all moving, y'all grooving, the Resurgence, Street Fighter. But I was like, y'all got the top spot. Y'all must pay well. I was like, y'all bread must be really long. I was shocked they had the main event reveal, so to speak, before the Game Awards. And that's it. It's just me being petty and silly.
No, but I echo your sentiment, dude. Like, yeah, I am not a huge Monster Hunter fan, so I'm in the same boat as you. Like, Monster Hunter fans, don't come for us too hard. Yeah, I'm not the biggest Monster Hunter fan though, and when I saw it, I was like, immediately I knew. I was like, okay. All right, like, but I felt satisfied enough with the rest of the announcements where I wasn't like, man, really? But here's the thing is, when I looked at like the Sega announcement, when I looked at like Blade, like these are kind of like the high profile announcements, right? Exodus is another big one. Metaphor Re Fantazio is a big one. Like, there's a lot of big ones. Overdose in the middle of like, I'm looking at our whole script here. Overdose was right. That's Jeff's boyfriend, man. Right in the middle.
It's Boo Boo.
Right? So I'm looking at it like, yo, if Kojima's going in the middle of this, whoever's got the top spot is about to have like the gangbusters announcement, right? Like, or I was thinking like Shadow of the Air Tree, like, oh, the Elden Ring expansion here, right? Like,
yes.
like I thought it was going to be that. And so I'm not complaining it's Monster Hunter so much that I'm like, it's disgusting. Like, I like Monster Hunter. I don't love it, but I like it. But I thought this was going to be like a major, like, first look at Wolverine gameplay, like, or a surprise Xbox game, or like Nintendo having like the one game at the end, right? Like they did one year with Tears of the Kingdom. Like, that was sort of my expectation going in, like, oh, it's got to be something big if we got all these announcements peppered through the middle. So then with Monster Hunter Wilds, was like, okay, I can see for the fan base, like, this is probably a huge deal and they are freaking out. I just didn't even feel like it depicted much of what you're going to do in the game. I was like, oh, you have weather, more creatures on screen. But I was like, yo, combat? Like, we need to see the monster hunting in a big reveal for Monster Hunter. That's how I look at it, but maybe I'm fucking crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, this was not for me. I hate to go so hard at them. It's just the spot. That's all. I was surprised.
It's the stakes.
Yeah, that's all. We was in there, so I was like, yo, Capcom checks must be hitting different, bro.
Yeah,
Jeff took that one. I was like, all right, y'all can get the main event. Y'all got that many zeros behind it?
100%. Yeah. 100%.
Shout out to Capcom.
Yeah, overall though, Cog, with these announcements, looking at them in the lists, it's easy to kind of pull us out of like how the award speeches went and whatnot. So now just reflecting on all of this, I don't like to put a grade on, like, I feel like sometimes it's useless, but like, how did you feel, concluding the Game Awards here? Like, was this a good show for you?
Yeah, I thought this was one of their best for what it is. It's flawed, but for what it is, this was one of their best, like some really powerful reveals. AA, indie, AAA, you name it. People really had chances to shine. And overall, Xbox home run. I really thought, they came with purpose and an intention to let people know they are here. They've got stuff coming. But overall, yeah, I thought, look, this is the last I always say, this is our Oscars. As a kid who grew up, South Bronx, clown for playing games, clown for being video games is geek stuff. That's never going to go anywhere. And to see this genre be like the number one form of entertainment and generating the money. And that's where I'll give Jeff all his credit. He has gotten the stakes to that point where the Hollywoods are like, yo, Seymour and Jim McConaughey, and they like, yo, can I get down? Can I get a spot? Can I get a couple balls? Because they understand what gaming is now. And that is what I'll always give it credit for. Is it flawed? Yes. Is the focus not on games and the people who make them getting the time and the credit they deserve? Yes. And I will always continue to put the boot on their neck and say, you got to fix it, even though he ain't listening. But we got to keep putting the pressure on him. Like, yo, let's just please take some feedback here and there. But for the spectacle, oh, bro, the production values and everything, bravo. So it is. I look at it for what it is. I know what to expect. He's made it clear by his actions how this is going to go. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. And that's how I take it.
And it's with that understanding, like if you look at it as, oh, this is, even because the name wouldn't suggest this, but oh, this is a marketing show and we're here for announcements. If I'm looking at it that way, like I would say like this was a pretty decent one because the big announcements were like, they hit me, right? Like I talked about that stretch, like No Rest for the Wicked, Sega, DBZ Sparking Zero, Visions of Mana, Rise of Ronin, Overdose. Like this is a stretch, like only one game that I didn't mention here was the casting of Frank Stone, which isn't like a bad one. Like this is a bang, 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 like a lot of really good games. Before that, you had Hellblade 2. Before that, you had Exodus. Before that, you had Metaphor, Re Fantazio. So like there were some good ones. And then there were stretches here where like you got Lost Records, First Berserker, Apex Legends. It's like, but then you get a Blade. So it just had this ability to pull you out. But then you got technically Blade also being a cinematics trailer, right? So you got like 4 in a row, and then you get Asgard's Wrath, and then you get Fallout, which is like, oh, we've already seen this. So it was to me like up, down, just very much a roller coaster ride. And it had its moments of brilliance where I was like, this may be the best one yet. But by the end, I really cooled off, and there was just like a couple of like, nice, this is good, or this is great. Where I would say like there's still room for improvement, man. And I feel like at a certain point, like when is the Game Awards team going to get it is how I've kind of been left with it. It's like, we can't have this approach of like, I love that Jeff, by the way, immediately comes out like, what would you grade this show? What are your thoughts? He's immediately coming for the feedback right up, fresh off the show. I love that he does that because, you know, for as corporate as he is, I also think he cares. But we can't be taking this like, we're still figuring it out, guys, approach. Like, you know that there's a problem when presenters are on stage for too long. You know there's a problem when the people who receive the award are on stage for too long. I think you got something with the audio cue. I think that's okay. Like is the emergency button, like, tell everyone you got 2 minutes, and if they keep going on, play the music and get them to wrap it up. But some people are getting 30 seconds, some people are getting a minute, some people are getting 2 minutes. Some Hollywood actors are getting 5. Kojima's getting 15. Like, the timing of it is awful. And the fact that they're hustling these dudes off stage, and this is still a 3+ hour show. What really is the problem here? It's fucking full of ads. And I get it. You're collecting these bags left and right. That's what we go back to of what it really is. It is a business. It is a marketing show. And it's in those moments I don't think that Jeff's heart and his team's heart is in the right place. In that we can't continue, for example, to kowtow to Hollywood and try to get them into our show. Like, let the people who got you here run this shit, man. I don't think it's I don't think it's that fucking hard to figure out. You've got the partners. Jeff has the backing of the biggest publishers on the planet. And the people who aren't the biggest publishers want to be on your show. The desire is there. The funding is there in turn. The audience is there and always has been there and is growing. So why are you playing by other people's rules and not your own, is what I ask. And that's why I say I'm not trying to get preachy. Just I can't forgive this notion of like, you know, okay, write down that feedback. We'll get them next year, guys. We're still It's like, no, bro, you guys are now putting on 2 shows a year. You're putting on Summer Games Fest. You're putting on the Game Awards. Like, you're experienced, been doing this for a fucking decade. Like, get it together. It's not rocket science anymore. People have been clear. No Christopher Judge level speeches, but don't rush people off the stage. Yeah. No side awards. Make time for people to collect the hardware on stage.
Well, hard work. Yeah. Well earned.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, man. I didn't think it was that hard to figure out, but it seems it is.
Yeah. All I'd say is when someone shows you who they are, believe them.
Man.
Believe them. You know, and I just judge the actions. The actions show we're not going to take that feedback. We're going to continue to do what we do. And I got it. Message received, you know, so I know I'm not saying I agree with it. And, you know, I'm just going to capitulate to anything that they do and not going to get them no smoke. But they have not shown me any indicators that they are truly going to take this feedback. I need to be convinced that this is what this is. And I have finally accepted, okay, this is what you're doing, fam. I got you.
For sure. So that's the Game Awards. And we still got a little bit of the show left to go. So we're going to transport back in time and do our Game Pass pick of the week, as well as our final question of the show, which is relevant to this whole conversation here because your boy's a smart host and I picked it out just right. So we'll see you there. All right. With that, we move on to our Game Pass pick of the week here. I am up, and this one may surprise you, especially since how I spoke about Dragon Age multiple times in this show. Dragon Age Inquisition, Cog. Look, everyone. I know I've told you all this isn't, you know, BioWare's best effort. Very much like fetch questy hinterlands fueled by this power system. You complete these quests, you gain a currency that you can then spend on the main missions. I have said, though, that if there's one thing I was wrong about when I did the re-review in 2020, is that Dragon Age Inquisition does feature a really good main story. It's just definitely jammed up a bit by those systems. But seeing these trailers and what they're doing, you're going to want to brush up, right? Especially, even if you've played Inquisition already, play Trespasser. This you need to play Trespasser to know what's happening in Dragon Age Dreadwolf. And I know some of you are like, BioWare's mid. I don't want to make that commitment. To that, I respect it. For those of you who are open-minded to BioWare, who have faith and have the time to dedicate to their games, Dragon Age 2 and its focus on like the Red Lyrium is going to be insanely important. And Dragon Age Inquisition and its connection to, I won't say who, but Trespasser, that is the other really important tendril here. It is time to catch up. BioWare is giving you an opportunity to, before they start revealing everything, catch up. And so that's why I used it as my Game Pass pick of the week. I was going through the Xbox app and I was like, you know what? I'm going to go a little off the board with this one. I'm going to pick one that typically I'm not in love with, but I do respect, and that's Dragon Age Inquisition. It does have some great elements. I do like the DLC a lot, and especially some of the companions are great. Like Inquisition has a lot of good elements. It's really just that war table that can go back and forth. But don't let that steer you away, because Dreadwolf is definitely not feeling like a game that you're just going to be able to leap into. Especially they're showing like Antiva, they're showing Netherfells, they're showing like they're Tevinter is where we're going, and I'm like, okay. Y'all just can't leap into this. You can't. It's just, especially the reason I enjoyed Inquisition so much is I like replayed Origins and I replayed 2 and then I replayed Inquisition. You see how it's all connected when you go through it like that once more. And so do not just try to leap into Dreadwolf. That's all I'm going to say. But yeah, that's why I picked Dragon Age Inquisition as my Game Pass pick of the week.
Very proud of you, Inquisitor. Very proud of you.
Thank you.
Nice. Yeah, shout out to Varric. Shout out to Iron Bull and who's my crew? I like good.
They need to bring back Liliana, bro. Like she is my favorite character in Dragon Age. Her development is phenomenal. When you look at where you meet her and who she is versus who she can become in Trespasser, oh my lord! But I need her playable in Dreadwolf, bro. That would make me so hyped for the game alone. Like Liliana, one of Maddie's first gaming crushes, actually. Believe it or not. 6th grade.
So we got a little romance from young man.
There's history between us. Come on now. I know, but one of my boys is like, he's like, oh, I love Morgan. I'm like, I wonder why.
Yo. You are out of pocket. Salute.
Anyway, we got one more question here, Cog, as we wrap up this episode.
Yes.
It's going to be interesting picking the hashtag because we don't know what the main meat of our conversation is going to be, right? So
facts.
We'll have to think on our feet here. But our final question goes to Don Otaku. What up, Game of the Year Dukes? Since this will be after the Game Awards, I assume you guys will have seen what announcements Xbox has already been heavily advertising. Do you believe the announcements minimize the chances of a January developer direct happening like last year? I would have preferred another no-show at the TGAs if it meant a January direct, but I'm hoping that both can happen. Have a joysticks and strange loves all in your DMs kind of day. I don't know the backstory of this one. This is a Don Otaku ass writing, though, that's for sure.
Deep cut. That's an IOP deep cut. I'm not going to entertain the exact meanings of this, but he knows and I know that, we have some interesting fans in the realm of the lords and the dukes. So, yeah, that.
So,
what's any question? Yeah, what's up?
We're shooting from the hip here. We don't know what they're going to show as we record this now, but I thought it'd be fun to talk while we're here in this little time capsule. All right. Yes. We have the Game Awards. We know Xbox is going to make announcements. And just by nature of that, do you think that they step up and say, and we'll see you next month? Maybe not at the Game Awards, but in general, do they announce some sort of developer direct en route?
Now you're saying can en route mean not necessarily could it be like February as well? Could that
I'd say like first 3 months of the year.
I'm going to say yes. Yes. I've changed my logic now.
Okay.
At first I was like, Game Awards, if they got something to show, that maybe that takes, kind of what Don Otaku said, maybe that takes away from what they plan on doing. And maybe they're not going to do anything. I've actually come around. And why I've come around is that we're at that point now. See, I'm so used to Xbox having to wait. We got to wait. You know what I'm saying? Now it's, 2018 class, they're ready. All these special projects, they're ready. Or at least close to being announced, right? Mm-hmm. ABK, done. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Now it's go time. And now we're in the point that, I'm going to use the Maddie term, we can't have a shotgun blast just at the end of the year anymore. There's so much. So to me, the way I look at it is that if we're getting all these announcements now, think about it. We didn't even expect to get a third-party showcase out of somewhere. Remember? We were like, oh, wow, that's random. You've got so much. You've got to give Jeff something. You've got to do a direct. You've got to now somehow incorporate ABK. Yeah. So yeah, I think my theory was always what I consider the avalanche. We are here. You got to spread this out. You got to start giving people stuff. That's where I think it's happening right now. So to Don's question, yes and yes. We're going to get stuff at the Game Awards, and we're going to get different. We're going to get a direct. We're going to get different stuff. Man, listen, I'm excited to see how what we recorded a capsule now correlates to what we're going to record post, whatever, Game Awards. And yeah, I think we're here now. It's on. It's on.
I'm with you too. I don't know if January direct, maybe February, but I mentioned first 3 months of the year to you, but I guess March would then be pushing it to like, now you're in that window of doing something for the summer showcase or holding something that could have been at the summer showcase. That's important. So yeah, they're about to go from having no content to an overflow, right?
Yes.
And that's going to present its own set of pros and cons. Like obviously it's going to be the pro of like, finally the Xbox system is rich with content, but also the con of like, from the enthusiast point of view, stuff getting buried, right? Which is what we were talking about a lot this episode, like stuff just that looks great that people don't have time to play or just didn't even see. There's been so many games. Like as a random example, I was looking up a Temtem trailer. I was like, oh yeah, like this is a game I really wanted to play. Like, just, it's so easy to think of games that you think are cool and that you want to play, you'd probably love, and just don't have the time or even just not in the brain. Like it's just, too much going on. So Xbox might face that problem. And so they do need to diversify their platforms a bit to make all these separate announcements. And also I think to catch different waves of audiences. Like,
yes,
I will say this, if this year, if I'm Xbox, right, corporate Maddie, I'm going to use the term.
Let's go.
Sorry, I got to steal from you.
I love it.
Corporate Maddie stepping in, and I'm looking honestly at the situation. If I had big announcements to drop, I would bring them to the Game Awards over my own direct currently. That said, I've talked about like announcements of legacy. Like they had their own showcase during the Gamescom, and then they brought Halo to Jeff's summer show. That's where something I think you hold like your own sort of tent poles. Those are the things that are going to bring your crowd, right? Like people know Halo and Xbox are synonymous. I don't know if you're really reintroducing a whole new audience in that way. But if it's like a massive game from Bethesda or Arkane or Activision or what have you, you probably want to bring it to this stage because you get the whole market, right? Instead of just your market. So looking at it that way, if it came at the sacrifice of a direct, as much as it sucks, because I think developer direct is great, I get it. But I don't think it's going to write it off the board because they just have so much going on right now. They're promising a game a quarter right now. There so much things happening that we don't know about. Like there's a lot on the table here for Xbox. And so I just feel like, there's a good chance around this time that both happen, which none of us would be complaining about. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And the final conclusion is what I always think about is what I consider the only sore spot for them this year, which was Redfall, right? But the key thing that I always resonate is something that Phil said to me. He was just like, I could see the frustration was bubbling, right? Because he had to come out there, he had to explain himself and all this and how did this happen? But he said a statement that I really resonated. And it was like, I know I've talked about it, but I see it. And he says, nothing I can say right now as far as the list of the game. I can see it. But until we show you, then you're going to understand, right? So it's like, no matter what I say, it doesn't going to matter right now until we deliver and you see it, right? And that's where I think we are. I think we're at the point where we're about to see it. It's time to see it now. And you said it beautifully.
Imagine they show up with nothing in the Game Awards of consequence.
We're going to look crazy. We're going to look crazy. It's going to be a fun one.
Sorry, go on.
We take the risk. That's what's the beauty about predicting, right? So it's like, look at them. But there's a point now. It's just like, bro, like this is that moment, right? This is this you've got to show out. You've got, and you said it perfectly. There is a beauty of your own audience, yes, but we have to look at the hierarchy of where PlayStation and Nintendo are from a global brand. Those fans are watching the Game Awards. Those fans are not going to tune in to a developer direct. So to do it in the Game Awards, whatever you have planned, right, has the better impact if it's positive and it's something that you're like, oh my God, yo, they did that. right? It has more impact. And then you do what you said, the legacy stuff, the stuff that you know your core will, you still got more stuff in the tuck for the directs and all the stuff sprinkled throughout the year. So let's see what happens. I'm excited either way.
Well, we'll be back, you and I, tomorrow, but this episode will be going out to everyone at once. So we'll see what happens, I suppose, or I'm excited to see. I don't know what the hell to say at this point.
I know, right? I know, it's so weird.
We're in such a weird spot, but nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen,
timeline.
We have everything you needed to hear about the Game Awards and Game Pass Pick of the Week and all the news this week from GTA 6 all the way down to what's happening with Bungie. We appreciate you tuning in. COG, the hashtag this week for those who listened all the way.
Wow, this is a tough one.
Can we just keep it safe? TGAs like DDTGA?
Yeah, just DDTGA. We have to.
Yeah, I feel like that just puts us in a nice safe area. It's the subject matter. We're good. So, ladies and gentlemen, got this far. You can tag me and COG on Twitter. I am at G27status. COG is at Lord Cognito. You can find us both on Twitter there. Use the hashtag DDTGA. Let us know your thoughts on the episode. If you don't want to use social media, use the hashtag down below. Just let us know you got to the end of the episode. We like to see all that, see your interactions. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll catch you next week for episode 154, which will be the final episode for us for the year. It'll be definitely an awesome one just because we'll have so much to talk about, I imagine. So we'll catch you then. Take good care of yourselves, and we'll see you next time around. Peace out.
Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is recorded from the United States of America. The show is conceived by Matthew Mr. Matty Plays Schroeder and me, Colin Moriarty, and is written and produced by Matthew Schroeder. Matty's co-host is Barry Lord Cognito Eversley. Defining Duke's executive producer is Dustin Furman, and the show is edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's shows, including Defining Duke, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer support level on Patreon, and we're thankful for your kindness and generosity.